This young man enters a high-level rank S dungeon that's been sealed off, yet he effortlessly wipes out every monster inside. But as soon as he steps out, he's blocked by the top-tier hunter inspectors. None of them could hold their ground for more than a few seconds. You see, in his previous life, his world was completely annihilated by monsters pouring out of hell. He was humanity's last warrior. After facing the final boss of hell, he failed. But because he diligently liked every video, he was reincarnated as a young man in a different world. And alright, no more beating around the bush. Let's get started. The world I used to live in was destroyed. Everyone had to fight monsters just to stay alive. I spent my whole life doing exactly that, fighting day in and day out just to survive. And as the days turned into weeks, weeks into months, years into decades, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. With just a single sword, I could cut down any monster. I wasn't afraid. The monster looked down at the divine blade, its eyes glowing with a dangerous red light. It spoke, "Give up. The world you once knew is already dead." The mastermind behind it all watched him struggle between life and death, and made an offer. What a waste of talent. Become my blade. Hearing that, the sword god felt his blood boil and gritted his teeth. Don't make me laugh. In a fit of rage, he courageously charged forward, leaping into the air while drawing his sword. The monster swung its arm to swat him away, but it missed, and the sword god left a deep gash on the back of its hand instead. The monster didn't expect that. Its face twisted in annoyance. The sword god was about to turn back to assess the situation, but before he could move, the beast swung its arm again, landing a punch that sent him flying in a perfect arc. Not satisfied yet? The monster taunted, continuing to dish out a beating while hurling insults. No matter how desperately you struggle, in my eyes, you're nothing but a bug. The sword god took the hit head on, coughing up blood right there on the spot, but with iron willpower, he managed to roll and land safely. Regaining his balance, the sword god launched himself back at the monster. One man, one sword, determined to fight to the death. The monster, in a Super Saiyan state, looked at him like an ant, waving its hand as fast as lightning to squash him like a fly. The sword god, with an indomitable will to live, stood back up. The monster didn't finish him off but coldly watched him struggle. Suddenly, the sword god noticed the pendant on the monster's chest, and his blue eyes, deep as a sea of clouds, suddenly brightened. The monster saw him get into a stance, and the sword god, waiting for that exact moment, made his move. He suddenly launched his sword like an arrow. It struck the center of the monster's chest and flew off toward the starry sky. The monster's weapon stopped just 1 millimeter from him. Half of the pendant shattered, and a glaring crack appeared on its chest. The monster's eyes bulged in hatred, and it shrieked at the top of its lungs. "You bastard!" That throw had drained the last of the sword god's strength. The remaining pieces of the pendant continued to crack into tiny shards and scatter. In the face of death, the monster screamed in terror. "Stop it!" Even though it wasn't willing, the monster had to dissolve into dust. When it completely vanished, that was the moment he could finally let his guard down. The sword god fell backward, exhausted, right in the middle of the battlefield, his icy blue eyes slowly losing focus. He lay amidst the smoke and flames, staring at the sky and letting out a sigh. What a spectacular view. A young man walked under the warm sunshine. Under his messy, unkempt hair were indifferent, world-weary brown eyes. He didn't know where he had wandered into, but the alarms started blaring loudly. On the fence hung a sign that read, "Namsen Portal Grade C. Minimum of 3 people recommended. Civilians prohibited." An urgent broadcast blared, "Please scan your hero registration code and personal ID. Non-heroes, please do not enter." Seo Do-jun ignored the loudspeaker and walked up to the gate. He lowered his center of gravity into a ready stance, and with a boom, his figure disappeared, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. The alarms wailed madly along with the frantic broadcast. "Alert! An unregistered hero has forced their way into the gate." Do-jun didn't care and kept moving, only stopping when he was surrounded by trees and vegetation. Just as he stepped forward to go deeper, a voice called out, "Hey, young man." Seo Do-jun reflexively looked at a group of people in uniforms walking toward him. A black-haired middle-aged man asked, "Are you lost? I don't know what happened, but we're about to leave, so you should just follow us." Do-jun stared at them without saying a word. A girl whispered, "Hey, look at his clothes." The guy with the crew cut next to her whispered, "Is this for real? He doesn't look like a hero at all." They scanned Seo Do-jun from head to toe and sighed deeply. "I know support personnel dress in all sorts of ways lately, but that outfit? And that backpack? What the hell? Is he some amateur support guy who got abandoned by his hero team? But that couldn't be it." Seo Do-jun didn't want to hear them gossiping anymore, so he spoke up. I understand what you're all saying, but I just got here. The young man spoke carelessly and loudly. See? I told you. He got abandoned, didn't he? The black-haired man acted like he understood and gave some gentle advice. I've seen many people like you. I know what you're thinking when you walk into a gate. Don't talk to me like we're close. But thinking you can just watch videos or surf the web and then go hunting in a gate is just suicide. First, get an official hero license, pass the training, and pass the tests. Besides, this Namsan gate is grade C. If you want to start, try a grade F gate first. Seo Do-jun replied with a calm, indifferent expression. I know you mean well, but no thanks. The whole group was shocked by this response, completely speechless. Two of the young men couldn't hold back and shouted, Who the hell is this crazy guy? You know him? Don't stop me this time. The middle-aged man held them back. Calm down. He watched the back of the young man as he walked away and said, Forget it. If he's going to ignore sincere advice like that, just let him learn the hard way. He'll realize that this gate isn't like what he sees on social media or the web, but a cruel world. As soon as those words were finished, Do-jun encountered a horned, monkey-faced monster that was sneering at him. Standing in the monster's shadow, he calmly took off his luggage and closed his eyes. The monkey-faced monster swung its arm to attack. Seo Do-jun leaned to dodge, his eyes glowing as his pupils shifted from brown to gold. 10 years. His weapon crashed into the ground, dust rising like fog. When the dust cleared, the monster was stunned. Seo Do-jun with his thin arms charged forward, punched once, and in a split second carved a huge hole. The monster's head seemed to evaporate from existence. The horned, monkey-faced monster lay dead right there. Seo Do-jun looked up, unable to hold back his observation. Nothing has changed. Seo Do-jun stared intently at the charred carcass in front of him. A moment later, he reached out to pick up the monster's blade and gazed vacantly at his own reflection. The blade still felt like he was in a dream. Then, Seo Do-jun pointed the sword at the headless corpse. With a wet thud, blood splattered everywhere. He focused on digging deep into the body, and a few minutes later, he pulled out a shimmering, blood-stained crystal. It was a low-grade mana stone. He couldn't help but sigh. Back in the day, he wouldn't even have bothered to glance at such a trivial thing. Seo Do-jun unzipped his backpack, reorganized the contents, and stuffed more loot inside. While he was busy, a rumbling sound echoed in his ears. The footsteps of a few kin of that unlucky monster. 3 of them came at once. One was winding up for an axe swing. The monster swung its axe with force, but he ducked and dodged it. He channeled his strength into the hand holding the mana stone, and then suddenly launched it, catching the monsters off guard. The mana stone shattered the skull of the attacker, taking it out of the game. The remaining 2 charged at him simultaneously. Seo Do-jun tossed his backpack aside. It was clear he was about to show off some one-hit KO moves. That human squad was also wandering through the forest nearby. The girl in the squad said with a bit of hesitant worry, That was the rude guy from earlier. What if he actually dies? Kid, don't tell me you're worried about him, are you? The experienced middle-aged man spoke up to reassure her. If he were an intruder, the control center agents would be on their way by now. This is a C-rank Namsan gate, so they would send elite B-rank agents or higher. As long as he doesn't go crazy and charge into a horde, he won't die. So don't worry. The bald guy agreed confidently. You're right. That arrogant punk is probably shaking in his boots right now, waiting for the agents to come and save him. The scarred monster was indeed trembling, only to take a punch that completely caved in its face. The bun-haired monster tried to ambush him from behind, but it was too slow for Seo Do-jun. Its blade only sliced through the air. Seeing its target disappear, it couldn't help but feel a flicker of fear. Seo Do-jun flashed behind it, raised his leg, and kicked it, caving its head in. It spat out blood like a heavy downpour. Just like that, the one-sided battle ended with one on its back and one on its face. Seo Do-jun dragged his crude stone sword, swung it with power, and with cold eyes counted 3 more mana stones. Finished there, he continued to hunt for a bit more. He didn't know how much time had passed, but his backpack had gotten a bit heavier. Seo Do-jun wandered around looking for prey, feeling bored. The haul wasn't that great. So far, he had 12 low-grade and 16 mid to low-grade stones. The control center agents spotted him and reported to their team. Over here. Seo Do-jun heard the human voices and looked over out of curiosity. In an instant, 3 other agents appeared on the scene. The brown-haired agent said sternly, We are from the Gate Control Center. Please present your hero registration. If you aren't registered, please follow us to the control center. Seo Do-jun raised an eyebrow and asked with some suspicion, Gate Control Center. The agent emphasized every word, Please follow our instructions. In his heart he sighed, What is this now? Such a pain. He looked at the other party, his eyes flashing slightly as if he wanted to fight, but in the end, he dismissed them with a reckless look. Get lost, you're too soft. The brown-haired agent immediately issued an order. The blonde agent reached for his tools and warned, "Please cooperate. If you resist, we may be forced to use legitimate force." As he spoke, his other hand swiftly grabbed Seo Do-jun's wrist. The blonde agent held up handcuffs. "Any injuries sustained from resisting will be entirely your responsibility. It's best to resolve this peacefully at the control center." Before his wrist could get new jewelry, Seo Do-jun grabbed the guy's hand back. Feeling the pressure on his wrist, the blonde agent's eyes widened in shock. Seo Do-jun looked at him seriously and said, "Stop bothering me, get lost." Seeing this, the agents raised their guard and drew their weapons. In a blink, the weapons revealed their true form. He glanced at the gear and thought indifferently, "Level 4 mana sealing equipment? Does that stuff even work on zero-tier users?" Seo Do-jun added some strength, nearly breaking the blonde agent's wrist, and warned, emphasizing his point, "This is your last warning. If you don't want to get hurt, turn back." As soon as he finished, the pressure surged from the front. The agents attacked, but Seo Do-jun casually blocked their strikes. The agent on the right threw a punch. He tilted his head slightly to dodge, and as quick as the wind, he raised his knee and slammed it into the agent's side. An excellent knee strike left the agent off balance. Then he followed up with a kick that sent him flying. The agent on the left was stunned, frozen in place. He stared at him as if looking at a terrorist. Seo Do-jun turned to look at the other agent and nodded. Then his figure blurred and vanished. The agent couldn't see where he went and thought in terror. He disappeared. He suddenly appeared right next to him and punched him. The agent took the full damage and doubled over, coughing. He called out to him. The agent held his body, flustered. What?" Seo Do-jun asked. "If I register as a hero, I won't have any more trouble, right?" The agent answered hesitantly. "That's right. As long as you don't break the law inside a gate, there's no reason for agents to be sent out." He asked again, "What about rifts?" The agent shivered at the mention of that. Passageways to other worlds where strange monsters appear, opening up all over the globe. The byproducts gathered from hunting monsters, they are used as a new energy source. For that reason, places where the government fully controls the access and contains the monsters are called gates, while spaces that haven't been converted into gates are called rifts. After hearing the explanation, he summarized it. "So that means no matter which gate I go to, you people will come looking for me, right? Because of illegal entry or something like that." Seeing Seo Do-jun's annoyed expression, the agent hurriedly explained, Yes, that's right. If an unregistered hero enters a gate without authorization, the control center gets an alert. Agents waiting nearby are dispatched. Rifts aren't as easy to access as gates. The Hero Association won't let it slide either." He didn't care about those arrows annoying things and said arrogantly, "So what?" The agent shut his mouth, regretting it in his heart. He really is a madman. Damn it, I should have reported to headquarters from the start. Right after cursing, Seo Do-jun grabbed the agent's face and tossed him aside like a dodgeball. Seo Do-jun looked at the agent, thinking to himself, just another nameless nobody. The agent, half kneeling and clutching his injury, screamed, "You bastard! Next time, I will kill you." Seo Do-jun ignored him and continued his journey. Back when the ornament on the monster's chest shattered, the monster had roared in despair. "Stop right there." Hearing his voice, which sounded like a scream, he felt his consciousness fading, as if being sucked into something. Death. I must be dying. With that mindset, the sword god closed his eyes to accept it, but after waiting a while, no one came to take him away. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to find himself hanging upside down in the blue sky, with a strange boy in front of him. The sword god spoke, "Who are you?" The young, timid-looking Seo Do-jun introduced himself. "My name is Seo Do-jun. I am on the verge of death. If you accept my request, I will quietly disappear." The moment those words were spoken, the sword saint replied without hesitation, "I refuse." Seo Do-jun was left completely bewildered, not knowing what to do. The sword saint explained his reasoning. "I have no attachments left in this life. After 10 years of fighting to the death, I was betrayed by the comrades I trusted. My country has fallen, my friends are dead, and my family is gone too. No matter how hard I try to keep going, in the end there's nothing left, is there? You're the same way, aren't you?" That comment left Seo Do-jun stunned. Seo Do-jun couldn't help but try to convince him otherwise. "Even if my life is like that, I don't want my grandmother and Yunbai to have to live like that." The sword saint finally softened, cleared his throat and asked, "And then what? Just tell me, make it quick. What do you want?" He didn't expect him to change his mind so soon. Seo Do-jun beamed and quickly said, "What I want is the Gasan Technology Complex in G-City, which is now called the Hero Complex. The trade of byproduct materials from the portals there is even greater than at the big corporations. Once I hunt enough mana crystals." Seo Do-jun wandered the streets with a backpack. After walking for a while, he bumped into a procurement shop and tapped his chin, thinking, maybe I should pick this place. The receptionist, looking sketchy, saw a customer walk in and said, "Welcome." Seo Do-jun entered and said, "I want to sell some mana crystals." The cashier perked up upon hearing that. "You've come to the right place. We offer the best buying rates in the entire country, really, in all of South Korea." Hearing that, he dumped the mana crystals onto the table. The cashier saw the blood-stained stones and couldn't help but complain. "Seriously, at least wipe the blood off before bringing them in." Putting on a friendly face, she added, "You have quite a lot of mana crystals, though. Please wait a moment while I sort them." "Would you like some coffee while you wait?" He didn't really care, so he just sat there waiting for the clerk to inspect the stones. The clerk tapped away at a calculator at lightning speed and said, 12 low-grade crystals, 16 mid-low grade, and 5 high-low grade. The commission fee is 40% of the buying price. You're aware of that, right? Calculating that, the total amount you'll receive is 5,460,000 won. Hearing the absurd middleman fee, Seo Do-jun spoke up. "Hold on, I'm the one who went hunting and you're just buying them. You're going to take a 40% cut?" The clerk didn't expect that and was dumbfounded. Then, he immediately changed his attitude and gave a sinister smile. "Sir, it seems like you don't understand how things work around here. Normally, we take 45%, you know. I only lowered it for you. If you don't want to sell, take them back. I'm sure no other place will offer a higher price than mine." Seo Do-jun nonchalantly gathered his items and said, "All right, I'll take them back then." The clerk immediately pressed his hand down on the pile and, looking incredibly annoying, held out his other hand to pull a scam. "Now, sir, you have to pay the sorting fee, you know? The coffee isn't free either. That'll be 300 won for the sorting fee and 10 won for the coffee. Since we had to use expensive towels to wipe the blood off, you can't use those anymore, so please pay a total of 350 won, including the cost of the towels." He pulled his hand back and coldly challenged him. "I don't have any money to give you. If you like, go ahead and try to take it." The clerk gave a wicked grin. Like a dog emboldened by its own yard, he threatened, "You have to pay up, get it? We've got several C-rank heroes backing us up. You piece of trash." As soon as he finished, several burly men came out of the emergency exit. Scarface looked at the clerk and demanded, "What's going on? Why did you call me out? Is there another troublemaker?" Seo Do-jun shifted his gaze from the clerk to the thugs. Scarface looked down at him, trying to exert pressure. The clerk turned pale as a sheet and hid behind the counter, shaking like a leaf. Scarface let out a yelp and was sent flying toward the front desk. The C-rank hero lay flat, unable to get up. His two accomplices lay symmetrically on either side of him. Seo Do-jun dusted off his hands and rhythmically walked to the counter. He stood before the receptionist and declared, "From now on, the commission is 1%. Let's have smooth transactions from here on out. I'll be back next time." A while later, he went home and tossed a thick stack of cash onto the table. Grandma and Yoon-bai were stunned into silence. Grandma picked up the stack of money, weighing it, and asked hesitantly, "Seo Do-jun? What is all this money?" He awkwardly scratched his head, making up an excuse. "Oh, it's nothing. I lent some money to a friend a while back to help him start a business, and his business is doing really well now." Grandma asked suspiciously, "Do you really have a friend like that?" Seo Do-jun had to brush it off, saying, "Grandma, do you remember the neighborhood I grew up in? It's a friend I used to play with back then." Grandma squeezed the money in her hands, her aged voice trembling. "Of course I remember." Little Yoon-bai innocently chirped, "Big brother, does this mean we're rich now?" Seo Do-jun smiled gently, patted his sister's head and said, "From now on, yes." The little girl was overjoyed, running around the room shouting, "We're rich, we're finally going to be rich." Seo Do-jun watched her, his eyes filled with contemplation. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Grandma and Yoon-bi, let them live in the safest place possible. And then he disappeared before I could even answer. He looked in the mirror. Seo Do-jun's face now had a faint resemblance to the Sword Saint. When I woke up, I had become Seo Do-jun. The safest house in South Korea right now costs 110 billion won. I have no obligation to fulfill that one-sided promise. But as soon as my strength returns, that amount of money is nothing. Rifts, spatial portals, monsters. Everything here is weaker than in my old world. In a world that has already been destroyed to me, someone who was once the Sword Saint, this place is like a child's game. But even 10% of my power hasn't returned yet. Just as he was deep in thought, there was a knock at the door and a shout. Seo Do-jun, are you in there? He proactively stood up and told his grandma, I'll go check it out, you stay inside. With that, he went to open the door. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a guy with brown hair and one with yellow hair waiting. The brown-haired one smirked. Seo Do-jun, debts should be paid on time, right? The yellow-haired one added, do you even know how much you owe? It's 48 million gold. From his memories, he knew about this and sighed. This must be the loan sharks. The real Seo Do-jun borrowed money from before he died. The 5 million won in medical bills for his grandma had ballooned 10 times over in a short period. The brown-haired guy glared and shouted, you just made money from the portal, right? The yellow-haired one demanded he hand it all over. We're following the contract here, so don't act like you're being wronged. Just as he finished, the brown-haired one took a punch to the cheek, flew backward and slammed into the wall. The yellow-haired one was frozen in shock, looking back at his companion in horror. What the? Seo Do-jun didn't even let him think, cracking his knuckles. I've already paid back over 9 million won. If anything, I'm the one who should be getting a refund. The yellow-haired guy was terrified, stuttering. You? Are you really Seo Do-jun? Seo Do-jun raised his fist, his eyes full of murderous intent, and said, tell your boss I'll be visiting him in person very soon. He then proceeded to beat them up. The sound of punches echoed to the skies. A while later, he and his sister went to the shopping mall. They went into a toy store. Looking at the pile of adorable stuffed animals, she asked expectantly, can I really buy these? Am I allowed to get this doll? Seo Do-jun smiled kindly and said, we've already done our shopping now. Whatever you want, go ahead and pick it out. As I shared these memories with Seo Do-jun, the barren emotions within me began to change. It's just pity for now. But Seo Do-jun used to be kind to Yoon-bi, his half-sibling. At the very least, I'll protect that heart of his. After fiddling with it for a bit, the little girl asked cautiously, brother, can I choose this one? Seeing the raggedy stuffed rabbit in Yoon-bi's hands, he grabbed the chubby teddy bear she liked earlier and hugged it, saying, I told you, you can pick whatever you want. Yoon-bi smiled bashfully and scratched her head. Then the two of them headed to a restaurant for a meal. Just as they were enjoying their meal, someone called out, is that Seo Do-jun? Is it really you? Are you going to turn around and see? A chubby girl with two burly bodyguards came into view. She curled her lips into a fake, mocking smile. You're judging others while dressed like that? You don't look any better yourself. Who's the brat next to you? Causing trouble just like your mother. As soon as she said that, the atmosphere grew tense. Though Yoon-bi didn't have a clue what was going on. Who is this lady? Seo Do-jun didn't bother responding to her, but some people just can't leave well enough alone. Since the adult wouldn't bite, she set her sights on the little girl. She asked condescendingly, what's your name, kid? The little girl answered politely, Yoon-bi. With too much time on her hands, the woman sneered, you're a member of the family? Just look at the way you're dressed. Pathetic, just like your mother, isn't it? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Can't answer. The woman provoked them endlessly, but Seo Do-jun didn't react. Dissatisfied, she turned her aggression back toward the little girl. Hey brat, do you even know what the word daughter means? Does she know what's coming? Seo Do-jun coldly cut her off. You're as ugly as an ogre. The woman was stunned, speechless, insulted to her core. The sword god couldn't stand this woman anymore and showed his utter contempt. Seo Do-jun was born out of wedlock and lived in poverty. At 7, after his mother passed away, he was finally taken in by his biological father. He endured over 10 years of discrimination and humiliation, only to be completely abandoned after his stepmother gave birth to a son. Then he was kicked out onto the streets, forced to live with his grandmother, and a half-sibling he'd never met before. Seo Do-jun, what is your heart made of to be able to endure all of that? But everything is different now. The sword god stood up and looked down at her, scolding her. We've lived together for 22 years, and I still feel disgusted by you. From your face to your rotten personality, even that pig brain of yours, there's no hope left for you. You're jealous of girls who are prettier and better than you. And you've always lived with an inferiority complex. You're not even worth as much as this little girl. At least, she knows how to be considerate of her brother's finances. He finished scolding her and looked down at her as if he were a supreme being. The stepsister's eyes rolled back in anger. The two bodyguards were terrified. What did you say? Just as things were about to turn physical, a lady walked up. Seo Do-jun, long time no see. The girl ran to her like a child meeting an injustice. Mom, do you know what that bastard said to me? He told me. Her mother didn't want to hear it. She snapped. That's enough, step aside. What kind of uneducated behavior is this? Seo Do-jun, are you okay? No matter how busy you are, you should come home once in a while. The sword god felt nauseous, cursing inwardly. What a hypocrite. She was the one who tormented Seo Do-jun the most for 12 years. She continued to act concerned. Your father is also very worried about you. Seo Do-jun remarked coldly. Disgusting. We aren't the kind of relationship that can ask after each other, are we? Get out of my sight. The woman couldn't keep up the act. Her face was colder than an ice cellar. Hee-ju turned away in fury, and the girl stared at her mother in shock. The woman was confused, constantly asking herself, is this really the Seo Do-jun I know? The guy who used to bow his head and take it even when I slapped him for no reason. She was intimidated and hurriedly grabbed her bag to follow Hee-ju. Mom, wait for me. The two of them ruined a perfectly good meal. Let's go. Yoon-bi looked sad. Okay. The sword god looked into the distance, thinking to himself, Seo Do-jun, the person who was always silent when mistreated, is gone now. It's best if she realizes that. The sooner, the better. Their car sped down the highway. The stepsister regained her courage and whined, Mom, why did we just leave like that? We should have crushed that bastard. Do you know what he said to me? That jerk told me. Hee-ju touched up her makeup and called Director Lee. The other side replied, Yes, ma'am. She coldly interrogated him. Why is that Seo Do-jun brat still alive? Director Lee stroked his bald head and reported the truth. According to the report, Kang Chan-hu left Seo Do-jun inside the rift. That guy should be dead. Hee-ju couldn't suppress her impulse and screamed like a madwoman. That's right. So why is he still alive? Director Lee hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I will investigate again. The stepsister turned pale and her voice trembled. He should be dead. Mom, what did you just say? Hee-ju didn't care, staring blankly into space. Seeing her mother stay silent, the girl got even more anxious. Mom, what do you mean? What are you doing? Did you plan to kill Seo Do-jun? Hee-ju didn't even turn her head, asking indifferently, do you still have feelings for Seo Do-jun? Her daughter was struck by the truth and hurriedly defended herself. No, it's not like that. If Grandpa or Dad finds out about this. Hee-ju quickly covered her daughter's mouth, leaning in close, her face cold as steel. I'll handle this. You shut your mouth. The daughter was too terrified to utter a word. Hee-ju was fuming, thinking to herself, you dare talk back to me, you little dog. No matter what, I will make you disappear from this world. 10 years ago, spatial rifts suddenly appeared, and monsters poured out like a flood. People were slaughtered in masses, and the world quickly fell into chaos. But then heroes emerged. They were the ones who pulled the world back from the brink of extinction. At the same time, a strange substance was extracted from the monsters. Mana crystals. Mana crystals quickly replaced all old energy sources, and every nation scrambled to turn the rifts into teleportation gates. Now the entire global industry revolves around gates and heroes. To put it bluntly, if you want to make money in this world, you have to become a hero. He stood in front of a small office and muttered, This is it, the headquarters of the HCS group. Seo Do-jun strolled in and with a thud, opened the door. Hwang Seop was puffing on a cigarette, with a blonde guy and a brown-haired guy standing behind him. He shouted loudly, Who the hell are you? Dare to come here after smashing my men? Seo Do-jun looked for a moment and said, The more I think about it, the more I feel I've been shortchanged. Hwang Seop roared. Shortchanged? What the hell are you talking about? He said what he felt. I believe I deserve compensation for mental, physical, and financial damages for everything you people have caused. Hwang Seop heard this, and his brain went into overdrive. That timid kid from the past had really changed. Seeing how he handled his men, he must have awakened inside a gate. He leaned in close to intimidate him. Looks like you've found yourself a backer, huh? Let me tell you something. Do you know what happens to the trash who go around bragging about awakening? As soon as he finished, his gang of thugs swarmed out. Every single one of them looked like a hardened criminal, glaring down at him. Hwang Seop grabbed him by the collar, acting all high and mighty. Those guys? Sure, they act tough, but once they awaken their powers, they're nothing but trash. Listen to me. I've got plenty of losers like that working for me. They won't even let you get a word in. It was clear he wasn't looking for a civilized conversation, so he kept his distance to avoid getting dragged into the mess. He motioned for the guy to sit back down. I wasn't finished yet. The minion with glasses lunged forward, shouting, What? You little punk? You think you can talk to me like that? Seo Do-jun calmly snatched the glasses off his face, threw them away, and casually delivered a clean punch, right to his jaw. The guy hit the floor like a sack of potatoes, leaving everyone stunned. As he continued to beat each of them into submission, he said, "You guys aren't just running a loan shark business, right? I know you're forging legal documents too. If I want to make some real money, I need some heroes to help out." Once the first guy was out, the next one stepped up, only to get knocked out cold instantly. Another heavy hit to the head, and he was down for the count. At this moment, Seo Do-jun looked like a god of destruction. His gaze was absolutely terrifying. He regained his calm composure, almost sounding like he was issuing a direct order. "Clean this up. I don't want any loose ends. The deadline is tomorrow morning." They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The whole group broke out in a cold sweat. Hwang Seop's brain was practically fried, his CPU crashing in overload. This kind of power, he's not just a C rank. He might even be a B rank. Seo Do-jun grew impatient, waiting for a response. "Are you going to answer me or what?" Hwang Seop hurried to shout. "Yes, I'll do it. I'll take care of everything." Just when it felt like the ordeal was over, he grabbed him by the shoulder. "One more thing. Did Hong Hee-ju tell you to kill me?" At the mention of that name, her face flashed through his mind, but he didn't give him a second to breathe. He tightened his grip, and when he still didn't talk, he put pressure on his collarbone, causing the guy to shriek in agony. Hwang Seop screamed out. "It was Hong Hee-ju. It was her. She said she wanted to see you buried in debt until you killed yourself. That's what she told me. Let me go, please. Just let me go." Having gotten the answer he needed, Seo Do-jun let go, muttering to himself, "Suicide, huh? So that's why she locked me in the dungeon." Hearing that, Hwang Seop reflexively defended himself. "Locked you in the dungeon? I don't know anything about that. Seriously, I swear. If you died, I wouldn't get a single penny. Why would I ever send you in there? I'm telling the truth." Seeing the guy look like he was about to pee his pants, he stopped suspecting him. He stood there, lost in thought for a moment, then muttered, "Kang Chan-hu. He's the one who threw me into that dungeon. Get me all the information you have on him before tomorrow morning." Hwang Seop's voice trembled. "Yes, sir." Seo Do-jun walked out of the office, leaving the gang breathing a collective sigh of relief. Looking up at the clear blue sky, he thought of her. "Please, let her and Yoon-bai live in the safest place possible. Request officially granted." "Is that really all you want? Fine, I'll help you out." The next morning, holding his shiny new ID card, he went to the Dungeon Management Center and scanned it. A cold robotic voice announced, "Hero registration verified. Your rank is lower than the recommended level. Please proceed with caution and think carefully before entering." Seo Do-jun looked at the card and muttered, "That jerk at the office should have just bumped my rank up to A already." He walked right in despite the machine's warnings. "Your rank is lower than the recommended level. My rank is lower than what? Bamseam Dungeon, B rank, D scale, tunnel terrain, recommended A rank. Entry prohibited unless in a group of 2 or more." It was a B rank dungeon, but because it was only a D scale, soloing it was pretty tough. However, because it was a tunnel-structured dungeon, it only allowed 1 person inside at a time, so, unless you were at least A rank, clearing it was basically impossible. If you were unlucky, you'd have to fight hundreds of monsters alone in the pitch-black tunnels. Right in front of him was a giant snake with shimmering, beautiful scales, emitting a deadly aura. Seo Do-jun was loving it. He put on his gauntlets and said with a grin, "Nice." The snake flicked its venom-soaked tongue out. Without even blinking, he snatched the magic crystal. With its companion killed right in front of it, the yellow snake hissed in a bloodthirsty rage. After finishing the first one, Seo Do-jun turned back and narrated, "Black Fang Viper. Even a graze is enough to paralyze your whole body." He leaped high into the air and landed hard, his feet spinning like a top. He struck from all angles, carving deep gashes from head to tail, even tearing through its tough hide. Once that one was down, his gauntlets were completely soaked in snake venom. Looking at the corrosion, he estimated it was worth about 300 grams. Another hiss echoed. More were coming. Seo Do-jun braced himself. This time, they brought the whole family to swarm him. He kept making contact with those venomous snakes, getting more fired up the longer he fought. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the venom they spat was like a torrential downpour. Before long, Seo Do-jun was the only one left standing in the tunnel. He reached in to grab the loot, then tilted his head in confusion. "No magic crystals? Seriously, none?" He thought to himself. If it's like my previous world, the drop rate for Black Fang magic crystals is less than 3%. Looks like I'll have to hunt a few hundred more. He passed through the tunnel and emerged into a lush, vibrant forest. He noticed some dry skeletons filled with death energy nearby, then followed the gaze of a skull. Is that a boss? Seeing a snake 3 or 4 times bigger than the ones he'd faced before, he dropped his backpack and muttered, I didn't even know where I was going, yet here it is. Convenient. Time to finish this quick and head back. But this time, his attack bounced off and his wrist throbbed. Seeing the handprint clearly pressed into the snake's body, he was stunned. My attack didn't even faze it. Before Seo Do-jun could think of a counter, the tail whipped around and smacked him. He went flying into the wall. That tail swipe really stung. Seo Do-jun took a moment to catch his breath. As the boss snake slithered closer, he forced himself to stand up and barely dodged a lethal strike. Right after evading, he pushed off the ground and rocketed toward the boss snake. He practically flew at it, landing a punch that cracked a portion of its scales. Looking at its eyes, it seemed the monster finally considered him a real threat. Facing an enemy with superior power, he couldn't help but wonder. Just as he predicted, it was completely different from the regular snakes. Its skin was so hard that his punches did nothing. What do I do now? If I had my old strength back, something like this wouldn't be a problem. Just as he felt backed into a corner, a glimmer of light caught his eye. Seo Do-jun looked over and saw an old sword. He hesitated for a second, then closed his eyes, accepted his fate, and pulled out the blade muttering, It's old, but I don't have a choice. No matter how dull the blade is, it's all about the wielder. He held the sword. Let me borrow you for a moment to dodge those fangs. He gathered his strength and leaped, making sure to wrap his gauntlets around the hand holding the sword. His pupils narrowed, and with a ruthless, decisive tone, he said, Consider it an honor to fall by my hand. That damn snake. He gripped the sword tight, the boss hissed fiercely, opening its maw and lunging forward. The sword god focused his mind until his eyes seemed to disappear, and with one strike, he shattered the boss's head, though the sword broke into pieces in the process. Seo Do-jun held his stance for a moment, his lips pressed shut, then breathed a sigh of relief. If I hadn't taken it down with that, I'd be toast. He stared at his new loot as venom rained down from the sky. Seo Do-jun collected a new material, evaluating its potential for a weapon. A bit short compared to a long sword, but with a little grinding it'll do. Still, it's definitely better than that portal back in Namsan. Thank goodness. It was already late at night when I finally got out of there. Seo Do-jun sighed, realizing he hadn't expected a B-rank portal to eat up so much time. Regaining his strength really had to be his top priority right now. I just hope my old brothers don't see me in such a sorry state. The next morning, at that same shop he'd visited before, a hunter placed his loot on the counter. The clerk tallied things up and said, You've gathered quite a lot of magic crystals. The commission is still 40% as usual. The hunter looked a bit dissatisfied and tried to haggle. What? 40%? That's way too expensive. I'm a regular, can't you cut me some slack? The clerk counted the money while grumbling, Come on, you know how it is. We offer the lowest commission in the market. The basic processing fee for the central portal alone is 5%, and we don't leave any transaction trail, so you don't even have to pay taxes. When you think about it, a deal like this actually works out better for you, right? The hunter realized that made sense and started counting his money. Yeah, I guess you've got a point. But hey, what's up with your face? The clerk shrugged, feeling helpless. Don't even ask. Some lunatic broke in, beat up our guards, and I got caught in the crossfire. The hunter pocketed the cash and kept on rambling. That's why I'm telling you, don't rely on those C-rank bodyguards. Look at their actual skills, not just their rank. Ranks are just something bureaucrats made up for easier management. Real combat ability is a whole different story. How can someone who just got their license and stands around guarding a door compare to a hero who risks their life hunting monsters every day? The clerk thought to himself, Man, if you're done, just leave already. You talk way too much. The hunter winked and said with a grin, We've known each other for a long time, so if you ever need anything, just give me a call. He headed toward the exit. Right at that moment, Seo Do-jun arrived. As soon as the shopkeeper saw that god of bad luck appear, he panicked by reflex. He pointed straight at him and shouted, That's him! The guy who did this to me. The hunter turned his head, looking incredulous. Huh? This guy? He looks pretty sharp and well-dressed to be causing trouble here. Hey, are you the one who stirred up all this chaos? Calling yourself a hero but hitting innocent people? Don't you know heroes aren't supposed to mess with civilians? The shopkeeper smirked to himself, feeling smug. The guy you just hit is a 7-year veteran hero. He's got connections everywhere, knows tons of high-ranking and low-ranking heroes. You're done for if you mess with him. Seo Do-jun looked back and retorted, Worry about yourself before you start preaching. That was like throwing gasoline on a fire. The shopkeeper was even more thrilled. Seo Do-jun didn't fear anyone at all. Are you going to keep going, or do you plan on standing up for them? The hunter's hand clenched tight in a moment of pure rage. Do you want to die? He's dead. The number one reason heroes die isn't monsters. It's conflicts with other heroes. His 7 years of intuition immediately activated his runaway mode. Let's meet again some other time. I'm busy. If you'll excuse me. Seeing his backup just walk away, the clerk froze. Seo Do-jun pressed him. You don't seem to like me very much, huh? The clerk turned pale with fear. Not waiting his answer, he threw a backpack full of magic crystals onto the counter and said indifferently, calculate the total. Looking at the sparkling stones inside, the clerk felt the pressure. What is this? High-level magic crystals? Who the hell is this guy? Unable to resist the temptation, he started typing on the calculator, then screamed in shock. It's 150 million won in total. When Seo Do-jun heard that, he was secretly displeased. I spent the whole day grinding and only got 150 million. But on the surface, he remained calm. Hand over the 150 million. The clerk hurriedly said. Seeing that sword-like gaze, he thought, did I say something wrong? Luckily, Seo Do-jun remembered that detail, let out a breath and said, right, 1% commission. So, 148.5 million. Bring it out. The clerk cursed in his head. What? The commission is 40%. Are you deaf? But out loud he only dared to say, well, transactions over 100 million require approval from my superior. Seo Do-jun looked at him and commanded, then go get it approved right now. The clerk called his boss, speaking in a low, shaky voice. Yes, boss, it's like this. Seeing the other side pick up, Seo Do-jun snatched the phone. He said directly to the person on the other end, did you hear me clearly? Tell him to transfer the money to me. The shop owner replied politely, I understand. Please put my employee back on the phone. Before the boss could finish, Seo Do-jun smashed the phone against the wall. Feeling the phone heat up and hearing the order from the god of bad luck. His boss said he understood and to bring out the money. The clerk didn't dare say another word and immediately complied. Yes, sir. Seo Do-jun left the shop carrying several bags full of money. Next time, try to be more civilized with your transactions. The clerk cried, thinking, since when does a civilized transaction only benefit one side? 10 minutes later, the shop owner finally arrived. He asked anxiously, hello? Why didn't you answer? What was that call about? The clerk was completely exhausted and said tiredly, boss, I quit. I can't do this anymore. Seeing the phone embedded in the wall, the owner's eyes went dark as the clerk stared at him, looking hopeless. The shop owner made a call for backup. Hello, is this Han Hyunju? It's your uncle, I need you to come over for a bit. On the other end of the line was a girl, and everyone passing by looked at her in amazement. Walking in luxurious black heels, the crowd gathered around her, making her look like a famous celebrity. Is that really Han Hyunju? It's actually her. Amidst the admiration, Han Hyunju walked into her uncle's shop, followed by the sound of the bell ringing. Welcome, dear customer. As soon as the clerk saw her, he shouted, oh my god. Han Hyunju smiled as she took off her sunglasses and winked playfully. Yes, it's me. The clerk was beyond surprised, thinking, Han Hyunju, the 4th-ranked S-class hero in Korea. I heard she was the owner's niece, but why is she here? Han Hyunju seemed to read his mind and took the initiative to explain. My uncle said he had a headache because a hero came and forced someone to sell magic crystals. Can I get the details? Seo Do-jun and Yoon-bi were hanging out in the yard, one playing with dolls, the other practicing. Even if I hunt all day, it's hard to make 100 million. At this rate, I'll be too late. I have to be strong enough to clear an S-rank portal, even if it's just one day earlier. To do that, the most important thing right now is to regain my past strength. But unlike my old world, mana in the air here is extremely scarce. Even if I collect mana like this every day, it'll take 3 years, maybe even longer. It would be better if I had decent equipment. But there isn't much gear here. Even scrap metal is rare. Just as he was deep in thought, he sensed danger. The little girl who was having fun playing saw her brother run over. He grabbed Yoon-bi and ran inside. Yoon-bi, you have to get inside. Seo Do-jun got her in and slammed the door shut immediately. His grandmother, seeing him so urgent, asked confusedly, what's going on, Seo Do-jun? Suddenly, the whole apartment shook. His grandmother screamed, an earthquake. It's an earthquake. Yoon-bi was also frightened and started screaming hysterically, her senses extremely sharp. Seo Do-jun thought to himself, that's not an earthquake. Look at the sky, it's pitch black and it's even cracking. The cracks spread wider and wider like a spider web. A crack at the center of the world, right in his own backyard, a rift. His grandmother asked in a panic, Seo Do-jun, what in the world is happening? He warned her with a stern look, it's dangerous, everyone, stay inside the house, don't come out. And with that he leapt straight into the rift. No matter how much his grandmother or little sister called out, he didn't look back. Seo Do-jun, brother. At that same moment at the CE Hero Association, the staff suddenly erupted in shouts, Captain! A rift just appeared in Mappo. The manager pondered for a second before giving orders. A new rift after 62 days. The White Lion Guild is closest to Mappo. Contact them immediately. Quickly mobilize any other heroes nearby. Where exactly is the rift? The subordinate replied, in the courtyard of a private residence. The senior manager let out a bitter laugh. A private residence? That's trouble. If a normal person who isn't a hero enters a fresh rift, they won't be able to come back out. His head started buzzing. It gets worse. If they lose their lives, a monster wave will terrorize the area for 10 days. If that happens, the whole area will be. The manager asked again, have you identified the person who entered the rift yet? The blonde agent said, his name is Seo Do-jun. He's a resident of the house where the rift appeared. His grandmother said he entered the rift to save his younger sister. So, he's not a hero. Up until now, when a normal person enters a fresh rift, what is the probability of a monster wave occurring? The blonde agent hesitated for a moment before answering, 99.9%. Hearing that hellish statistic, the room went silent. At that same moment, Heju was losing her temper with her subordinate. She fumed, unable to believe what she was hearing. Awakened? Seo Do-jun awakened? What the hell are you talking about? Director Lee replied with absolute certainty. He still hasn't registered with the Hero Association, but he definitely awakened at the last gate. Hearing this, Heju flew into an even bigger rage, cursing, what the hell is that bastard Kang Chan-hu doing? Everything shouldn't have ended bastard yourself. Why make things so complicated? And he already took the money. Manager Lee said, I told that bastard Kang Chan-hu that if he didn't kill Seo Do-jun, he'd have to pay back 10 times what he received. I don't need to contact Kang Chan-hu anymore. What do you mean? Director Lee's face turned pale. A new rift just appeared in Mappo, at Seo Do-jun house. We've also confirmed that Seo Do-jun entered the rift. This news will be officially announced to the media soon. Hearing that, her mood improved slightly as she muttered, so that means we won't have to deal with that vulgar bastard ever again. Right? Director Lee hesitated. That's right, but it only helps a little. She was still bitter. Heju said in a low voice, keep an eye on things until it's confirmed. Director Lee answered reluctantly, yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, inside the rift, Seo Do-jun was standing in a primeval forest filled with lush greenery. Seo Do-jun felt the vast, magnificent nature, and his heart stirred. He couldn't believe this was the forest he remembered from when he was young. The shape of the forest, every branch, every blade of grass, and of course the wind. The amount of mana overflowing in the air, even the look of the sky and the clouds, was extraordinary. Maybe if I go this way, he smiled refreshingly. Just as I thought. The World Tree. An ancient soul tree that holds the flow of pure mana. The reason the previous world was destroyed was because this tree was burned and the mana flow was ruined. I can't believe the World Tree is still peaceful. I don't know how, but now I can regain my past mana. Seo Do-jun sat down, feeling excited and eager to cultivate. He immersed himself in this high-level cultivation space. Day after day, he sat in the hollow of the World Tree, meditating. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, he forgot to eat and sleep, focusing entirely on his breathing. He trained diligently like that until the night of the full moon. Seo Do-jun snapped out of his intense cultivation mode due to the presence of a pack of monsters. Vana. Seo Do-jun looked down at his old enemies, quietly settling his debts. These were the ones who had burned the World Tree in the past. They were rushing like crazy toward the tree. Seo Do-jun habitually looked at his side, thinking it would be better if he had a water elemental sword. But the Vana monsters wouldn't give him the time. Seo Do-jun ignited his mana and quickly decided, it doesn't matter, I'll crush every last one of them. Blue mana surrounded his body. He reached out and released pure mana to attack the intruders. The Vana that got hit by Seo Do-jun mana clutched their heads and shrieked. Seo Do-jun's eyes went cold as he stared at them. Seeing him easily destroy their companions, the rest of them became much more cautious. The Vana didn't dare to recklessly approach Seo Do-jun. He released his mana, which condensed into gas and detonated. This fighting style was also quite inconvenient. It's been a while since I've released this much mana all at once. They kept a safe distance, planning to use long-range attacks. In the smoke-filled space, mana bullets came flying toward him. Just centimeters away, they were nullified by a mana shield he had erected. Seo Do-jun used mana to lift his body into the air and muttered, "I've confirmed the world tree is still safe. Now let's test the mana in my body with these eyes." Saying that, he cracked his neck, loosened up, and headed toward the Vanna. Seeing him getting closer, the Vanna continued to howl, but before they could fire their mana bullets, he finished them off. His mana surged right into the mouths of the Vanna, dealing damage from the inside and causing them to explode. Two unfortunate Vanna died in the blast. Where their bodies dissolved, a mana crystal fell out. Seo Do-jun glanced past the crystals, muttering mindlessly, "Confirmation complete. Once I take care of you guys, I'll get the undying embers. I remember they have a pretty high drop rate. Let's see how many I can harvest from this bunch." To harvest the undying embers, Seo Do-jun went on a killing spree. He kept destroying them and dodging. After who knows how long, he returned to the hollow of the tree to reap the fruits of his labor. Among the pile of mana crystals, a sparkling golden seed appeared. That golden seed was Seo Do-jun's target. He picked it up and couldn't help but say to himself, "The undying embers. I never thought I'd get this again." He crushed the golden seed, and a flame burst into his palm. Seo Do-jun curiously poked at it, playing with it for a bit. "I want to absorb more mana from the world tree, but in my current physical state, that's not possible. The only thing I can do right now is absorb these embers and convert my mana to the fire attribute." Waiting until he finished swallowing an ember, he remembered the time he was the sword god, and his heart ached. "Back then, I didn't need to absorb these embers, but now it takes me 10 full minutes just to absorb one." Seo Do-jun rotated his arm to see if there were any changes, then looked at the golden seeds at his feet thinking, "I'll just absorb as many as I can." High in the sky, a massive rift suddenly appeared. Reporters and the media immediately swarmed the area along with the public. Seo Do-jun gritted his teeth and spat out a curse. "Damn it. Back then, I didn't even need to absorb these embers, but now it takes me a full 10 minutes just to absorb one." Seo Do-jun rotated his arm to see if there was any difference, then glanced at the gold pellets scattered at his feet, thinking to himself that he should just absorb as many as he could. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the sky. Reporters and media crews immediately swarmed the scene, joined by the crowd. Seo Do-jun gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it." He tilted his head back, staring outside with a look of extreme annoyance. It was all because of that crazy guy. What on earth is going on here? Hyun-woo Jin glanced at his watch, his tone remarkably relaxed. He claimed it was to save his sister, yet the scene outside remained exactly the same, with nothing changed at all. Sounds pretty noble, doesn't it? Rumor had it that it's easier to awaken inside a rift, so he just dove right in without a single thought for anyone else. If you want to die, go do it alone. Why drag others into your mess? Hearing these words from the person standing next to him, he smiled and asked, "So, what did the guild leader say?" Seo Ong-cheon replied with clear irritation, "Same as always, told us to just wait." However, he himself was feeling a bit confused. "But why?" Han Hyun-ju-jin muttered in a low voice, speculating. "It's probably because this time, rifts appeared simultaneously in the US, China, Turkey, and Switzerland. Even some other major nations are showing signs of rift activity. That must be why the guild leader is so busy. This is the first time something like this has happened. I heard the other side managed to get it under control right from the start." Seo Ong-cheon gritted his teeth, his brows knitted tightly together. "We're the only ones in trouble. It's all because of that cunning bastard. The first guy who crawled in there. Just wait until he comes back out. I'm going to smash his face in, I swear." Outside, the rift was emitting a gloomy, rumbling sound. Now the voice of the daily news anchor took over. "It has been 28 days since the new rifts appeared. The Hero Association has issued a Level 1 alert regarding the monster wave." On the screen, the image of a young man was displayed with his face blurred. "If the first person to enter the rift does not return in the next 2 days." Someone suddenly reached out and grabbed the remote to turn off the TV. Hwang Seop puffed on a cigarette, lost in thought, and remarked, "You mean to say that Seo Do-jun is Seo Do-jun?" Director Kim Eun-ung bowed slightly, the light reflecting off his glasses. "That's right, I've had it verified. It is definitely Seo Do-jun." Director Kim Eun-ung. He was the right-hand man of Hwang Seop. After a brief pause, he asked, "What are the odds that the guy actually survives and makes it back?" He quickly speculated, if he were a civilian, it goes without saying. About 1%. Not even 0.1%. A twisted, smug smile spread across Hwang Seop's lips. A civilian? How laughable. Hearing this, his subordinates bowed their heads like they were chopping wood. Those people in the Hero Association are truly blind to the facts. He lazily rested his cheek on his hand and brought up a possibility. What if that guy has already awakened? Kim Eon-ung thought quickly and immediately proposed a hypothesis. If he had awakened, it would still depend on his rank, and truthfully, that's hard to gauge. Hwang Seop sighed and leaned back in his chair. True, being good at fighting doesn't mean you can survive inside a rift. His next command caught him off guard. That Seo Do-jun, he has family, right? Keep them under watch. This order reminded him of Yoon-bai and his grandmother. What do you intend to do, sir? Hwang Seop just lowered his voice to deliver his decision. For now, treat them well. Then he took off his glasses, his face revealing a dark, sinister look. If he dies, sell his family's organs. But if he comes back alive, tell them we've been taking care of them. That way we create a debt. The scene shifted. A massive ancient tree bathed in brilliant light. Do-jun was currently focusing his energy to strengthen himself. How much time had passed? In his hand was a wisp of pale yellow energy, matching its name, Undying Ember. He had absorbed hundreds of them. The golden thread of energy swirled rapidly in his palm. Now I can use fire attribute mana at any time. My fire resistance has also increased significantly. Seo Do-jun's eyes glazed over, as he recalled his appearance when he was the sword god. If we're talking strictly about fire properties, I'm even stronger now than I was at my peak, when I was called the sword god. His hand gently touched the trunk of the ancient tree. His voice rang out slowly in the air. As it was then and as it is now, glittering rays of light from the world tree slowly drifted down. Thank you, world tree. Seo Do-jun then bent down to pick up some red gemstones and placed them in a basket. Slinging the basket over his shoulder, he softly said his goodbyes. We might not meet again. However, his eyes shimmered with resilience and determination. But if you are ever in danger, eventually, Seo Do-jun turned and walked away with a gentle, faint smile. I will protect you at all costs. The scene quickly shifted to the night, with the moon high in the sky. He gradually emerged from the rift, his toes touching the ground softly. Seo Do-jun tilted his head to observe the desolate surroundings. There was no one within a 1-kilometer radius. Everyone must have evacuated to prepare for the monster wave. As he looked toward the row of buildings ahead, a flash of light suddenly sparked. A powerful surge of energy was coming from that direction. Without a second thought, his entire body moved like a gust of wind. In an instant, Seo Do-jun appeared behind Han Hae-jin and the others. Watching them, he silently made a quick assessment. Judging by their uniforms, they looked like the people from the last gate. If he got caught, he'd be in big trouble. A golden flame from the Undying Ember skill quickly flared up in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Seo Do-jun decisively hurled it far away. The spark flew across the sky toward the rooftop of a nearby building. Finally it vanished, leaving only a flickering light. Suddenly, a massive deafening explosion rocked the air. He was stunned, unable to understand what was happening. What was that? What was that sound? Seo Ong-shiand turned his head toward the source of the sound and light, then hurriedly asked, Is there a fire? Both of them quickly rushed toward the fire in a panic. As soon as they arrived, the flames had already consumed the building. He opened his sharp eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening. What is this? Why is there a fire here? Meanwhile, Do-jun from a distance was carefully evaluating the effectiveness of his move. The accuracy when aiming with the fire attribute seems pretty good. He looked down at his hands, a deep sense of longing rising from within. Soo-hyuk, wasn't this the fire you used to be so proud of? The smug and confident image of the sword god was now stirred in his memories. You'd definitely be satisfied, because you were the strongest fire mage on the continent. Han Hae-jin's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricted to the limit. He started, turned around and knitted his brows. Wait. He looked toward the rift, which was showing signs of disturbance, and muttered, The rift, something feels strange. Seo Ong-chian couldn't help but be puzzled by that comment. What? In a flash, the rift began to shrink and then disappeared, and both of them rushed back toward where the rift had appeared. He quickly realized something unusual he hadn't noticed before. What? The rift? His stern face could not hide the shock. It's just fading away now. The rift was reduced to a few flickering rays of light before vanishing completely. Do-jun slowly walked up the stairs amidst the silence of the night. Suddenly, he turned his head, his eyes flashing with a terrifying, serious power. Early that morning, the city was broadcasting an urgent breaking news report. A new rift that had appeared in Mappo had vanished early this morning. On a company's LD screen, the anchor was still reporting. Today marks exactly 29 days since the person named S entered the rift. The Hero Association, which had braced itself for a monster wave, was caught off guard by this strange phenomenon and is currently investigating the cause. People walking on the street looked up at the screen, gossiping away, completely unaware that the very person they were talking about was standing right there. At the same time, a mysterious fire broke out at a junkyard near the rift area. They stopped to gossip together. That guy named S must have disappeared for good since he went into the rift, right? He deserved to die. Who in their right mind rushes into a rift the moment it appears? They spat out malicious words. After all, it was a dead man they were talking about. That's a bit harsh. How heartless can you be? If the rift hadn't vanished, the whole CEO's district would have become a battlefield. Seo Do-jun paused, reflecting on the news report. If it vanished, does that mean I won't be able to see the world tree again? What a shame. But maybe it's for the best. He looked up at the sunny sky, the dazzling sun shining down. Seo Do-jun told himself that he still had other things to protect. Suddenly, he stopped in front of an old office building that looked like it hadn't been in use for a long time. Inside the hallway, two men were chatting. Their cigarette smoke drifted throughout the old corridor. The scarred man smirked while holding a cigarette. Now that he's dead, that old lady and the girl will be finished soon too. The other man replied, "That's right. Our boss isn't an ordinary man. He'll at least squeeze 10 times more out of them." The scarred man puffed on his cigarette and continued, "Not to mention the old lady. That girl is probably going to grow up to be quite a beauty. The boss is probably figuring out every way to exploit her." As they were talking, a voice cut them off. Seo Do-jun stepped out from the shadows toward them and asked, "Where is your boss?" A car pulled up right in front of the old office, and someone in black shoes stepped out. Hwang Seop stepped out of the car, running his hands through his hair with arrogance, wearing a smile as if a burden had been lifted. "Finally, he's dead. Now I can sleep in peace." Suddenly, Hwang Seop turned to ask Ian Yu, "Manager Kim, what's on the schedule today?" He hurriedly flipped through his report notebook. "You have a lunch appointment with CEO B. "Nothing in the evening, sir." Right after that, he took off Forka's sunglasses and instructed, "Is that so? Contact Miss Kang. Tell her I'm coming over tonight and tell them to have some new girls ready." He understood immediately. "Yes, sir." The two of them walked up the old office stairs, when suddenly, Hwang Seop's eyes widened in shock. As soon as he arrived, he saw his underling kicked away, the guy's blood splattering right in front of Hwang Seop, leaving him speechless with his mouth agape. The guy was kicked into a corner, crashing into a pile of equipment. Seo Do-jun stood still watching him, coughing heavily, his voice sounding like the Grim Reaper as he commanded Hwang Seop. "Why don't you crawl over here like a dog?" Hearing his name, the man trembled, sweat pouring down like beads. Seo Do-jun suddenly sprang up, sitting comfortably on a nearby chair, looking down at Hwang Seop, who was kneeling on the ground, his voice deadly. "Are you deaf?" Terrified, the man had no choice but to crawl toward him. His hair hung down, obscuring his face so his expression couldn't be seen. He coldly ordered, "Bark. A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to be called a human." Seo Do-jun growled while the other man kept his head bowed. "Bark like a dog now." Weak, trembling sounds echoed through the room. Hwang Seop opened his mouth wide in terror, barking incessantly, spit flying everywhere. "Woof, woof, woof!" His two underlings turned to face the wall, ignoring the scene, too afraid to help. Hwang Seop didn't stop barking. Seo Do-jun looked down, unsatisfied, and continued to command. "Bark louder." He sat in the chair, growling with anger. "In front of me, you grovel, pretending to be loyal, acting like you'd give your life for me, but as soon as there's a gap, you stab me in the back." Seo Do-jun's gaze was murderous as he asked, "Hwang Seop, do you think I haven't dealt with your kind before?" Hwang Seop smashed his head against the floor, begging, "Please, I beg you, spare my life. I'll be as loyal as a dog to you for the rest of my life." Seo Do-jun kicked him square in the chin. "Shut your mouth." Hwang Seop spit out blood, flying away in pain. Seo Do-jun turned his gaze to the bespectacled manager, giving him an order. "From now on, you will be the boss. Stop bowing your head to a beast like this anymore." He continued to tell him, "Overthrowing your superior isn't a big deal for you guys, right? I give you permission. Go ahead and do it." Manager Kim Eun-yu bit his lip in fear. He bowed deeply, politely refusing. "Our boss has many powerful connections. If I suddenly become the boss, they'll find it suspicious." His sweat poured down continuously, his voice trembling in a plea. "So please, don't do this. Please spare my boss this one time." Seo Do-jun looked at him with a murderous gaze. "Why are you being so annoying? Aren't you guys experts at stuffing people into oil drums and tossing them into the sea, or crushing them in the junkyard?" He lost his patience and said something that filled them with utter terror. "If that's the case, I'll throw him into the gate as monster bait." Hearing that, Huang Xiop hurriedly banged his head on the floor, begging to be spared. Please, I beg you, spare my life. Just let me live, and I'll live like a dog for the rest of my days. The underlings banged their heads in unison with him. I beg you, Seo Do-jun thought with disgust. If he fixed Huang Xiop now, it would be cleaner and less trouble for the future. But he sighed and said to himself, have I gone soft? He reached out his hand like a lifeline. Seeing this, Huang Xiop thought Seo Do-jun was forgiving him and looked up with a joyful face. He trembled, reaching for his hand, continuously saying, I'm sorry for everything I've done. As he was speaking, a flash of light suddenly appeared from the hand. From now on, I'll treat you as my master, okay? The moment his hand touched his, it was seared by the flames from Seo Do-jun's palm. Huang Xiop screamed in agony. In Seo Do-jun's eyes, the man was screaming miserably. He used a threatening tone, this is your last chance. Seo Do-jun pulled his hand back quickly. Huang Xiop's hand, now charred black, hit the cold floor. He turned his back and walked away, while the man behind him continued to wail. Seo Do-jun turned back to warn him. From now on, if my loved ones get so much as a scratch, you will all die. So protect them properly, 24 hours a day, for the rest of your lives. There were many rumors about Seo Do-jun. Officially speaking, Seo Do-jun was a person who had vanished along with the rift. Sunlight shone onto the entrance of the W.C. Donnell shop. Seo Do-jun and his younger sister were sitting inside the store. She was enthusiastically eating her bread, while the government, the Hero Association, and all kinds of media. The news is all over the place, treating Do-jun like a dead man. News reports about himself flash across his phone screen as he stares at them, deep in thought. Looking out the window, Seo Do-jun's face shows a cynical, world-weary expression. Even if I say I made it back alive, it'll only cause more trouble. He watches Yoon-bi, who is smiling with her cheeks puffed out, munching on bread. The housing agent will find us a new place soon, so it's better to move out slowly. The little girl enjoys the bread in her hands. With a few crumbs still stuck to her mouth, she looks up and smiles at him. I'm so happy we're moving soon. Seo Do-jun says to her, now you can go to daycare just like the other kids, and that's not all. You'll start school next year too. Upon hearing that, Yoon-bi's mood instantly sours. Seeing this, Seo Do-jun panics and asks why. What's wrong? You don't want to go to daycare? The little girl replies sadly. Yeah, Yoon-bi reveals the reason, leaving him stunned. The other kids keep teasing me because I don't have parents. Seo Do-jun turns away, biting his lip hard. He looks back at the girl, his voice softening in comfort. It's okay, then you don't have to go. You don't need to see those kids anyway. Just start school straight away next year. Yoon-bi's mood brightens instantly upon hearing his promise. Really? So I don't have to go to daycare anymore. Seo Do-jun replies gently. Don't go. He thinks frustratedly. Should I just put her in a prestigious private school so no one can ever look down on her? An angry voice echoes from inside the hotel. What? Leaving a grandmother and a child in a hotel? Do-jun is questioning someone. Kim Ian-ung, are you guys even okay? The man breaks into a cold sweat while explaining. This hotel is managed by our company. Regarding safety, Do-jun finally gives in to the arrangement. Fine, whatever. He opens the door and walks in. Yoon-bi shouts in delight, Big brother. She runs over to hug him tightly. Do-jun's beloved grandmother reaches out to hold his hand overjoyed. Do-jun, you really made it back. Yoon-bi hugs him tightly, bursting into tears. Seo Do-jun stands there, flustered by the scene, frozen in place. He smiles at his grandmother and replies, Yeah, I'm home now. Yoon-bi's question brings him back to reality. Big brother, are you a hero too? Hearing the question, Seo Do-jun asks with interest, Why? Do you want me to be a hero? The girl holds her bread and replies, I'd rather you weren't a hero. Do-jun, curious, asks, Why is that? The girl hesitates before explaining, because heroes have to fight scary monsters, and sometimes they die. Yoon-bi's face is filled with sadness. My family, grandma and me, we just want you to stay with us for a long, long time. He opens his mouth but can't find the words. Seo Do-jun bites his lip and stays silent. Yoon-bi's earnest voice still rings in his ears. Big brother, we just want you to stay with us for a long, long time. Seo Do-jun remembers the terrifying scenes from the past. Even in the harsh world of the past, there were still those who survived until the very end. He sits atop the remains of the ferocious beasts he had slaughtered. Throughout the long time spent fighting monsters, I lost so much. He remembers the moment Yoon-bi ran to hug him. But now something precious I had forgotten has returned to me. Thinking of the meals with the girl and his grandmother, Do-jun becomes determined to protect them. In this place, I will live to protect that simple happiness. Helicopters fly over the city, surveying the situation. At the Korea Hero Association, the headquarters is incredibly massive and grand. Nate Wang, the founder of the Korea Hero Association and director of the World Hero Federation, looks down at the city from high above. Are we truly unable to find anything? The girl beside him answers nervously. No, sir. At the moment, we haven't been able to identify anything. I am truly sorry. Nate Wang sighs, frustrated. This is so annoying. If a rift can disappear out of nowhere, it could just as easily reappear at any moment. She glances at him and carefully replies, yes, such an unpredictable variable is truly dangerous. If it just caused a monster wave, it might be easier to handle, he says, sounding displeased. Watch your tongue. Nate Wang turns his head sharply to say, think about the safety of the citizens and be grateful that it hasn't gone further than this. Realizing she misspoke, the girl quickly apologizes. I apologize. I will be more careful with my words next time. He is a man of immense power. Nate Wang is one of the 100 most respected heroes in the world. If he ran for president, he would surely win with the highest vote percentage in history. People even say he could easily bring down major conglomerates if he wanted to. But what he cares about is neither politics nor power, only the safety of the citizens and preparations for the rifts. He gives instructions and turns away. Take your time if you must, but investigate thoroughly. She informs Nate Wang. Also, it seems the residents near the rift area have agreed to sell their homes. Hearing this, his voice turns gentle. Is that so? That's good. Nate Wang always prioritizes the rights of the citizens. Remember to pay higher than the market price so they don't feel cheated. If doing that brings even a little comfort to those who have lost loved ones, it's worth doing. He turns to work on his computer. Nate Wang silently evaluates what is on the screen. After watching for a moment, he says to the girl, it seems these rifts are appearing simultaneously in other countries as well. This is not normal at all. She asks cautiously, didn't the United States and China already finish handling theirs? He hesitates slightly. The problem is the United Kingdom. Nate Wang explains, deep in thought. All the talented heroes have been deployed elsewhere. A notification suddenly pops up on the computer screen. He clicks to view it and immediately becomes terrified. No way, what the hell is happening? Urgent information appears. The agency has switched to a breaking news alert status. The World Hero Federation issues an emergency report. A monster wave has appeared from a rift in the United Kingdom. Alert, alert, alert. Nate Wang cannot believe this news. A rift in the UK. Early one morning at a shopping center, people are busy shopping. Do-jun, with a bag slung over his shoulder, blends into the crowd on the street. In front of a small shop. He opens the door and walks in. The clerk, who was about to greet a customer, suddenly freezes. Seeing Do-jun walk in, the clerk screams in fear and hurriedly reports to the manager. Sir manager, that's the guy. The manager hears this, puts down the newspaper he was reading, and asks, so this is the guy. He stands up from his chair and asks him, is it you? You forced a sale of mana crystals when I was away. Do-jun drops the bag from his shoulder. Good. I have plenty of mana crystals to sell today, and I need someone high-ranking to process this quickly. He throws the bag he was carrying onto the floor with a thud. The manager looks at the bag on the ground and evaluates it. Looks like you brought another pile of low-grade, unprocessed stones just like last time, huh? Thinking this, the manager flatly refuses. I'm not doing business with you. Please take your things and leave. Seo Do-jun asks suspiciously, no business? He waved his hand, signaling for you to leave before turning his back to walk away. It seems you still don't get it. A 1% commission fee is a huge loss for me. I'm done negotiating with you. So, you'd better just take your things and go. Seo Do-jun smiled and let out a breath. You'll regret this. He stopped and said, honestly, talking to you is just a waste of time. But for your information, there's a reason even the Gate Center charges a 5% fee. The distribution structure of magic crystals isn't as simple as you think. His face darkened as he advised him, forget it. Grab your bag, get out, and never come back. Seo Do-jun didn't leave. Instead, he pushed the briefcase forward with his foot. The dazzling crystals inside spilled out instantly. The employee and the manager stared in shock. The manager's glasses even slid off, his eyes wide with disbelief. The manager's heart raced at the sight. Wait, are those heroic magic crystals? Heroic magic crystals were rumored to be worth any price, so why were they here? Seo Do-jun crossed his arms and looked at them. If you don't want them, I'm leaving. The crystal with the blue tint was a heroic magic crystal created by a drug lord, a notorious drug lord named Karaman in Mexico. While analyzing magic crystals to produce drugs, the energy was so powerful it shattered everything around it. This crystal was incredibly potent, having triggered the latent power within the stone and awakened into a heroic crystal. Since then, this type of stone has become famous as an essential material for awakening and enhancing magic power. Heroic magic crystals became the most hunted items among superpowered individuals, serving as both a rare energy source and a high-priced commodity. The two men stood there, mouths agape, staring at the heroic magic crystals. He put his hands in his pockets and told them, "Put them back, I'm leaving." Seeing him about to walk away, the manager quickly changed to a respectful tone. "Valued customer, could you please sit down and wait a moment?" The employee at the counter was using a cloth to wipe each crystal. Seo Do-jun was drinking water. The manager spoke cautiously. "Sir, he's sitting across from you discussing the price. I think a 0.5% fee is a bit too harsh." Seeing it wasn't to his liking, Seo Do-jun stood up. "If you don't like it, forget it." The manager quickly explained, "No, it's not that I don't like it. I'm just curious." He asked carefully, "Why did you change it to 0.5%? Seo Do-jun replied coldly, "Because I'm annoyed." Realizing he had angered him, the manager quickly bowed his head. "I'm sorry, I am truly sorry. I was being rude." He stared him down with eyes as sharp as knives. "I've heard enough apologies. Just tell me if you're willing to adjust the fee or not." The employee glanced at him, full of resentment. Such a stubborn guy, he had absolutely no manners. The manager finally gave in. "Fine," he said, before launching into a long explanation, saying magic crystals were rare items, so for a major partner, they could sell at cost with zero commission. "But you don't sell heroic magic crystals every day, right?" "That's true. But when selling, how about this time we offer you 10%, Seo Do-jun?" After hearing that, he just shut them down with one sentence. It was too long-winded, so he stood up to leave. "If you don't like it, then forget it." The manager quickly shouted, 9%. "We're really taking a loss at this rate." Seo Do-jun replied, "Then don't take a loss." Seeing him continue to walk away, the manager kept dropping the price. 8%. "If the chairman finds out, he'll kill me." Seo Do-jun calmly replied, "Then don't let him find out." He kept lowering the percentage, desperate to keep him. 7%. "It can't go any lower." Seo Do-jun sighed. "Who told you that you had to make a concession?" 6%. "I swear there's no profit left. How are we supposed to do business with no profit?" The employee, still wiping the crystals, looked at the two of them in frustration. The manager remained on his knees, head bowed. Seo Do-jun looked down at him from above and said, "For the sake of our history, I'll give you 1%. Inside, the manager was screaming in protest, but he didn't dare say a word. "This daylight robber." Seo Do-jun used his trump card. "I should tell you this first." He dropped a bombshell that made both of them stare in shock. "I have about 7 more bags like this." The manager hurriedly shouted, "Hey, what are you standing there for? Get the contract out here." The employee quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Seo Do-jun walked out of the shop, stopping to look at the screen showing the amount he had just received. Gunstone Man had transferred 67 billion won. Checking his account, he looked at the screen thinking, with this amount, buying that 1.1 billion won villa wouldn't be far off. He pursed his lips, thinking, the problem is, to get high-level crystals, those few gates aren't enough. Seo Do-jun had an idea. If only he could move through the rifts freely, that would be great. The manager stepped out and was startled to see him still outside. He looked at Seo Do-jun and asked, "What is it? Is there an energy surge?" He ignored him, focusing on his phone. The manager looked at his screen and understood. It was just an emergency government text. "The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just recorded an energy surge in the Sao Run area. We advise tourists and staff to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of citizens." Seo Do-jun went silent upon seeing the message. He calmly stared at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs administrative warning. The message content now displayed. Emergency administrative notice. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just recorded an energy surge in the Sao Run area. We advise tourists and staff to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of citizens. See more. Seeing this, Seo Do-jun's eyes flickered, but then he acted as if nothing was wrong, put his phone away, turned, and left only a vague remark. People without power really are. On the bustling street, Seo Do-jun walked alone, his mind full of thoughts. In the past, no matter where he was or which association requested it, he would have immediately entered the zone. His back was resolute and steady back then, but he wouldn't live like that anymore. Scene change. A barbecue restaurant, where someone was flipping juicy pieces of meat on the grill. Yoon-bi sat to one side, staring at the meat and swallowing her saliva, her eyes full of hunger. Despite the child's hungry gaze, The server kept flipping the meat. Today, Seo Do-jun had taken his grandmother and the little girl out for a truly hearty meal. Seo Do-jun's grandmother awkwardly flipped through the menu to check the prices, feeling pained by the cost of just a few pieces of meat, which ran into the thousands of won. Seo Do-jun, 250,000 won. Isn't that too expensive? Seo Do-jun sat opposite her, took a sip of water, and replied with a hint of confidence. I earned quite a bit this time, Grandma. Just eat comfortably. Don't worry. Yoonbi didn't care much. Seeing someone pick up a piece of meat for her, she quickly opened her mouth to taste it. After just one bite, the explosion of flavor made her eyes go wide with shock. Her face was filled with joy, as if she had taken a bite of heaven. Yoonbi happily exclaimed, "It's so good." Seo Do-jun's grandmother sat beside them, looking at the meat, hesitant to touch her chopstick. Seeing her dilemma, Seo Do-jun silently stared at something. Without waiting, Seo Do-jun immediately called the waitress nearby to order more. Fresh short ribs, marbled shoulder, top blade, and ribeye. I'll take 4 portions of each, please. Mrs. Do-run, seeing him being so extravagant, asked with concern. That's so much. How will we ever finish it? Why did you order so much? Seo Do-jun picked up a piece of meat with his chopstick, smiling comfortably to reassure her. Don't worry, Grandma. Just eat to your heart's content today. Grandma, you need to eat a lot too. Mrs. Do-run couldn't stop him and just sighed helplessly. Beside her, Yoonbi quickly held a piece of meat up to her grandmother's mouth. Oh my goodness! The little girl held the meat in front of her grandmother with a joyful expression, not forgetting to urge her. Grandma, the meat is super delicious. You have to try it. Come on, hurry. Facing the little girl's sparkling, pleading eyes, she finally opened her mouth, though she couldn't help but scold her slightly. This child is just too much. As the meat touched the tip of her tongue, Seo Do-jun's grandmother was so surprised her eyes widened. She hid her delight and let out a few hesitant sounds. After that, all 3 of them settled into a warm and harmonious meal. But just at that peaceful moment, Han Hyun-ju appeared, her long purple hair standing out, walking over with a graceful, long-legged stride. Her slender figure entered the shop with a gentle, leisurely pace. Her beauty made everyone turn their heads in unison. Suddenly, Han Hyun-ju called out, Seo Do-jun. Seo Do-jun, who was eating, immediately turned his head with a suspicious look. Seeing this, Han Hyun-ju approached and bowed her head slightly, proposing, "Could I speak with you in private for a moment?" Seeing him just sit there and continue eating nonchalantly, she looked doubtful. Are you a hero? Before she could finish, Seo Do-jun cut her off in a cold tone. Can't you see I'm eating with my family? His voice was cold as ice, his sharp gaze showing no respect as he looked at her. Whatever it is, wait until I'm done eating. Having been rejected by someone for the first time, and treated with such contempt, she froze on the spot. Looking down at Seo Do-jun in disbelief, she reminded him, I am Han Hyun-ju, but even if she were a famous S-rank hero, Seo Do-jun didn't even look at her, answering with an indifferent air, is that so? Feeling insulted, Han Hyun-ju stepped back, a sense of dissatisfaction bubbling inside her. What kind of weird guy is this? A long time passed. In the waiting area, Han Hyun-ju now sat quietly and properly on a chair. People around were acting as if they had met a celebrity, unable to stop themselves from turning to look at her. Han Hyun-ju had such an aura that she drew the eyes of every man in the shop. A girl nearby watching her from afar couldn't help but blush in admiration, and suddenly whispers started to break out. Is that really Han Hyun-ju, the S-rank heroine? The global star? Is it really her? Yeah, that's her. She even made the top 10 list of the world's most beautiful heroes. Han Hyun-ju ignored the crowd, looking bored as she sat with her arms crossed, waiting seriously. The men nearby watched her face for a long time before asking in confusion, I wonder who she's waiting for. To make someone like her wait, who on earth is this guy? He's got guts. The surrounding chatter only made Han Hyun-ju's expression darken, her thoughts filled with indignation. Seo Do-jun. Han Hyun-ju sat to the side, silently watching his back as he enjoyed his time with his family. 2 months ago he entered the portal for the first time and returned safely. Perhaps that was when he awakened his ability. I heard he died in that new spatial dungeon in Mappo. Her eyes shifted to Seo Do-jun's carefree expression as he ate like nothing had happened. Han Hyun-ju was skeptical. How can he be so calm sitting here? Her memory flashed back to his sharp gaze. Han Hyun-ju felt a slight shiver. Just one look, one sentence from him was enough to make her tense up. But to become an S-rank hero in less than 2 months. The Chemo Oil Group invested a fortune into mana crystal extraction, and it still took 5 years to produce an S-rank. Her expression was now filled with pure dread. She secretly reassured herself. There's no way he could be S-rank in just a few weeks. He must have some other extraordinary ability. Suddenly, the sound of a chair being pulled back interrupted Han Hyunju's train of thought. Yoonbi had finished eating and walked out with her grandmother, looking excited. Yoonbi laughed happily. So delicious. I'm so full. Seo Do-jun, who had been sitting further away, also stood up. But suddenly, the foot of some rude person appeared, stomping hard on the floor right in front of Seo Do-jun family. Seo Do-jun frowned, his cold, piercing gaze sweeping over the man. The rude guy was none other than Kang Chan-hu. He looked at Seo Do-jun with a provocative expression, his voice mocking. What's this? Seo Do-jun? Am I seeing things? How could a guy like you survive and crawl out of the portal? These words made everyone wonder. Kang Chan-hu. Seeing that Seo Do-jun didn't answer and just kept an arrogant face, the man got angry. He stepped closer, his attitude threatening. I knew you were a worm, but I didn't expect you to be a snake. His appearance made Han Hyunju, standing behind, panic. She hesitated, thinking to herself, why is he here? Just then, Seo Do-jun looked at the man's threatening posture, remaining fearless. He kept his hands in his pockets, not bothering to reply. With a dismissive attitude, not wanting to make a scene, Seo Do-jun ignored him and immediately turned away. He shifted his gaze to Han Hyunju standing behind and said, Hey, you said you had something to tell me, right? The unexpected question made Kang Chan-hu turn to look, and he was startled to see Han Hyunju. Han Hyunju? What? Seo Do-jun still treated Kang Chan-hu like he was invisible, keeping his gaze fixed on her with a cold voice. Tell you what, I'll help you with your business, but in exchange, watch over my family for a bit. Han Hyunju hesitated. Specifically, what do you mean? Seo Do-jun immediately glanced behind him, signaling quickly to his family. Just call a taxi and take them home, that's enough. He didn't stop, continuing, I have to go first. Han Hyunju stood to the side, quietly observing the freezing atmosphere. At this moment, Seo Do-jun's eyes suddenly became sharp, with a powerful aura radiating from him. His voice was chilly. There was a debt that needed to be collected. Seeing Seo Do-jun provoke him, Kang Chan-hu on the other side didn't wait. He bared his teeth, his eyes wild, ready to start a fight. Outside the restaurant in the moonlight, Han Hyunju was gently guiding Yoonbi to the car and trying to reassure them. Grandma, don't worry too much. Get inside, please. The little girl, with a worried look on her face, glanced at her standing outside waving. And that cute little girl too. Goodbye. Han Hyunju offered a forced smile as she watched the car drive away. The car started rolling away, carrying Yoonbi inside. Just then, loud noises echoed from inside the restaurant. Seo Do-jun stood there with a cold expression, staring straight ahead. A large red mark appeared on Kang Chan-hu's face, making him furious. He whipped his head around, shouting with intense killing intent, You bastard, do you want to die? A female employee stepped out, trembling, and warned, Sir, please, don't cause trouble here. Immediately, Kang Chan-hu swung his arm and struck her, making her cry out in pain and curse. Damn it. Get the hell out of here. After the employee fell to the floor, he growled, Everyone, get out. A second later, Kang Chan-hu went insane, his neck veins popping as he roared, Do you really want to die? Do you want to hit the dirt early, you piece of trash? While he was shouting, a hand shot directly toward Kang Chan-hu's face. In a flash, he zipped past him. Before Kang Chan-hu could even react, he took a direct hit. He clutched his face in agony and collapsed to the ground. Seo Do-jun turned back with a dark expression and called out to Kang Chan-hu. He kept questioning him, even as Kang Chan-hu hung his head low, dripping blood onto the floor. You locked me in that hellish gate to rot, didn't you? Seo Do-jun's eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared down at him. We haven't even settled our business, have we? Kang Chan-hu slowly stood up and sneered. What right does a guy who even abandoned his own father have to talk? Did your stepmother put you up to killing me? Seo Do-jun calmly pulled his phone out. He hit the record button, handled everything with practiced ease, and then spoke up. Say that one more time. Kang Chan-hu gritted his teeth, smoke rising from his body. What the hell are you muttering about? He raised his fist, now wrapped in flames. What did you say? He lunged forward, swinging his fiery punch and cursing. Your mother was a trashy woman, wasn't she? Go to hell, Seo Do-jun? Kang Chan-hu charged straight at him. Seo Do-jun's eyes flickered, but at the last second, he caught the flaming fist with his bare hand. A flash of light erupted, catching Kang Chan-hu off guard. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he realized his punch had been deflected. Seo Do-jun appeared, his hand glowing with a blue light, and in an instant he blasted Kang Chan-hu's entire body backward. Seo Do-jun's eyes flashed like lightning as he moved in. The air was thick with dust from the fight. A staff member cowered in the corner, trembling. The police, What's the number again? It's 112. Suddenly, the phone was snatched from her hand. Han Hyunju flashed a brilliant smile as she held up the phone. Don't worry, I'll handle this. The staff member went limp with relief, her eyes welling up with tears. Mrs. Han Hyunju, thank you so much. Meanwhile, Seo Do-jun was still beating him mercilessly, leaving him a bloody mess. Han Hyunju approached the out-of-control Seo Do-jun, thinking to herself that even though Kang Chan-hoo was a B-rank hero, she hadn't expected him to be so thoroughly overpowered. As she walked, she pondered, could that guy be A rank or higher? Even for an A rank, it's not easy to beat a B rank into such a pulp, is it? Her voice cut through and he stopped. Seo Do-jun. Han Hyunju hesitated for a moment before continuing, be careful, you might actually kill him. Hearing her, Seo Do-jun frowned and looked down. He stood up, rolled his wrists and walked toward her. She watched him with a hint of concern. How much do you really know about Kang Chan-hoo? He stopped, tilted his head, and looked at her with an impassive gaze. I think I know enough. Why? Is that important? She let out a sigh and hesitated. It's very important. Then Han Hyunju revealed, because Kang Chan-hoo's cousin is Kang Dong-bit, an S-rank hero. Seo Do-jun glanced at her, looking unbothered. I know. Is there a problem with that? Han Hyunju watched his indifferent demeanor and thought, he knew from the start, yet he's so calm as if it's nothing. How reckless this man is. Kang Chan-hoo lay unconscious on the floor, beaten to a pulp, while their conversation echoed through the room. Kang Chan-hoo had always been arrogant because he had Kang Dong-bit backing him, which made what Seo Do-jun just did incredibly dangerous. I've heard about the grudge between you two, but if you think Kang Dong-bit will sympathize with you, you're dead wrong. The corner of Seo Do-jun's mouth curled up. Han Hyunju looked at him with skepticism. Kang Dong-bit, aren't you afraid? Seo Do-jun walked closer to her as he spoke. Actually, I'm starting to get annoyed. You know a lot about me, don't you? His face darkened, his eyes wide and piercing. Han Hyunju looked back at him, her lips pressed tightly together. The killing intent between them was so intense that the staff member hiding behind the counter began to cry, thinking, you said you would handle this. Finally, she broke the tension. Sorry for the sudden visit. I came here because my uncle asked me for a favor. Han Hyunju's voice was slow and steady. You sold the magic crystals to the Gunstone Man, didn't you? Sell them to me. A hint of confusion flashed across his handsome face. I'll pay any price. She made a bold, generous offer. I want to buy everything you have. A smile touched the corners of Seo Do-jun's mouth. That's a lot, isn't it? She also let a triumphant, slightly mysterious smile show. The assets of an S-rank hero are nothing to sneeze at. Ignoring Kang Chan-hoo on the ground, he spoke up with a suggestion. Nothing is impossible to sell, but I have one condition. Han Hyunju quickly asked, what condition? His pupils clouded with a dark subtle sense of danger. Nothing major. If it's you, Han Hyunju, it should be simple. Suddenly the scene shifted as a wine bottle was smashed against the floor. Heeju was furious after hearing the news, her voice rising. But he's dead, isn't he? They said he died in a newly opened rift. She threw another bottle at her manager, clearly agitated. The manager stammered, trying to choose his words carefully. I apologize. The Hero Association has confirmed he is dead, but she doesn't think it makes sense. Stop making excuses. What are you going to do now? He scratched his head, answering hesitantly. But first, I have something to report. His voice was flat, mixed with a hint of trembling. Kang Chan-hoo has been retaliated against by Seo Do-jun. Heeju's eyes went wide. Kang Chan-hoo? What does that lunatic have to do with this? The manager's next words hit her like a thunderbolt. Perhaps Seo Do-jun already knows something? A bead of sweat silently rolled down her cheek. She looked away, carefully calculating. If the boss or my husband finds out about this, it'll be a huge mess. But as long as it's handled cleanly, it should be fine. If the media finds out, the corporation's stock will plummet. Heeju turned and pointed a finger, ordering the manager to stop it immediately. Call the press. Tell them if they dare to publish this, not only Group T but also Group W will pull all advertising and never work with them again. And the police too. Muzzle them. He immediately replied with caution and reverence. As for the police and the media, I have already taken care of it. After a tense moment, Heeju let out a tired sigh.
Good job, Manager Lee.
He bowed his head low, whispering timidly to her. But you know, that's not a permanent solution, is it? That is why I wanted to report additional information. His words made her eyes widen instantly. Kang Chan-hoo's cousin is Kang Dong-bit. Heeju's beautiful face was still etched with shock. Kang Dong-bit, is it the person I'm thinking of? She was now thinking of the person he had just mentioned. Kang Chan-hoo was notorious for being a total scum in the hero world. On the surface, Kang Dongbit sat at the same table as him, drinking and acting all friendly. Everyone thought Kang Dongbit cared for him deeply, but he was actually just using this brother to do his dirty work. In reality, he was just using Kang Chan-hu to handle all the filth for him. He didn't forget to add a bit of new intel he'd just uncovered. If Kang Chan-hu gets taken down by the police and the press, Kang Dongbit won't be able to stay in the clear either. I suspect the other side has already made their move. She leaned forward slightly, her voice tinged with caution. We need to meet him. Schedule an appointment as soon as possible. The director quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, I'll get right on it. After a brief pause, Hong Heeju continued with another request. And what about Director Hwang Seop of HCSK-bit? He betrayed us, didn't he? He was very cooperative and honestly reported the results. Yes, he's currently looking after Down's family. Her expression darkened instantly, and she rasped out an order. Contact Prosecutor Baek Cheon-dong immediately. Since he dared to betray me and side with the other party, he's going to pay for it. The scene shifts to a team preparing to enter a dungeon. There are currently 37 rift zones in Korea. The security officers are strictly verifying the identities of the raid team members. Among them, 5 are transforming into portals, and only heroes affiliated with the Hero Association are permitted to enter and hunt monsters there. The male officer held out a gold card and spoke coldly. Hero Han Hyunju, your identity has been verified. Wishing you a safe expedition. Immediately after, the whole team headed inside. Do-jun followed behind, silently scanning the area. They knew there was only one entrance, yet even so, the security was incredibly tight. Dong In-ju is an A-rank hero. Guild Master Giller of the Camellia Guild remarked sarcastically. You're the one who suggested hunting in this area in the first place. That's strange, isn't it? Han Hyunju rolled her eyes slightly, trying to hide her true intentions. It's really just because I had some free time. She turned her head slightly to the back, toward the end of the line, which was exactly where he was, slowly trailing behind everyone else. Back then, Do-jun had made a rather unusual request, with only one condition. If you let me into the rift zone, I'll sell you all the mana crystals I collect at market price. His reason was that hunting here was a faster way to make money. As she walked, Han Hyunju couldn't stop thinking about what happened earlier. Is that really the only reason he'd risk stepping into such a dangerous zone? He's absolutely insane. Up ahead was the exit, revealing the sunlight and green meadows. Even if it weren't for the favor I owe him, I need hero mana crystals anyway, so I don't see any issue with it. She calmly continued walking in silence, but Dong In-ju was clearly excited, starting to probe. Tell me the truth, who is that guy? She answered with a bored and lethargic tone, just an acquaintance. Her tone was filled with teasings and gossip. Just an acquaintance? You expect me to believe that? Oh, so he's a boyfriend candidate, huh? However, Han Hyunju firmly denied her assumptions. No, sis, that's not it. I just owed him a favor, so I'm bringing him along to pay it back. Dong In-ju's voice lifted, laced with curiosity. An S-rank hero owes someone a favor? Do-jun remained silent, trailing behind the team as they chatted. It's a long story. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blew through, causing everyone in the team to pause. Naturally, he sensed it too. The entire team immediately entered combat readiness. A giant griffon dove out of nowhere with extreme aggression. Dong In-ju's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe this sudden turn of events. It's a cursed griffin. As the leader, she quickly issued combat orders. Dong In-ju and Ren took defensive stances to block its legs. Suddenly, a black shadow shot forward. Without saying a word, he decisively lunged toward the griffin. Han Hyunju's entire team gasped in shock as they watched Seo Do-jun. Seo Do-jun clenched his fist, shrouded in a burst of power. One down. Those present couldn't help but shout in surprise. Damn it. The moment we enter the gate, we run into this. As the giant monster swooped down, everyone quickly got into position. At the same time, Han Hyunju spun around. Her face serious, she hurriedly shouted, Dong In-ju and I, defensive stance now. Seo Ong-cheon lunged toward its legs. In the blink of an eye, Seo Do-jun shot forward like a bullet toward the opposite side, leaving everyone stunned. In an instant, dirt and rocks were sent flying into the air, followed by a cloud of white dust. It didn't take much time or effort for Seo Do-jun to stand right in front of the giant monster. His hand was glowing with a brilliant flame, and his expression became increasingly stern. This scene happened so fast that even the cursed griffin couldn't react. Seo Do-jun had struck down his opponent with a powerful punch, sending it flying backward. Immediately after, he landed safely amidst the swirling dust. The scene just now left Han Hyunju completely stunned. She just stared at him with a look of disbelief. Seo Do-jun was now standing nonchalantly in front of the heavily injured Griffon. Even though it was lying flat on the ground, its eyes remained wide open in terror. The sight left Seo Ong-cheon dumbfounded. He stuttered, "What the hell? It died in one hit." As soon as he finished speaking, Seo Do-jun raised his leg. His voice echoed throughout the area. Not yet. He firmly stomped on the giant monster's head without a hint of mercy, his voice turning cold. "Now this is what you call finished." Do-jun's actions only made those present more shocked. They couldn't stop looking at him with suspicious eyes. Suddenly, Dong In-ju turned to look at Han Hyun-ju with a pleading look. She stammered, Who is that guy?" After a moment of hesitation, she replied cautiously, "Just someone stronger than average." Upon hearing this, the other girl lost her composure. She shook Han Hyun-ju, shouting, "What? You call that average? He took down a cursed griffin in one hit. How many heroes could actually do that?" Faced with this, she calmly adjusted her glasses and said in a flat tone, "If it's just about knocking it out, you could do it too, right?" At this point, Dong In-ju was even more astonished. She kept badgering her, "Are you serious? That was an aerial combat scenario. It was hit right in front of us before it could even dodge, and it went down on the spot, and with only one hit." These words hit like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, her eyes were filled with dread. That monster, just like that. As her eyes met the figure of Seo Do-jun, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Just who in the world is that man? Suddenly, Han Hyun-ju cleared her throat. "Sis, I think we need to change our plans." She immediately began making decisions. "Of my own, right in front of the stunned onlookers. I'll head a bit deeper into the center." Suddenly, Seo Do-jun, who had just finished off the Koka-kan, spoke up. "Hey," he emphasized without hesitation, ignoring Han Hyun-ju's shocked expression. "I have no intention of splitting the loot with someone who didn't contribute anything." Seo Do-jun pulled out a red object, and he calmly tucked it into his pocket, speaking with ease. "And I'm not asking for handouts either." Hearing these somewhat arrogant words, Han Hyun-ju felt compelled to judge him. "I don't think your level is a good fit for this place. Do you really intend to go deeper?" At this, the corner of Seo Do-jun's mouth curled up into a faint smirk-like smile. He looked up at her, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Interesting." Before Seo Do-jun could process it, Han Hyun-ju turned on her heel and began to walk away. She threw out a casual request, "I'll take the lead, so if you don't want to get lost, keep up." In the blink of an eye, she leapt away, leaving him alone in a cloud of dust. Han Hyun-ju just flew off into the distance. Seo Do-jun stood there, stunned, watching the figure of the young woman slowly fading away. Immediately after, he got into position, ready to move. Soon enough, only Dong In-ju's group remained in the area. Watching the fading figures, Dong In-ju started to speak. "If Han Hyun-ju is like a bullet, then that guy is like a blinding, radiant light." Right then, the person beside her quickly responded, "Captain, aren't we going to follow them?" Hearing that, she asked back, "Do you think you can keep up?" The other person replied with a helpless tone, "Of course not. It's impossible." Just like that, their voices echoed through the green forest. "Well, today I'll just play the supporting role, killing time and farming teen experience like always." "Yes." The rest of the group hurriedly approached the carcass of the Koka-kan with curious looks. As soon as they saw its tattered state, one of them started to ponder. "Everyone calls us A-rank heroes." The owner of that thought was none other than Inu. Her face was filled with fear. Compared to an S-rank, she felt utterly insignificant. Han Hyun-ju felt the same. These thoughts constantly clouded her mind. Elsewhere, Han Hyun-ju was running forward, at her maximum speed. Suddenly, she glanced back, and seeing the empty space behind her, she felt a sense of relief, but also hesitation. "Should I slow down a bit?" Suddenly, Seo Do-jun's familiar voice rang out. "Can't you go any faster?" Caught off guard, Han Hyun-ju lost her momentum and stumbled. She let out a cry of terror. Her face was purely petrified. A thought suddenly swamped her mind. "What the hell? I got overtaken. Speed is my specialty. I'm the second ranked in Korea." Suddenly, Seo Do-jun's footsteps came to a halt. He looked back nonchalantly, just to mock her. "You're slower than I imagined. You were running like you were trying to shake someone off." Hearing that, Han Hyun-ju refused to lose face. She argued back, Who said I was trying to shake anyone off?" However, she was gasping for air. "I never did." Before them stood a towering mountain. Suddenly, Seo Do-jun called out softly, "Hey, what's that over there?" Upon hearing this, Han Hyun-ju's gaze became more determined than ever. She cleared her throat. She stressed repeatedly that the scene ahead was the lair of a spatial rift monster. "That's a boss-level monster. Haven't you heard of the Kase?" She didn't hesitate to warn him. "That giant 20-meter-tall beast looks like a wyvern. Don't be foolish enough to charge in." It takes at least 3 top-tier heroes just to have a chance at taking it down. Hearing this, Seo Do-jun looked thrilled and asked back, "Does that one hold a high-grade mana stone? Are you even listening to me?" The other party replied to him, "Yes, it's just 1 rank below the ultimate mana stone. Are you even listening to a word I'm saying?" Before she could finish, his feet had already stepped forward. Seeing this, she was horrified and blurted out, "Don't tell me you're planning to hunt that thing?" However, Seo Do-jun didn't reply. He lunged forward like a bullet. This scene left her frozen in place, her mind spinning with a face full of terror. "I didn't lead you here to do something this reckless. Oh my god, what is he doing?" Once she gathered her senses, she rushed to chase after him. Her shrill scream echoed everywhere. "Hey, stop right there!" The scene was just the two of them, constantly chasing each other. Dust rose from the ground continuously. Night quickly blanketed the area, plunging it into a terrifying silence. Han Hyunju was so terrified her eyes went wide, and a thought flashed through her mind. What the hell? The image of the Kokon being defeated flashed through her mind again. This left her deep in thought about what was happening. Meanwhile, on the other side, Seo Do-jun was searching for sharp blades. Suddenly, Han Hyunju turned back, her face showing pure determination. The Kasei is an incredibly terrifying monster. Not only that, but her mind was filled with the image of Bak Shae-hee. He stood there with his muscular physique. Bak Shae-hee, an S-rank hero famous for his hunts of the Kasei. He didn't hesitate to charge forward aggressively. He even led 30 A-rank heroes during his first hunt. Bak Shae-hee didn't hesitate to face the Kokon. The result? All the A-rank heroes perished. Only Bak Shae-hee returned, barely clinging to life, his body covered in bulging blue veins. His face was exhausted. Yet even then, Bak Shae-hee still exuded a majestic aura. He gathered another S-rank hero and 200 A-rank heroes to exact his revenge. The intense combat scene slowly returned to Han Hyunju's mind. Back then, several blue tentacles had lashed out. They didn't hesitate to coil around and pin the opponent down. Seizing the opportunity, Bak Shae-hee and his team surged forward and attacked in an instant. A moment later, the monster in front of them let out a pained howl. The scene faded into darkness as the monster began to dissolve. This spectacle made Bak Shae-hee and those present feel exhilarated. They couldn't stop cheering with joy. Finally, they had brought down the Kasei. The sky turned blue again, as it once was, but almost all the forces involved had died. Returning to reality, Seo Do-jun slowly stood up. The Strong and Sweet Life Guild, founded by Bak Shae-hee. For 3 years since that battle, he hasn't been able to fully recover his strength. He suddenly looked at her with a sharp gaze. However, his next question left her so confused she was stunned. "You know you didn't contribute anything, right?" Faced with this question, Han Hyunju couldn't help but feel skeptical. She thought to herself, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The image of Seo Do-jun taking down that colossal monster kept flashing back in her mind. A Kshatriya, that infamous beast. At the thought of it, Hyun-do-jun's face grew even more terrified. And it was taken down by this man with just a single blow. Seo Do-jun now held a red item in his hand, looking at it calmly with a contemplative gaze. Seo Do-jun quickly tucked it into his pocket and spoke slowly. "I don't think I need anyone to guide me anymore." Immediately after, he walked away, leaving Hyun-do-jun in complete shock. "From now on, I'll act on my own." Suddenly, she spoke up. "Aren't you going to take the remains of the Kshatriya with you? Aside from the magic crystals, its beak and claws are precious materials for research." Hearing this, Seo Do-jun's footsteps came to a halt. He turned back, his tone indifferent and uninterested. Hyun-do-jun didn't know how to respond. She just stood there, frozen in place. Without waiting for Hyun-do-jun to react, Seo Do-jun turned his back and walked away. He only left behind these words. "Instead of wasting time on that, I'd rather go hunt for more magic crystals from another one. Take them if you want, consider it a guide fee." Just then, she noticed something nearby, and after a moment she replied, "I don't need it." The shadow of twilight quickly covered the entire area. Seo Do-jun's backpack lay quietly on the ground. Nearby, the Dong-in-ju group watched it in silence. Suddenly, the young man with pink hair spoke up. He had borrowed that massive backpack and brought it back filled with magic crystals. Can you believe it? As soon as he finished, someone replied, "That amount of magic crystals, our guild would probably have to hunt for 20 hours straight just to get that much. Looking closely, it would probably take 3 days of non-stop grinding to get that much." Meanwhile, Hyun-do-jun sat silently to the side, listening to the whole conversation. Who on earth is this person? A stream of thoughts suddenly overwhelmed her mind. Not only was he fast, but the hall was so massive. Dong Inju's face momentarily turned deathly pale with fear. If what Do-jun said was true, he had defeated a Kshatriya alone, without special equipment or armor. What she was seeing right now was Seo Do-jun standing majestically on a high mountain peak. That alone was enough to call him the strongest hero in South Korea, perhaps even the world. Suddenly, Dong Inju turned around, her face now showing only naivety. Seo Do-jun had returned. He was carrying 2 backpacks with him. Before the astonished eyes of everyone, he nonchalantly dropped the heavy bag onto the ground. Seo Do-jun slowly rummaged for something amidst the chatter of those around him. Good heavens! He brought back another full backpack. If we told anyone about this today, no one would believe us, right? They'd just think we were crazy. The owners of those voices were the girl with black hair and the boy with pink hair standing nearby. Make sure you keep this absolutely quiet. Even if we told them, who would believe it? I guess that's true. Suddenly, someone approached. Do-jun and Seo Do-jun stood there exchanging words under the suspicious gaze of the others. They began whispering incessantly. Hey, are those 2 dating? Probably. When Do-jun brought him to me, I already felt something was off. It has to be that kind of man to stand next to Do-jun without being overshadowed. As soon as he finished, the other replied, they really do look like a beautiful couple. Just looking at them, you can tell it's a perfect match. Just like that, Dong Inju lost herself in her own thoughts. Her face was now pensive. Wait, it doesn't seem like they just started dating though. Meanwhile, Do-jun and Seo Do-jun were still talking animatedly. The guy wasn't treating her gently at all. It was surprising that someone dared to treat her like that. The moment he handed the backpack to her, those present gasped in surprise. Oh my. The scene of Seo Do-jun turning and walking away left Dong Inju stunned. She couldn't stop being curious. What was that? Did he just leave, without saying goodbye? Meanwhile, Do-jun just hummed dismissively. Not stopping there, Dong Inju crept up beside her and asked, what about the other backpacks? Did he just leave them all there? It was only then that Do-jun cleared her throat slightly. I told him, if news of you taking down the Kshatriya gets out, you'll be famous instantly. Her words made the other even more astonished. And yet he just waved his hand, said it was too troublesome, and handed it all over to me to handle. She kept pondering, are there really people like that in this world? However, Do-jun remained silent, her face slowly darkening. A thought flashed through her mind, making her cheeks flush slightly. Right, are there really people like that? The morning light bathed the modern city. On the gleaming glass was the embossed sign of a fitness training center. The punching bag was hit 3 times in a row without pause. Bak Shi-hee gritted his teeth and let out a roar, putting all his strength into one final punch that shattered the bag into pieces. His eyes were filled with rage mixed with annoyance. Bak Shi-hee glared forward, an unhappy sound escaping his throat. Damn it, look at my current state. It's pathetic. Bak Shi-hee, an S-rank hero, leader of the Gilder Guild, lived a sweet life under the South Korean Hero Association. The guard following him put on a confident smile to reassure him. Please stay calm, guild leader. They say the longer a frog crouches, the further it leaps when it finally jumps. He continued to flatter his master to the skies, saying that the more he persevered through these hard times, the more legendary his reputation would become. Wiping sweat with a towel, he secretly agreed. Right, definitely. I must make those who look down on me swallow their resentment. The man bowed low, continuing to feed him sweet words. Bit by bit, everything you've accumulated so far will become power and then explode violently. One last sentence from the guard made him swallow hard. When that time comes, everyone will have to submit and kneel at your feet. The guy really knew how to please his arrogant master. Besides, when it comes to dealing with the Kshatriya, who understands it as thoroughly as you do? The man handed him a water bottle while smiling obsequiously. In the future, you will be recorded as the hero who conquered the Kshatriya with the smallest team in the world. The association might even grant you exclusive mining rights for the Kshatriya. Bak Shi-hee took the water, having no intention of refusing those compliments. That's true. He quickly regained his cheerful state and answered confidently. No one knows that monster better than I do. Looking at the photo on his desk along with his awards, he grew quiet for a moment. But compared to 3 years ago, the Gilder Guild has shrunken miserably. He glanced at his guard with a smiling face. Even so, the only one who can take down that monster bird is still me, right? Hearing this, the guard took the opportunity to praise him even more. That's right, besides you, guild leader, who else could do it? Their laughter echoed throughout the training room. The scene shifts to Seo Do-jun's personal profile. Kang Dong-bit narrowed his eyes at the paper, looking intrigued. Seo Do-jun? Is this the guy? Kang Dong-bit, an S-class hero from the Hero Association and cousin of Kang Qianwu, a subordinate of... He bowed his head slightly and reported in a respectful tone. Yes, sir. A few months ago, hero Kang Qianwu tried to toss him into a spatial gate to get rid of him. This surprised him a little, so he asked back. And he didn't die. He even awakened his ability there. The subordinate replied cautiously. Yes, that's correct. Kang Dong-bit ordered his subordinate to keep reporting. Go on. He leaned in to present the information he had gathered. The client this time is Hong Hee-ju, the director of T-Corp, and also the second daughter of W Group. He kept his eyes glued to the resume, asking nonchalantly, a rich heiress like her is getting involved with that guy? Of course, there's always a reason for everything, and the issue lies in his background. Rumor has it Seo Do-jun is the illegitimate son of T-Corp, brought home at age 7. But 6 years ago, when Hong Hee-ju was born, he was kicked out. Kang Dong-bit's lips curled into a scornful, slightly smug smile. He's still blood, yet those wealthy elites are that heartless. He stood up leisurely and spoke from his chair. So, how much did Kang Qianwu get for that job? His subordinate's soft, slow voice replied, 30 billion. His tone held a hint of disdain for his own cousin. Just that much? Kang Dong-bit reached for a golf club and said, but he was taken care of, right? His subordinate answered obediently, yes. Rumor says he was just beaten, but in reality, he suffered severe burns all over, his eyes were damaged. Living like he's already dead. He calmly placed the club in front of the golf ball and commented lightly. Impressive. With just a gentle swing, Kang Dong-bit perfectly sank the ball into the hole. His face suddenly twisted into a dangerous, cruel expression. If it were me, I would chopped off his limbs and crushed his head. His subordinate continued to report everything, but then his next words made Kang Dong-bit flinch and swing wide. Han Hyunju helped Seo Do-jun at that time. The ball rolled aimlessly and missed the hole completely. He stormed up to his subordinate, his tone filled with shock. Han Hyunju, why would she help him? What's their relationship? The subordinate was terrified, his voice trembling and timid. I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that because of Han Hyunju's testimony, the matter was settled quietly. Kang Dong-bit didn't say another word, immediately grabbing his collar and shouting, investigate the real relationship between those two right now. If there's no blood relation, then there's definitely some kind of deal. Find it. The panicked subordinate dashed toward the door. Yes, I'll investigate right away. Now his brows were tightly knit, filled with irritation. He gripped the golf club so hard it deformed. Kang Dong-bit clicked his tongue through the club hard to the floor and pursed his lips as a sense of unease welled up inside him. Hong Hee-ju's side will surely come looking for me soon, wanting me to do the job Kang Qianwu failed to finish. After a moment of calm, he finally exhaled. That's fine too. A look of greed and scheming appeared on Kang Dong-bit's face. Wealthy heiress, money shouldn't be an issue. The day passed quickly into evening. The moon was already high. Seo Do-jun walked leisurely along the deserted road. He seemed lost in thought. Just as I predicted, hunting in the rifts is way more efficient than inside the gates. His footsteps echoed through the quiet street, deepening the sense of solitude. It looks like I'll have to rely on Han Hyunju to lead the way a few more times. He remembered what Han Hyunju had said to him back then. If you sell those rift mana crystals out in the open, people will ask who caught them and what your ability is, then the press will be on you day and night. Too much trouble. It's better to keep them for now. She closed her eyes slightly, curious about what he intended to do. If your goal is fame, I won't eat them. But what are you planning? He suddenly placed the backpack in her hands, and a confident smile slowly appeared on Seo Do-jun's lips. I'll find another way to get in and out of the rift. Finally, his footsteps stopped before a long, dark hallway. Time to get some rest. The new house Hwang Seop prepared was decent enough. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. But a cold glint appeared in Seo Do-jun's eyes. Looking at the pile of shoes neatly arranged by the door, he couldn't help but feel curious. Whose shoes are these? Just then, a sweet voice rang out from inside. Big brother? Right before his eyes was a group of men in black, looking very dangerous. Baek Cheon-dong glanced at Seo Do-jun, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Yoon Kang Dong-bit looked panicked as she rushed over to hug him tightly. Big brother. Seo Do-jun didn't let his guard down for a second, immediately questioning, who are you people? He suddenly interrupted him. You're Seo Do-jun, right? He asked with a cold face and a dry tone. I am Prosecutor Baek Cheon-dong from the CEO District Prosecutor's Office. Do you know a man named Hwang Seop? He remained silent, carefully protecting the girl behind him. Then, the man stated with absolute certainty, "You are under emergency arrest on suspicion of participating in illegal loan sharking activities for HCS Capital, the company Huang heads." He turned to look at her with murderous, terrifying intent, saying, "If you kill Hong Hee-ju, what do you think will happen?" The high-rise building stood tall and majestic under the gentle golden sunlight. In front of the building stood a stone tablet bearing the name, full of righteousness and the heavy weight of the law. Seo Do-jun sat with his hands cuffed to the chair in the interrogation room. His eyes glanced to one side as if something had caught his attention. The sound of a man in dress pants and leather shoes walking down the hallway echoed. The man's voice followed. Yes, Director Lee, don't worry. Both Wang Seop and Seo Do-jun are very obedient." Baek Cheondong held his phone to his ear with one hand while opening the door to enter a room. "Thank you for taking an interest in my daughter's studies abroad." He looked ahead at the man sitting at a computer watching the cameras. Through the transparent glass, he could see Seo Do-jun sitting in the interrogation room. He continued his conversation on the phone. "Be sure to pass on my regards to Director Hong." Seo Do-jun sat in the chair, his hands hanging loose, catching the man's attention. "The reason I became a prosecutor," he leaned one hand on the table and smiled, "is precisely to clear scum like them out of this society." A stack of documents was thrown hard onto the table. Cheondong sat with his legs crossed, holding 2 documents in his hands. "What the hell have you been doing all this time, huh? Just the charges listed here are enough for you to rot in jail for 10 years. He held up the document for him to see. "Huang Seop's side has already provided more than enough evidence against you." Seo Don's expression remained calm and stern as he stared at him. Baek Cheondong, livid and losing his patience, shouted, "Look at that smart aleck face. You think I'm making this up?" His expression suddenly froze when he said, "Isn't this all that crazy woman Hong Hee-ju's doing?" He stared at him in confusion. The air in the room grew heavy. He asked, Who the hell is Hong Hee-ju?" Seo Do-jun, completely unbothered, thought to himself, "Given the situation, Huang Seop's faction must be completely finished by now. I intended to cooperate quietly to keep things smooth, but at this point..." He took a step forward. At the same time he spoke up, "I don't know where you heard that." Baek Cheondong's face darkened with murderous intent as he glared at Seo Do-jun and spoke. "Do you think South Korean prosecutors are a joke? Your life is over, you scumbag." Seo Do-jun's face shadowed, his pupils glowing with a golden light as he glared back threateningly. Baek Cheondong's face suddenly filled with fear, losing all his previous bravado. He stood there stunned, looking down at him in disbelief, his voice trembling. He gritted his teeth, losing all reason, and spoke in a cold, sharp voice. You, son of a butch." Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, stopping the man mid-motion, his hand frozen in the air. A man holding a stack of documents opened the door and called out, "Prosecutor Baek, could you come outside for a moment, please?" A piercing shout suddenly echoed through the silent hallway. What was that? Baek Cheondong looked at the document and said, "Is the machine broken or something?" The person on the other end immediately retorted, "No, sir, I've already checked. There's nothing wrong with the machine." He gripped the document until it wrinkled, speaking in a tone full of doubt. "The hero scanner is reporting him as a normal human." "What? That's ridiculous. This is Seo Do-jun." The man's face turned worried as he whispered, "I'm not sure either. Could the information about his awakening be wrong?" Baek Cheonching's face darkened as he thought, but that intel came from the T group. They couldn't be wrong. And he even knew Hong Hee-ju's name. Who exactly is this guy? Seo Do-jun remained in the interrogation room, looking down at the papers as the light from the lamp shone down on him. A flash of anger crossed his face as he thought, "Now I see why people call South Korean prosecutors a bunch of scumbags. Should I just smash everything?" The door suddenly opened while he was still thinking about taking his family and Yoonbai to hide far away. Han Hyunju stepped in and asked, "What are you doing here?" He sighed wearily and replied, "I don't even know myself." She put her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and advised, "Don't act impulsively. I know you're in shock, but using your power will only make things worse." He looked at her and asked, "So, you're here to help me?" She crossed her arms and replied reluctantly, "It's not exactly helping, but," she said, her voice filled with a sense of justice, "I know for a fact you're innocent, so I can't just ignore it. If I didn't know, fine. But now that it's clear an innocent person is being framed, I can't just stand by." He smiled. "I see." She walked closer to him and said, "The Hero Association is going to start an investigation. They're looking into the illegal use of hero items and the spatial rift at your house." He asked, "What about my family?" She put a hand on her hip, looking annoyed, and said, Am I your personal secretary? Why do I have to worry about your family matters? He stared at her, and she avoided his gaze, looking elsewhere. She turned away and replied, Your family is safe now, don't worry. His face relaxed and he smiled, saying, Thank you, I will definitely repay this debt. Her cheeks flushed pink as she turned back to glance at him, warning, Anyway, try to hold on a little longer. I'll try to resolve this as quickly as possible. Outside the building, the sun was shining down gently. Han Hyunju didn't choose to exonerate Do-jun directly. She exposed the bribery and lobbying activities of prosecutor Baek Cheon-dong, leading to his removal from office. A car sped down the highway, and a subsequent fair investigation confirmed that Do-jun was completely uninvolved in the incident. Han Hyunju focused on driving while Do-jun sat with his arms crossed, looking out the window. I couldn't avoid punishment for using illegal hero items, but thanks to Han Hyunju's aggressive defense, it was just a suspended sentence. A voice came from the tablet integrated into the car. A monster that has never been seen before just attacked citizens in England. It resembles a praying mantis, is about 1.5 meters tall, and has 4 eyes with the ability to jump extreme distances. He said calmly, That's a mantis Yan. She turned to look at him, startled. Wait, how do you know the name? Only the association knows the names of these new monsters. He didn't answer, just kept looking out the window, lost in thought. He hadn't just made up the monster's name. A red magic crystal was placed on something, surrounded by various energy lines. The magic crystal didn't just contain energy, it also stored available information about the species. Analyzing the magic crystal would reveal the monster's name and data. Images of a beautiful Earth appeared. In the modern world, they use science. An image of a planet, destroyed to mere fragments, appeared. In that collapsed world, they used magic. The glowing red magic crystal appeared alongside a terrifying, mantis-like monster. So if a monster appeared in both worlds, it was highly likely that Do-jun already knew its name. He sat with his arms crossed and said calmly, Want to deal with a mantisian? It's simple, just use a red fire ant extract. She asked skeptically, Red fire ant extract? He looked at her and explained, They're harmless to humans, but they're a potent paralytic toxin for mantisians. One spray and they can't resist anymore. She went quiet. A moment later she asked him suspiciously, Seo Do-jun, who exactly are you? He didn't answer. The car kept speeding down the highway. She glanced at him, but he acted like he didn't hear her and stayed silent. She asked again, frustrated, Are you even listening to me? His face darkened and he suddenly spoke up. What would happen if I killed Hong Hee-ju? A woman was biting her nails in anger. Hee-ju sat in her office, her face filled with anxiety and fear as she bit her nails incessantly. A bodyguard stood stiffly, looking at her with concern. The bodyguard held a document with both hands behind his back, and said gently, That's how it is, ma'am. She bit her nails, looking anxious, and spoke with a hint of irritation. Han Hyunju? Why is it her? The bodyguard, holding the file with one hand and gesturing with the other, tried to explain. It's still not entirely clear. No one knows what their relationship with Do-jun is, or why they know each other. Her face twisted with malice, radiating a murderous aura. Her long nails even broke from her constant biting as she hissed, That bitch Han Hyunju, what the hell is going on? Hee-ju stood up, slammed both hands on the desk and shouted, And what about Do-jun not being a hero? You said he had already awakened. Killing intent radiated from the woman as the bodyguard stammered. We're not entirely sure, ma'am, but it really does seem like he's awakened his powers. But he might possess an ability capable of bypassing hero detection equipment. That's just a guess, though. Her eyes widened with a cruel glint. She pointed a finger and shouted, Contact Kang Dong-bit right now. Offer him 20 billion. Tell him, I'll pay 30 billion. Do it for me immediately. Kang Dong-bit replied with a mocking tone, I'm not doing it. 30 billion is peanuts. It's got to be double to be worth my time. The man standing straight with his hands behind his back spoke up. Double? Isn't that a bit much? Kang Dong-bit held up a finger, saying, He propped his feet up on the desk. To Hong Hee-ju, I'm the only option. Besides, once the job is done, 60 billion is nothing to her. His face darkened, his pupils glowing a sinister red as he smirked. Now that Han Hyunju is involved as well, if I have to face an S rank, that price is more than reasonable. The man looked cautious and anxious. Han Hyunju, she really is a dangerous opponent. Suddenly, Kang Dong-bit slammed his foot onto the desk. The action made the man flinch in pure terror. Kang Dong-bit radiated a threatening aura and said with a hint of irritation, Ugh, you idiot, do you think all S ranks are the same? Someone like Han Hyunju? I could finish her off in 20 minutes tops. The man went pale with fear and replied, Yes, sir. Kong Dongbit's expression shifted instantly. The angry, threatening look vanished, replaced by a gentle smile as he asked, "Has the association sent a response yet?" The man answered while looking at expensive bottles of wine, chilling in a bucket of ice to enhance their flavor. "They say they can't increase the funding due to the financial situation in the UK." The man continued to answer while watching Kang Dongbit walk toward the window. "The association has also publicly announced that they will be carefully selecting the heroes to be deployed." Kang Dongbit cursed in frustration. "Damn it, they're really playing hardball," he muttered. "The pay is too low, I don't feel like going, but I don't dare say it out loud." He turned his head and asked, "The guys in the association are the real thugs. When do we leave?" The man quickly answered, "We fly in 3 days, sir." Under the clear blue sky, a voice echoed. They were scheduled to fly with the Japanese hero team. He looked out the window at the view of a plane soaring above the city, filled with skyscrapers. "Ah, Japan, huh? While I'm at it, I might as well meet Joma Takashi." With his hands in his pockets, he said softly, "Makasan is a new type of monster. No one has found its weak point yet." The city view was beautiful and modern. "If I discover its weakness, my value will skyrocket." Purple lightning flashed blindingly, accompanied by continuous rolls of thunder. In Cambridge, people were running in a panic below as a monster flew overhead, looking down and chasing them. The monster had a long neck, claws on both sides, and its eyes radiated a golden light. It looked down at the people holding weapons who stood tall, trying to block its path. They looked up at the monster with faces full of anxiety and fear. The monster let out a shrill screech and lunged forward. Its scythe-like claws descended powerfully toward them. They scattered quickly to dodge the monster's attack. The scythe struck the ground heavily, causing the stone to crack and shatter. Several swordsmen jumped up to attack the monster. Someone on the ground used magic to attack the beast. The monster's head was quickly severed from its body by the onslaught. Its head flew off, separating from its massive, grotesque body. The headless carcass collapsed helplessly onto the stone courtyard. They stared at the monster's body lying on the floor. They wiped the sweat from their brows, exhausted. The platinum-haired woman turned her head, looking puzzled. Two more monsters, just like the first one, let out shrill cries. A terrifying, bone-chilling aura radiated from them. The woman's eyes widened in horror, and she couldn't defend herself as it attacked her. The purple lightning never stopped. It grew even more intense, flickering amidst the black clouds, with blood splattering against the pillars of the structure. 3 giant monsters devastated the city, causing buildings to collapse and fires to break out everywhere. The UK heroes were giving their all to stop the monsters' advance toward the south. But because there was no clear information about the enemy, they were completely helpless. The monsters continued to move toward the cities ahead. The buildings still had their lights on, and now, with the Cambridge defense line having just collapsed, the capital, London, was less than 60 kilometers away. The air was thick with smoke and dust, making it hard for the naked eye to see clearly, but the monster's eyes glowed with a golden light through the fog. Its golden eyes stared ahead. Then suddenly, the light faded, turning gray. The monster collapsed, shocking the others and making them shriek. One by one, they started falling, losing all signs of life. A plane flew overhead, shining a light down. Han Hyunju, Kong Dongbit, and 2 others looked down in shock and disbelief. Someone spoke up. "Oh my God, it was actually true." Her face remained stunned and frozen, while others began to shower her with praise. Han Hyunju was right. The red flower extract actually works. Even an S rank couldn't withstand it. "You're so amazing." Kang Dongbit's face darkened with jealousy as he thought to himself, "No way. Does she really have that kind of skill? What the hell is going on?" She smiled and looked back, saying, "All right, let's move out and finish this." The 2 behind her immediately replied, "Understood." Han Hyunju smiled, grabbed her sword, and jumped from the helicopter with her 2 companions. A few hours later, a plane landed. Inside the terminal, reporters stood at the entrance, cameras in hand, waiting. Young journalists with microphones, cameras, and recorders. "Wow," the press showed up in droves. A young man said, "Can't blame them, it's Han Hyunju. Don't even think twice about it. She's the MVP of the UK mission." The man with glasses smiled and replied, "She's the one who found the weak point of Makasan, becoming a true hero. She saved the UK from despair. She's a hero, of course. I heard the British royal family is going to grant a knighthood to Han Hyunju." The young man's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "There she is." A pair of feet stepped out. Han Hyunju appeared, looking happy, pulling a purple suitcase. Following her was Kang Dongbit. The flashes from the cameras began to flicker. Reporters started shouting questions. making her look stiff and flustered. Miss Han Hyunju, look over here. How did you discover the weakness of the Makasan? Kang Dongbit smiled at the question. Mr. Kang Dongbit, give us a few words. We heard you were the one who eliminated the most monsters during this campaign. Kang Dongbit's smiling face as he answered the interview was broadcast on the big screen in the city. A team of 200 people, including the hero Han Hyun-ju. As everyone knows by now, it was the extraordinary efforts of South Korean heroes that saved the UK. The key to destroying the MS was diffusing red spider lily extract into the air. Seo Do-jun, hidden under his hood, cast a quick glance at the news ticker, a mocking smirk curling on his lips. Meanwhile, the man being interviewed kept chattering away. Suddenly, Seo Do-jun's gaze turned icy as a thought flashed through his mind. At a fancy coffee shop, Han Hyans placed several bags on the table and said politely, "Here, these are for you." Seo Do-jun looked at the coffee cup in his hand, surprised. "For me?" She gestured happily to each bag. "This is a gift for your grandmother and Yoon-bi. And this one is for you, Seo Do-jun." He took his bag and opened it, feeling a bit awkward. "You could have just waited until I got home. Why the rush?" Seo Do-jun glanced at the elegant outfit inside, noting it looked like a high-end brand. She picked up her drink and explained calmly, "Consider it a small token of gratitude for your help. Because of you, I even got knighted." Ju continued, "Compared to all the help I've received, this is nothing. If you need anything else, I could even buy you a car." He put the clothes away, replying with a calm expression, "I'll let you know when I need something. Besides, I've already received plenty of help." She looked him straight in the eye, her expression serious. "If I asked how you knew the MS's weakness, you wouldn't tell me, would you?" Seo Do-jun replied nonchalantly, "Is there any reason I should answer that?" Han Hyunju just sighed helplessly as the warm, golden light of the cafe bathed them. She spoke up, "What's the next plan? I'm not expecting you to talk about world peace or anything, but if you're planning to target Hong Hee-ju or Kang Dongbit, we've got a problem. We need to find a way to stop it." He spoke slowly, while Seo Do-jun tilted his head, looking deadly serious. "I need to buy a house first." She stared at him, bewildered by his statement. Han Hyunju asked in disbelief, "Wait, you're renting?" Seo Do-jun fell silent, not knowing what to say. Cut to late at night, where the sound of laughter and play echoed from somewhere. At a luxurious villa, attractive women were partying at the pool. Jeong Kang Dongbit sat submerged in the pool, arms wrapped around two beauties, his face dark with thought. Han Hyunju. For some reason, she's been acting different lately. She knows the MS's weakness, and she's hiding how she found out. And I'm not even talking about the Ma-S, but what's up with Seo Do-jun? Han Hyunju was resting comfortably, crossing her arms as she retorted, "What do you mean?" Kang Dongbit started listing things off. She even helped him get out after he practically smashed a prosecutor. She even said she witnessed the moment he turned Kang Chan-hoo into target practice. Han Hyunju took off her blindfold, annoyed, and explained, "Kang Chan-hoo started it. And that assassination attempt through the portal was a total failure anyway. It was Kang Chan-hoo who picked that fight that day." The man laughed with disdain. "That fool Kang Chan-hoo was greedy and did something stupid. He deserved to die. But he was my cousin. Long story short, I have a legitimate reason to get revenge on Seo Do-jun." Her eyes glinted coldly as she glared at him in warning. Correcting previous lines split, "Do something stupid, he deserved to die. But he was my cousin. Long story short, I have a legitimate reason to get revenge on Seo Do-jun." Her eyes glinted coldly as she glared at him in warning. Kang Dongbit was slightly intimidated by Han Hyunju's gaze. She laid back, turned away, and spoke dismissively. "That's your business. I'm not getting involved." He was caught off guard by her reaction, thinking to himself, "I thought there was something serious between those two." She put her blindfold back on, revealing no emotion. "I have no reason to get involved anyway." Back in the present, Kang Dongbit poured himself a drink, thinking, "No reason. I said that so clearly." Yet, he sipped his drink, looking stern. Seo Do-jun is definitely up to something not normal. Somewhere, in the ruins of the UK, the area had become a wasteland after the monster attack. The British Hero Association was scrambling to get as many heroes into the rift as possible, to collect magic crystals before the second wave started. A bearded man standing guard grumbled, "It's a shame. If we had the red spider lily extract, even rank D guys like us could have taken down that MCCOcean." The man next to him agreed. "Yeah, exactly. If we had stopped the wave from the start, this place would have been a goldmine for magic crystals. Once the wave has already appeared, the rift can't be converted successfully anymore." The man continued, "I heard the second wave won't be an MC Ocean, but something else." The bearded man replied, Yeah, not knowing what's coming is the scary part. An entire country has been wiped out because of this stuff. Saying that, he turned his head to look at the rift. His comrade asked, "What is it? Something wrong?" The man replied, "I just have a feeling like someone's coming out." The other guy reassured him, "The team just went in. They'd be back already. It's only been 5 hours." The guard kept his guard up. "Just stay sharp, and keep a close eye on things. There are always greedy civilians looking to scavenge for magic crystals, you know." Suddenly, lightning sparked inside the rift. The guard whirled around, his face frozen in shock. His comrade looked just as stunned. From within the rift, a massive, muscular man appeared, looking incredibly dark and menacing. He peered down from above, his purple eyes glowing with a terrifying light. The two guards were frozen in fear by the man's sudden appearance. He wasn't a hero. Neither his outfit nor his scars looked like anything they'd seen before. "Quick, protect headquarters." Before they could even signal, he raised his metallic hand, conjuring a glowing green ring. The two were baffled as the green circles lifted them into the air. The guard being pulled up gasped in panic. "What? What is this?" The man didn't care in the slightest, walking past them majestically. "Damn it." The guard, furious, turned and threw a throwing knife at him. The man inside didn't even flinch, letting the magic circle deflect the blades, sending them flying in another direction. He muttered something under his breath. Then, the man suddenly clenched his fist, and the two guards screamed in agony as if they were being crushed. He gently extended his hand, fingers twitching, and purple lightning crackled into existence. Out of the lightning, a phone materialized. The screen clearly displayed the numbers 19.26% in a deep crimson red. The man wondered, "It's been 10 years by the time here, hasn't it? Still not even 20%. He walked past the two guards, muttering to himself, "Did I fail? After all the trouble of creating a spatial rift, first I have to raise the mana density." One of the two guards wheezed, What are you?" The man turned, his expression twisted like a demon's. He spoke coldly. "First, I have to wipe out these bugs," he said, dealing a brutal blow to the guard, and so, the scene opened, in a place haunted by the appearance of the Korean monsters. Under the vast blue sky, Seo Do-jun appeared, calm and collected, yet every step he took sent tremors through the hearts of those watching. Sunlight rested on his shoulders as the wind brushed past. No one knew where he came from, or where he was headed. They only knew that his mere presence made everything fall into a heavy silence. Suddenly, a series of strange noises from the surroundings caught his attention. Something was rushing toward Seo Do-jun at terrifying speed. The ground shattered, and a massive monster erupted from beneath, its roar tearing through the air. It opened its horrific jaws, ready to crush anyone who dared to stand in its way. But this time, the prey before it wouldn't be so easily swallowed, as an entire pack of monsters appeared at once. Yet, in the midst of that chaos, only one man stood firm. Seo Do-jun didn't back down, nor did he need to hide. Because from this moment on, the one being hunted was no longer human. He looked down, his gaze piercing the deep, dark abyss below. Something was waiting for him down there. With a single light touch, the ground quaked, and supreme divine power distorted the very earth. After a moment of light calculation, 26 of them within a 100-meter radius, Seo Do-jun smirked. A ball of fire erupted from his palm. The heat rolled out as if to incinerate the sky itself, just to see how many would survive. A blinding red light pierced through the cracks as endless fire surged into the deep pit. Seo Do-jun calmly tucked his hands into his pockets, his expression completely unfazed. Immediately after, the ground shook, and an explosion rang out. Brilliant light engulfed the space, power exploded, and flames screamed as they shot toward the heavens. A pillar of crimson fire pierced the clouds, tearing through the air as if to burn the sky away. Seeing that display, a flicker of suspicion flashed in Do's eyes. What exactly is that thing? At one point, he gave a faint, smug smile. Shifting the story to the heart of the bustling city, a skyscraper stood tall, a symbol of power and the secrets hidden within. An elderly man, looking composed, took a sip of his coffee. "All right, what kind of person is he?" The subordinate's sunglasses flashed. He spoke in a grave tone. "He is truly a difficult young man to approach." A few others nearby nodded in agreement. He confirmed to me that he is indeed a hero. Min Hong-ki, vice president of the Korea Hero Association. It didn't end there. Nate Wang continued to dig deeper. He looked at the assistant with curiosity. "I heard the hero stats scanner couldn't measure him, right?" Kim Eon-ung neatly arranged the documents on the table and nodded slightly. "Yes, I didn't get any readings at all." A middle-aged man in a black suit with a scowl on his face shouted angrily, "What an insolent brat. If he's a member of the association, he should be able to give a clear answer." He was Bak Chi-hee, another vice president of the Korea Hero Association. The atmosphere was as tense as a pulled string. The man smiling next to him gestured. Anything else? Nate Wong once again urged the assistant. What else did you find? Kim Eun-ung held up 2 papers filled with text. He shook his head. Not much, but there is some information, and then, he slowly revealed a terrible secret hidden behind the scenes. Seo Do-jun said everything started with the dark conspiracy of hero Kang Chan-hoo. Spiritual energy surged in his palm. Seo Do-jun raised his head in defiance, ready to face the crushing blow of the giant monster. His eyes flashed with killing intent, his hand burning with fire. Seo Do-jun clenched his fist, his spiritual power swirling as if to incinerate every enemy before him. Kim Eun-ung continued. Seo Do-jun nearly died in a battle at a dungeon gate and awakened his power. The monster's entire body was crushed, its flesh and blood blown into pieces. A ground-shaking explosion echoed out, the shockwave blasting smoke, dust and bone fragments across the sky. After that, he took revenge on Kang Chan-hoo, then single-handedly cleared a new rift in Ma. The battlefield trembled, red flame soared high, and Seo Do-jun's figure charged like a storm, sweeping away every obstacle. Kim Eun-ung read with a serious face until the end. Seo Do-jun possessed overwhelming power. A wild horse is hard to tame, but it is a prized steed indeed. The monster's body exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, but Nate Wang still had a concern. He requested a hero certification. Who in the association is vouching for him? Kim Eun-ung's expression darkened. He replied in the heavy air, "It's Haihan, Hyun-ju, an S-rank hero." Nate Wang and Bak Chi-hee went dead silent, their eyes wide with disbelief as their anger flared. Seo Do-jun stepped out, his lips curling into a provocative smirk. Amidst the reflection of his golden card, his cold face was clearly visible. Seo Do-jun stood still, looking at the golden card, the 8th person on South Korea's S-rank hero list. The carcass of the giant monster lay shattered on the ground, toxic blood spreading in streaks. Thanks to this, I'm allowed to hunt monsters in the rifts freely. Not bad. Nate Wang smirked, his smile fierce and bordering on madness, as if everything was going exactly according to his calculations. In the quiet meeting room after that laugh, he sighed. He looked at his 2 partners opposite him, showing admiration. That kid really has guts. Yes, his actions truly go far beyond that of a normal person. However, the atmosphere was suddenly shattered by an anxious shout. Bak Chi-hee slammed the table and stood up, sweat rolling down his forehead, his voice booming with irritation. What? He dared to enter a Tier 2 rift alone without any teammates or support squad. That guy must be insane. Nate Wang's deep eyes answered only with heavy silence. Haihan Hyunju frowned, his gaze as sharp as a blade as if weighing every word before speaking. Bak Chi-hee froze, sweat on his brow, letting out a tense, forced laugh. He felt flustered, and looking to end the discussion, shouted hurriedly, trying to justify his reasoning. Chairman, if that Seo Do-jun returns alive, let's reveal his identity and promote him aggressively. He is the 8th S-rank hero of South Korea, vice president. After saying that, Bak Chi-hee frowned and fell back into silence. Kim Eun-ung asked suspiciously, frowning, "There are still people hesitating about the consequences that might follow, but that might be something he doesn't want. We should ask for his opinion first, right?" That remark was immediately refuted by a frustrated Bak Chi-hee. "Hey, Vice President Min, what are you talking about? In times of such instability, if we announce that we have another S-rank hero, the public will feel more at ease, right?" The atmosphere in the meeting room shifted, all eyes turning toward the person with the highest decision-making power. "Chairman Nate Wang, what do you think?" A steady voice rose. "I have heard both of your opinions clearly." His face remained unmoved, his eyes showing resolve. "Let me meet him in person and see." Cutting back to the main character, Seo Do-jun unleashed a thunderous kick, his body hurtling straight at the giant monster. The force of the collision shattered the earth and stone. The monster's body was flung backward amidst a violent, shrieking roar. He charged straight into the pack of monsters, all of them opening their hideous jaws. His eyes were calm, his hands opening as if preparing for a finishing move. Seo Do-jun's gaze was chillingly sharp. With a flick of his wrist, his aura surged, ready to unleash a finishing blow that made the monsters tremble. He summoned his flames, and his hand burst into fire. The swirling inferno condensed into a destructive force, prepared to rain down on the monsters. The flames erupted violently, slicing through the monster's body. Seo Do-jun landed heavily on the ground. Dust rose with the shockwave, his arms still wreathed in flames from the attack. His gaze was icy, his entire presence exuding an oppressive force, the roar of the explosion drowning out everything else. The scene was left in a chaotic haze of fire and smoke, the monster's body trembling violently before shattering into pieces. Seo Do-jun stood proudly over the charred remains, the lingering flames flickering around his arm. Against the deep blue sky, his silhouette looked like that of a ruler, dignified and cold. As the fire on his hand faded, he let out a soft sigh. Seo Do-jun looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, just as I thought, the mana consumption is no joke. I need to get some gear, and fast. The white and blue building stood firm on reinforced concrete pillars, defying gravity. Under the sunlight, the sign read, Gasan Hero Complex. Not far ahead, a warm brown blacksmith shop sat nestled, neutralizing the cold tones of the complex. Inside, a muscular young apprentice sat at the counter, eyes glued to his phone. The gold-plated door chime, shaped like an inverted sword, jingled, announcing a customer. The door opened. Seo Do-jun walked in with his hands in his pockets, a massive rough bag slung over his shoulder, as long as his own body. The apprentice didn't look up, sounding completely robotic. Give me the name of the person who placed the order. Seo Do-jun stepped forward and dropped the heavy bag onto the counter. But the guy still didn't bother to look. He spoke politely, stating his request. I want to use this to craft a weapon. The guy refused without even glancing up, just slightly raising an eyebrow. If you didn't place an order, forget it. Go find somewhere else. Getting hit with the apprentice's total indifference, Seo Do-jun began to lose his patience. His face darkened, his eyes sharpening like blades, and he growled, I heard plenty of places are too busy to even take jobs. You're the one who called earlier, right? The apprentice was distracted by his game, shooting a look of irritation at Seo Do-jun, clearly annoyed by the intrusion. Damn it, I already said we're fully booked. We don't have space, go look elsewhere, he added. Every blacksmith in this area is top-notch anyway. Seo Do-jun grabbed the apprentice by the collar and yanked him off the seat, veins popping on his arms. The guy shrieked in shock, Are you crazy? What do you think you're doing? Seo Do-jun just stared him down. Realizing who was in charge, the guy panicked. I'm the owner's son. Seo Do-jun loomed closer, radiating a bone-chilling aura, and commanded, Go get your father right now. I came all this way because I heard this place was the best. The apprentice reluctantly turned, throwing an odd look at him. He shouted, Dad, a customer wants to see you. An old man in flip-flops clattered out. Age hadn't worn down his sturdy frame. Soaked in sweat, he adjusted his hat and asked, Who referred you here? The legendary master craftsman who makes gear for heroes. Seo Do-jun replied curtly, Han Hyunju. Hearing that name, the father and son turned pale, half respectful, half terrified. The master asked again, Did Han Hyunju really send you here? He didn't answer, calmly pulling the zipper of his tool bag. He pulled out two long brownish gold raw materials. The tips were sharp. The master recognized them and was struck with awe once more. He reached out to pick them up, observing them thoroughly while stammering. This is, the apprentice, curious, leaned in. Dad, what is that? It was over 2 hand lengths long. The master regained his composure, though his tone was still filled with surprise at finding such a rare treasure. It's the fangs of a giant black serpent. It's been a long time since I've seen these. Seo Do-jun gave more detailed instructions. Forge me a sword, just make it functional, but keep it as long as possible. The old man paused for a moment. As long as possible? You don't know much, do you? If you try to stretch non-metallic materials like this, the durability will drop significantly. Seo Do-jun crossed his arms, listening, his eyes appraising. The master offered a different solution. I'll make you 2 medium-sized blades instead. Seo Do-jun was stubborn. If it wasn't what he wanted, he'd push back. So you're admitting you don't have the skill to do it? Connect them and make it one long sword. I need that type. Also, if possible, maximize the stare absorption to the highest level. The apprentice erupted in anger. Hey, I can't stand listening to this. What do you mean he doesn't have the skill? My father, he can make even standard weapons. With level 3 mana absorption or higher. Seo Do-jun went silent. He reached up and grabbed a finished sword off the shelf. It looked pretty impressive. Seo Do-jun held the blade at both ends. He guessed, this looks like a level 5, right? With that, he tightened his grip, his veiny hands applying force. A magical light erupted from his hand, bright enough to illuminate the whole shop, forcing the apprentice to take a half step back. The next second, to the utter shock of the father and son, he cleanly crushed the sword like scrap metal. The sword shattered in an instant. Large and small pieces scattered, the metal clattering onto the floor. The father and son stared blankly at the wreckage. Seo Do-jun dropped the shards, his fist still clenched, his voice cold and menacing. If you're planning on making garbage like this, you'd be better off quitting your job right now. The air around them suddenly grew hot, as if on fire. The apprentice was frozen in fear. Even the master, though fuming, didn't dare utter a word. One hit from him would be the end. Deep in the lush, sun-drenched forest, by a lake adorned with flowers, everything seemed peaceful until a giant monster stirred, gnashing its teeth and growling, ready to wreak havoc. Its single eye in the center was tightly shut. It suddenly snapped open, the blood-red pupil flashing with a chilling light. Its massive frame stood up, shaking the earth with every step. It tilted its head to the sky and let out a roar that reached the clouds. At that moment, Seo Do-jun approached with a calm expression, stepping onto the shallow water. He found the screaming incredibly annoying. Still as loud as ever, huh? He waved his hand, flames surging to his chest. His eyes had already locked onto the target. Seo Do-jun lunged like a gale, dodging the monster's earth-shaking stomp. The monster stood frozen, watching the strange object darting toward it, unsure if it was demon or man. From above, he leaned in to gain momentum for his flaming hand, and delivered a decisive wind-tearing strike deep into its shoulder. The monster opened its maw and shrieked in pain. It frantically grabbed a tree to use as a weapon, its veins bulging, but before it could even use it, Seo Do-jun flew past and sliced it clean off. Both ends of the tree fell limply to the ground. Having dealt with the monster's weapon, his cold, fiery eyes turned toward his main target. The beast had almost no advantage. Every one of his swift, agile moves left the monster only just able to react with confused terror. Without wasting a single second, Seo Do-jun swung his hand, slicing into the other shoulder, with a blade wreathed in overflowing magical fire. The battle wasn't over yet. The monster had regenerative abilities. A green light from its healing magic was slowly knitting its torn flesh and ripped skin back together. Its muscular body fully recovered, and it stubbornly hissed with bared fangs. Poor thing, Seo Do-jun didn't hesitate. He zipped around behind it and launched himself forward. With just a light touch, a scorching stream of fire poured from his hand into the monster's flesh. The immense power turned it pitch black, as if it had been roasted. The monster shrieked with every ounce of its remaining strength, taking the full force of that flaming sword strike. That decisive blow sent its head flying clean off its shoulders. Using the power of the wind to fuel his swing, he landed a powerful, dramatic finishing move. The monster was defeated, crashing to the ground with a massive earth-shaking thud. Seo Do-jun stood up, sweating and looking at the smoldering flames, muttering, "Maintaining the magic sword for that long really is exhausting." He reached down to unbuckle with a handle, popped the lid, and pressed it against the fallen monster to catch a mug full of blood. He silently congratulated himself. If it wasn't for this, I never would have been able to take down that Cyclops. Seo Do-jun returned late at night, but the lights were still on inside the weapon shop. He shoved the mug of blood toward the young apprentice blacksmith. The kid looked confused. What is this?" Seo Do-jun replied calmly. "Give this to your master. This will make it much easier to fuse the two fangs of the Dark General together." The apprentice stared at the blood-red liquid, unable to calm his nerves. He kept calling out to Seo Do-jun's retreating back. What is that exactly? You have to tell me." The skyscrapers glowed brightly under the night streetlights, and finally, Seo Do-jun left the shop. He paused on the sidewalk, unconsciously tugging at his bag strap, deep in thought. "I've got the basic materials ready, but to boost the mana absorption rate, I need that stuff. There's only one place on Earth to find it, the Barado region. It's 12 hours away from here, a resort area surrounded by swimming pools." The morning air there was quite relaxing and lively. The phone on the pool deck buzzed with an incoming call. The screen showed the caller was Seo Do-jun. Hong Hee-juan Do-jun was soaking in the pool when she walked over and answered. Whatever she heard on the other end must have been shocking, as it caught her off guard. She had to lift her sunglasses to her forehead and ask again. "Barado? Seriously?" In the pool everyone was splashing around. On the deck, Hong lounging on chairs, enjoying their day off. The cold gaze behind Dong In-ju's glasses was watching everything. She spoke up. "The association decided to send heroes to Barado?" Dong In-ju, the king of W, sipped her drink and replied, "Yeah. Heard the Barado government and the association both gave up. Now they're planning to completely seal off the entire rift zone." Dong In-ju, wearing a deeply cut black bikini that showed off her hot, voluptuous figure, gently removed her glasses and tilted her head with a smile. "Even though the monsters over there are much more aggressive, we can mine quite a few mana crystals, and the pay from the association is good too, so our guild decided to join. You should come along too, and bring him with you." Hong Hee-ju-un asked, testing the identity of that person. You mean that level 8 ranker who's been making waves lately, right? She replied. I'm not sure. She wasn't satisfied and raised her voice. What do you mean you're not sure? I heard you two were pretty close, aren't you? Dong In-ju quickly denied it. What? Oh, come on. Don't be like that. I saw with my own eyes that you two went hunting for the cockatrice together. Han Hyun-ju blushed bright red, flustered, and replied, We already know that. If you're going to say it, just say it. Dong In-ju excitedly reached out, acting cute and coy. Do-jun, thank you so much. Suddenly, Hong Hee-ju-un stammered, cutting her off. But, honestly, I'm not even sure if he's going to come along. Elsewhere, sweat beads were streaming down Choi Bak-shi-hee-gwan's face, making him look incredibly tense. His voice turned fearful. Wait, how did you even find this? It's a perfect fusion. It doesn't look like metal, but like it was cast as a single block. Who would have thought Cyclops' blood could be used like this? Seo Do-jun stood there with his arms crossed, looking arrogant. A smirk touched the corner of his mouth. Choi Bak-shi-hee-gwan held a wooden mold in his hand and reluctantly agreed. Fine. I'll follow your order. It can be extended up to 180 centimeters. He reminded him, make it a two-handed sword, but design the grip so it can be swung with one hand. Around 5 kilograms is just right. The old man's face looked twisted under his cap. What is this? Suddenly you're acting all formal. I thought you were the type to be completely unreasonable. Turns out you know your manners after all. Or maybe this weapon is just that important to you. The shop owner observed the rough, heavy wooden stick in his hand and spoke up. But 5 kilograms is a bit heavy to swing with one hand. It's not like you're just going to swing it a few times and be done with it. Seo Do-jun replied. It's fine, just do it like that. How long will it take? Choi Bak-shi-hee-gwan answered. At least a month. The mana absorption rate could reach level 7. Seo Do-jun thought, level 7, huh? I wonder if it can handle my full power. As predicted, he really had to use that. For now, just get the shape done. Choi Bak-shi-hee-gwan looked at Seo Do-jun and whispered, As for increasing the mana absorption rate, wait until I've been given the materials. The old man's pupils shrank, and he felt anxious. Could he really be planning to go get that material? A few days later, in front of the parking area, a luxury car was parked. Seo Do-jun stood next to the car, his face full of appreciation. Thanks a lot. I'll put it to good use. Han Hyun-ju smiled and replied, It's nothing. Do I really look that strapped for cash? You only asked for a $1 billion item? Seo Do-jun smiled and replied, This is reasonable. That left her speechless. Han Hyun-ju stood there dumbfounded. Hong Hee-ju-un looked blankly at him as he checked over the car. She was curious. What's going on with the Hero Association? Seo Do-jun replied, They're planning to reveal my identity, so I demanded they pay a fair price. She was stunned. Pay a price? Chairman Nate Wang is the kind of person who always puts the big picture first. Seems so. But the negotiations failed. She yelled in frustration, Can you act like a decent person for once? I'm the one vouching for you. Please, think about me for a second. Her reply was the sound of him slamming the car door shut, cold and dismissive. Hong Hee-ju-un stepped up, opened the door, and sat right in the passenger seat. As she buckled her seatbelt, she tilted her head and said quietly, The association is swamped with moving troops to the Barado Rift zone. Once things settle down, I'll arrange for the chairman to talk again. Seo Do-jun's voice sounded oblivious. Barado? Hong Hee-ju-un's arm lightly brushed against his hand. Yeah, exactly. They said they're going to completely seal off part of the area. They kept getting closer and closer. It was an ambiguous, intimate scene. Seo Do-jun looked into her eyes, questioning, Are you going too? Her face turned bright red from embarrassment, and sweat trickled down her cheeks, leaving her feeling both tense and flustered. She turned to answer, Of course I am. Why do you ask? Seo Do-jun's handsome face and seductive voice murmured, Because I want to go with you. That sentence made Hong Hee-ju-un's heart race, her cheeks flushing pink with shyness. In another place, Hong Hee-ju's face was trembling, full of fear. She's asking Kang Dong-bi for more money. He curled his lip. This isn't the time to be pinching pennies, Director Hong Hee-ju. He yelled in frustration. I've already fronted you 30 billion. When are you actually going to start the job? I should have just hired someone else. Kang Dong-bi replied calmly. Who else would even take this job? She scoffed. There's no shortage of people willing to kill for a price. He sighed, his eyes full of mockery as he looked at Hong Hee-ju. Hong Hee-ju, you really are poorly informed. How about I give you some info for free? Seo Do-jun. He's an S-rank. The 8th S-rank hero in South Korea. Hong Hee-ju's face twisted, beads of sweat forming on her cheeks as she screamed, That brat is an S-rank. Are you messing with me? He chuckled. Oh, you don't believe me? I paid good money for that info. If you don't believe it, sit there and wait to die by his hand. As he slowly walked toward the door, her voice trailed after him. Wait, what? Is Seo Do-jun really an S-rank? If that's true, then I have no choice. I'll pay more, just make sure you take care of him. A sinister grin spread across Kang Dong-bi's face. It's not just about the money. If we become close business partners, that would be even better. Hong Hee-ju seemed to lose all control at the news he provided. She shrieked, anything. I don't care what it costs, as long as he dies. Suddenly, Kang Dong-bi's phone rang. Hong Hee-ju felt a wave of unease. He pursed his lips and silently read the message. It seems like fate is on your side, Director Hong Hee-ju, he said. Hong Hee-ju looked confused. What do you mean? He gave a slight smirk, turning the phone toward her. A perfect opportunity to deal with Seo Do-jun just appeared. In the first-class cabin of the plane, he sat with a calm, elegant posture. Online, netizens were buzzing, eager for news about the hero team. The most elite squad from the S-Rank Hero Association had been dispatched to Barato. It was the biggest overseas operation in history. Kang Dong-bi and Hong Hee-ju were also getting involved. The Barato operation officially entered the stage of separating the floors. The arrogant presence of Jung Seong-ho, who sat with his arms crossed, looked perfectly calm. Choi Gong-seo, have you heard? Jung Seong-ho is at Barato. People said he was carrying the whole team on his back. He's top tier. Guardy just smells money, he's like a hunting dog. Barato must be paying a fortune. Meanwhile, Baek Chi-hee with her toned physique was lifting weights in first class. Surely Baek Chi-hee is only going for the money too. Her guild is broke. They're desperate for cash. Her beautiful face was peering out, observing the situation outside. She had no idea the internet was full of praise. Hat 77 and Hyun are going too? They're basically national heroes now. Number 1, Gangnam, if the superdog climbs we follow. Sidu was radiant. Oh my god, Hyun Do-jun is so sexy. Kang Dong-bi just stood with his arms crossed, watching everything nonchalantly. Bin, even Kang Dong-bi is going to Barato. They must be throwing money around like crazy. Hey ninja, I heard. If you get the magic crystal, you're tax exempt. It all goes to the hero, Gu Yongbao. Is that 99% true? Even one mid-rank stone is enough to change your life. Du-bi looked over, bewildered, at Seo Do-jun, who was slurping his noodles. The comments online were still heating up. Du-bangti, who even is Seo Do-jun? The storm on social media grew more curious by the minute. Sejin Su-peira, he's just a rookie. Barato must be his debut. D-Hazeler, he's so young, they probably brought him along for the experience. I'm so curious about his real strength. So-gang So-tit, if he's already rank 5, he must be something. The plane took off into the sky, and every person aboard had their own private thoughts. Jang Seong-ho's face remained calm. Baek Chae-hee's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Hyunhan Hyeonju kept a serious expression. Dong-bi was staring wide-eyed at Seo Do-jun, who was puffing his cheeks while chewing his food under his black hood. The plane began its descent toward Barato. Amidst the bustling scene of skyscrapers, the camera zoomed in on the modern headquarters, with its flag waving in the wind. The gathering place for the Barato Hero Association. Just then, breaking news flashed through an emergency meeting. The reporter announced that the South Korean expedition team had just landed at the airport. Someone showed interest, saying, "That's good news. Out of all the summoned nations, they arrived the fastest." An official frowned. He took notes and remarked in the heavy atmosphere, "Some heroes haven't even gone to their quarters yet and have already started moving. This country really is all about hurry, isn't it?" He stammered, but then the official tilted his head, his eyes showing a mix of surprise and gravity. "I'm worried South Korea will find out about that information." Another veteran leader crossed his arms and leaned back, his gaze deep and cold. "There are no secrets in this world that last forever, so we must keep them under tight control until this mission is over." The group nodded. "I understand." He sighed softly, clenching his fists as if trying to hold on to his remaining composure. The mood turned even gloomier when the final report was read. Barato's national treasure-level hero, Mo Gai-seer, had been defeated and killed by an unidentified entity. Amidst the tension in the meeting room, the story suddenly took a turn. It wasn't a monster. The black box data clearly shows a human shape. The man still looked puzzled. He pondered. What on earth happened at the crack near Santam? In the large conference room, a man in a suit stood solemnly, pointing at a glowing map while giving his presentation. Below the stage, Hyunhan Hyeonju stared at her phone and frowned. She quickly sent a message. "Where are you? The meeting has already started." Seo Do-jun replied nonchalantly, "On the plane." She retorted suspiciously, On the plane, we just landed at the same time. I transferred flights. The destination is still far away. Where do you mean? He only messaged back one word, "Sometime." Hyunhan Hyunju's eyes widened in shock. Sometime? He's going into the most dangerous crack zone alone? Alone? The man in the suit continued his presentation, pointing to areas marked in red as the route reminder appeared. The entire hall listened in silence, the tension heavy in the air. After 2 days of acclimatization, heroes will be assigned to their registered areas in order. Outside a luxury hotel named Bomho 2, flags fluttered under the bright sun. Hyunhan Hyunju dragged her suitcase, opened the door and stepped into a yellow taxi, ready to leave. Just as she was about to get in, a hand suddenly blocked her. She looked up, eyes full of caution. A teammate had called her back. Dongbi held the car door shut, looking at her with suspicious eyes. He acted innocently, as if he didn't want her to leave. "Where are you going? The schedule hasn't even started yet." With eyes half closed, he wore an expression of calm indifference. "I have somewhere to be." Kang Dongbit was curious. "So, where are we going?" Confronted by his teammates' questioning, he replied in a cold, low voice. The taxi sped away in a flash of light. Kang Dongbit stood there, calm as if awaiting the inevitable. His eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that name. A land shrouded in countless rumors and secrets no one dared to mention. Santazim? The place even the Hunter Association forbids people from entering? The scenery shifted to a desolate wasteland, with jagged cliffs and dry, barren earth that looked as if time itself had gnawed it away. Lonely, twisted trees rose up like ghost sentinels. The rift zone near Santazim. Seo Do-jun's team moved silently into the area. No one spoke. Only the sound of hurried footsteps echoed across the dry ground. Everyone's eyes gleamed with caution. They marched in silence, the sound of their boots, the only thing breaking the stillness of the wasteland. Suddenly, Seo Do-jun's voice cut through the tension, sharp and cold. "We're already here. The least you could do is tell us why you were in such a hurry." Seo Do-jun replied nonchalantly, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. "I was waiting, wasn't I? Aren't you the one who showed up late?" Seo Do-jun was cold-blooded and blunt. Han Hyunju shouted back, frustrated, "No way. If you had told us sooner, you wouldn't have had to wait." She narrowed her eyes, probing, "Whatever, forget it. What exactly are you after by coming here?" Seo Do-jun responded decisively without wavering. "Blue Cerule." Han Hyunju couldn't hide her shock and yelled, "Blue Cerule? Is that all this is about?" Seo Do-jun glanced at his teammate with an expressionless face. "Do you need any more reasons?" She tilted her head, her tone teasing. "Listen, Seo Do-jun, do you know I'm 3 years older than you?" Seo Do-jun shook his head nonchalantly. "So what?" Han Hyunju grumbled and kicked up a fuss. She attacked Seo Do-jun with words, their bickering echoing through the forest. "It's not just about age, but you should show some respect to your elders." Dong In-ju's half-contemptuous, half-bored gaze swept over the two of them. Seo Do-jun snapped back, "I'm always speaking politely, you know. Then just talk naturally." The journey of the warriors into the dangerous lands, where death always lurked, continued. Their voices rang out across the mountain range. "Do you want me to be annoyed? Then, just use honorifics if you want, or don't." The way he was leading Han Hyunju by the nose like that. The conversation was interrupted by a tense situation. A young man looked around at the trembling rift and spoke up nervously. "Hey, is it really okay to just charge straight into the rift like this?" The other guy immediately laughed out loud. "We've got the hero Han Hyunju here. What are you worried about?" As tension spread around the rift, a voice filled with doubt rose up. "I know she's strong, but that guy leading them, isn't he just a rookie?" A burst of laughter erupted. Seo Eung-bi couldn't believe his ears. "A rookie?" He turned around to remind the two gossiping guys. He smirked, his voice filled with hidden meaning. "There are rookies, and then there are rookies. If it's Do-jun, he's probably a legendary tier rookie." The two young men's faces paled. To that extent, the constant whispering made Han Yeonju, who was in the team, grimace as she looked toward Do-jun. "Jun, are you hearing this?" Do-jun immediately rotated his sword into a defensive stance, looking forward. He growled, "Too loud." Han Yeonju's stern gaze settled on Seo Do-jun. "Seo Do-jun, don't tell me you came here with the intention of sealing this entire rift zone." However, Do-jun calmly replied with an unexpected reason. "I came here to get the ingredients. Why would I seal it?" Han Hyunju was stunned for a long moment. "Ingredients?" Suddenly, the entire mountain shook violently. From the swirling clouds of dust, a monster's arm with claws as sharp as blades slashed down, the air screaming under the pressure. An explosion shook the entire space. Light flared intensely as the blow struck the defensive wall. The soldier gritted his teeth, his body trembling under the terrifying pressure. Immediately after, the ground heaved. Seo Ungba whipped his head around, his eyes wide with shock. He clearly felt the tremors spreading through the space. He tried to shout a warning to the group. "Stay sharp! Get into position!" Seo Ungba gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with a mix of fury and tension, his breath coming in shallow gasps. His throat was parched, letting out only a choked sound, then a roar. From within the mist, a massive figure gradually emerged. Huge, pitch-black wings unfurled. Its eyes, glowing golden like blades, pierced through everything. The black aura surrounding the dragon's body emitted pressure that made the ground tremble. This wasn't just any monster. It was a true dragon risen from the abyss. Seo Ungbai's jaw dropped in surprise. Compared to the pictures, this thing is a real monster. Facing the monster's overwhelming power, one team member panicked and shouted, "Wait, isn't this a bit too dangerous?" Immediately, Seo Do-jun stepped forward, his voice ringing out decisively, "Get back!" Seo Do-jun's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. Veins bulged from the pressure. The cold steel flashed, the blade humming as if responding to its master. Amidst the blinding light, Do-jun stood silent like a blade unsheathed from its scabbard. Just waiting for the moment to carve into the world, he recalled his master's words. "If you want to get the heart of the Blue Cerule, you can't use your bare hands. I'll lend you my most prized sword. Use it to get the ingredients, no more talk." He lifted his sword, his cold gaze locked onto the enemy. The moment the steel flashed was the moment the real battle began. A single slash that tore heaven and earth asunder. The sound of the explosion roared like a thunderbolt, sweeping away everything in its path. Do-jun tensed up and threw a punch, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Blood and afterimages sprayed everywhere. That punch wasn't just the strength of a single person. The giant dragon roared, its scales shimmering, but around it were continuous, rapid-fire attacks from all sides. Light, dust, and shockwaves intertwined as if to crush it. The evil dragon spread its wings, eyes cold, a powerful spiritual force radiating from its body, as if exploding from within. The aura burst out violently, the ground and rocks around them shattered, and the space trembled, as if the entire battlefield revolved solely around it. Seongbi laughed in excitement, just as expected. The moment the weapon flashed in his hand, the onlookers stood frozen, their eyes full of fear and astonishment. They couldn't believe such power had come from a human. What was that? And when the sword slashed down, shaking the very earth, the whole group gasped in terror. That's absurdly strong. Do-jun stood with his back turned, his sword still dripping blood. Behind him, the monster's massive hand had been hacked to pieces. Small flames flickered in the dark forest. Seo Do-jun set his weapon aside and sat alone by the fire, watching the fire burn brightly, while the whispers around him could be clearly heard. "Did you see that? Do-jun took down the Blue Cerule in just one strike. You took down how many of them by yourself?" "I lost count," you replied, turning your back on him. The purple-haired guy in the group started whispering behind his hand. "Keep it down. Rumor has it he took down that giant siren beast too." The other guy, unable to hide his horror, shouted, "Wait, he handled that giant bird monster too?" Meanwhile, Seo Do-jun calmly stared into the fire, ignoring the chatter behind him. He clearly wasn't your average hero. In front of him, a pan held 2 pieces of green meat sizzling over the flames. He suddenly turned his head to look at the person slowly approaching him. "Did you finish processing the blue crocodile hearts?" Seo Do-jun asked. She immediately followed his pointing finger toward the crates in the back. He replied nonchalantly, "Take a look, and you'll see." Han Hyunju looked back, filled with suspicion. What on earth does he need those hearts for? And what is that meat he's grilling? Doesn't look like beef, does it? His casual response hit Han Hyunju like a bolt of lightning, making her eyes widen in panic. "It's blue crocodile meat. It's actually not bad. Want to try some?" Han Hyunju quickly covered her mouth, backing away in fear. "We have plenty of food. Why go through the trouble of eating that?" Seo Do-jun ignored her, muttered a quick sentence, and skewered a piece of meat to eat it. "Suit yourself." While in the back, she watched him with a shocked expression, as he calmly chewed. Just then, Dong In-ju spotted him and froze, staring in disbelief at the meat he was eating. Her face fell, and she asked in horror, "You can actually eat that? We have so much other food, why choose that?" Instantly, a slender hand grabbed a pair of chopsticks and snatched a piece of meat from the hot pan. Catching her staring silently at the piece of meat she just grabbed, Dong In-ju suddenly shouted, "Han Hyunju, wait, are you really going to eat that?" Han Hyunju turned to the girl who had just jumped up in a panic. "They said it's edible." She quickly opened her mouth to eat the meat, much to Dong In-ju's shock. She took a bite of the seemingly toxic green meat. A second later, she had to cover her mouth in utter surprise, lost in thought. Huh? This is actually pretty good. Dong and Ju immediately stepped closer to the pair, leaned in and whispered, making Seo Do-jun, who was still chewing, suspicious. Seo Do-jun, what's your secret? How did you win Han Hyun-ju over? She's never had a boyfriend and isn't the type to be easily swayed by men. Tell me, how did you get her to eat that monster meat? He listened, expressionless, and looked down. My secret to love? Probably back when I was at the Imperial Academy. I wasn't even 20 yet. The image of the young man known as the Sword God, staring intently at the beautiful girl in front of him, became clear. Lady Mrs. Green, the Count's daughter. A moment later he was hand in hand with a beautiful white-haired woman. Then came Lady Leerlan Lean when he was over 20, and finally, the strong silhouette of a woman standing heroically in front of massive monsters in the ruined world of Vionia. Dong and Ju suddenly shouted in his ear, snapping him out of his trance. Hey, are you even listening? I asked for your secret to love. Seo Do-jun quickly turned his head to face her as she stood with her hands on her hips, and in a flash, he put on an enthusiastic face and replied, Honey doesn't go looking for the bees. Dong and Ju stood there, completely frozen. A second later, her jaw dropped. Han Hyun-ju couldn't believe what she was hearing. Oh my god. That is the cheesiest thing I have ever heard in my life. Dong-in-ju immediately rushed over and pounded Han Hyun-ju on the back so hard she dropped her chopsticks and started choking. Scene changed to a modern city, filled with skyscrapers after the portal outbreak. Inside a luxurious room, an assistant reported, That's all the information, sir. Yo swirled the wine glass in his hand, his tone careless. We haven't even started the campaign yet, so why the rush to leave? And Seo Do-jun, Dong-in-ju, even the Camel Flower Guild is joining in. There aren't any valuable monsters in the Santa Jim region. As far as I know, there's nothing special there. The man quickly replied, Well, every time we ask about the portal area, they just say it's extremely dangerous. Just then, the phone rang. Anything involving that bastard Seo Do-jun always went beyond expectations. Seriously? Director Hong, calling me while you're free today. The voice on the other end shot back, Is that Seo Do-jun guy still alive? When does he plan to actually get to work? He chuckled and asked, What are you annoyed about this time? What happened? The voice on the other end replied immediately, My father. He saw Seo Do-jun ranked 5th in the news, so he's demanding I bring him home. Yo jumped up and said mockingly, So the chairman of T Group has to personally step in, huh? Is that why our director is so worked up? The other side became impatient and shouted, Stop joking around. What do we do now? Kang Duongbyo walked over to the map hanging on the wall. Finally, a good partner. You have to know how to cater to them, right? Seo Do-jun certainly won't be coming back from the portal alive. The other side replied, sounding satisfied. I like that answer. He pointed his pen at a spot on the map and replied, Understood, now hang up. Director Hong Hee-do contacted the Joma Takashi side. The assistant quickly confirmed the order. At the same time, a name circled in red appeared on the map. Now that Seo Do-jun has wandered into the wilderness, it'll be much easier to make a move. Back in the forest, Seo Do-jun led the group straight ahead. Han Hyun-ju stared intently at the map as they headed deeper into the jungle. Hey, I heard there are dangerous monsters here. He asked, Which ones? She quickly thought of a terrifying creature, a siren. Seo Do-jun calmly looked up at the sky. A siren? Are those things here too? You know about sirens, he replied. Of course, why wouldn't I? Seo Do-jun strode forward. Han Hyun-ju watched his back as he moved away from everyone, sighing. I knew it'd be like this, I won't stop you. But put this on. Seo Do-jun looked at the object in his palm. What's this? Han Hyun-ju ignored him, walked up and started giving instructions. Earplugs. If you get charmed by a siren's howl, your brain will be paralyzed. You said you knew about them earlier. His response left her confused. No need. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Han Hyun-ju to shout in panic. Don't underestimate a siren. The Portal Hero Association warned us to be extremely careful with them. But he didn't even pay attention to her words. Night gradually covered the quiet forest. Seo Do-jun still led the way. A furry creature silently tracked their every footstep. Under the full moon, its body became clear. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear as they looked at it. A piercing, jarring sound rang out instantly, causing Dong-in-ju and the rest of the group to cover their ears in panic. Lin, everyone, cover your ears now. Meanwhile, Seo Do-jun stayed calm, his gaze sharp as he watched the beast howling under the moonlight. The moment it appeared, Lin tilted its head back and let out a howl that echoed through the space. Han Hyun-ju, annoyed by the screeching, had to cover her ears. Dong In-ju and the teammates behind her quickly followed suit. Only Seo Do-jun stood there, completely unfazed. She was surprised by his reaction, thinking to herself, why isn't he covering his ears? Seo Do-jun casually picked up a rock from the ground, channeled fire into his hand as he gripped it, and swept his cold eyes across the area. He swung his arm and hurled the stone. The flames engulfed the rock, turning it into a piercing projectile that shot straight toward Lin on the tree branch. She and Hyun-ju couldn't help but be shocked by his sudden move. Lin turned and scrambled away quickly. Seo Do-jun wouldn't let it go, and immediately gave chase. Dong In-ju followed, still dazed. What just happened? She couldn't hide her amazement. Lin's howling had ceased, and after running for a bit, Seo Do-jun suddenly stopped. His teammates caught up shortly after. In the quiet of the night, Seo Do-jun stood tall, facing countless Lin creatures. The Lin he had attacked earlier was baring its teeth, absolutely furious. It glared at him, its red pupils emitting a faint golden light. Lin stared fixedly at Hyun-ju. She was stunned, frozen stiff as it locked eyes with her. She seemed hypnotized, her eyes now mirroring those of the Lin. Right then, Seo Do-jun stepped in and gently covered her eyes, his voice low and warm. It's not the howling you need to worry about. She glanced at him, her eyes still flickering with that pale yellow tint. He explained further, the thing that paralyzes your mind is their gaze. Seo Do-jun grabbed his sword and reminded her, keep your eyes closed for a moment. She obeyed and squeezed her eyes shut. Seo Do-jun walked forward with effortless grace toward the Lin swarm, his sword surrounded by blazing red flames. He thought to himself, this is the limit. With a single light swing, his blade carved a brilliant circle of fire. Seo Do-jun stood amidst the flames, his presence imposing. He thought about his clan's sword techniques. His eyes glowed with intense focus. First form, Kaliter Milagrosa K, the miracle of a single point. Flames wrapped tightly around his sharp blade. With a cold, heroic intensity, he swung the sword, and a ball of fire manifested at the tip. The Lin swarm, terrified by this sheer pressure, cowered on the ground. The fireball grew larger and larger, illuminating the sky, leaving his teammates in total awe. What the hell is that? It looked unimaginably dangerous. Seo Do-jun's face seemed covered in a metallic sheen, and currents of pale yellow energy radiated from his eyes. He unleashed the technique. The flame-engulfed sword lunged forward like a missile tearing through the night, a circle of red fire lighting up the horizon as it flew straight toward the Lin swarm. Lin watched the fire hurtling toward it, still dazed, unable to comprehend what was happening. Only when the flames were right on top of it did it finally flinch, eyes widening in panic. In a split second, the entire swarm was engulfed. The massive, ferocious fire swept across the forest in the silent middle of the night. Dong In-ju and Hyun-ju shielded themselves from the intense heat. Seeing something, she opened her eyes wide in shock. A massive trail of fire had carved through the ground, leaving a charred black path behind. The trees on both sides were reduced to ash. On the ground, Lin lay defeated, its body still smoking, lying motionless amidst the cinders. The others suffered the same fate. The group stared at the scene, mouths agape in shock. Hyun-ju broke into a cold sweat and stammered, no way. Amidst the ashes, one Lin was still breathing, struggling to lift its body up. Seo Do-jun walked over slowly, sword in hand, approaching the surviving Lin. It glared at him, its pupils pulsing with light, trying to hypnotize him. But Seo Do-jun remained completely unaffected. He didn't show a shred of mercy and decisively slashed the Lin in two. Even as it was sliced open, it looked dazed, spitting up a mouthful of blood. The Lin's eyes reflected the image of Seo Do-jun. He said coldly, "Don't you dare act so arrogant here." Seo Do-jun touched its wide-open eye. "I'll take this eye. Who knows, I might find a use for it later." Seo Do-jun stared at it with piercing, cold eyes. Dong In-ju and Do watched him with absolute trust. At this, Lin exclaimed, "This is insane. Is he even human anymore? He must be stronger than an Alphaner. Maybe even on par with a Kenter." Kenter? The strongest hero in the world? No way. All around them, monsters were lurking in the water, ready to strike, baring their sharp teeth at Seo Do-jun's group. Seo Do-jun's group realized these creatures had no tactical sense. Unit beasts really don't have brains. No sooner had they said it than the monsters lunged forward. Unfortunately for them, they were immediately met with a devastating punch from Seo Do-jun. If a punch wasn't enough, he followed up with a kick for each one. His expression as he looked at them was dangerously cold. Then, with lightning speed, Seo Do-jun moved through the swarm, finishing them off in a blink, leaving none of them in one piece. Seo Do-jun stomped firmly on the ground, witnessing the horrific sight. Everyone else was left speechless, dazed, and nearly floored. The space filled with the cries of monsters in agony, before returning to an eerie silence. Now, walking alone with Seo Do-jun, Du asked, "That sword technique, where did you learn it?" The sound of them walking on gravel was the only thing heard. Memories flashed through Seo Do-jun's mind. He replied, "Why? Do you want to learn it?" Du was taken aback. "Can I?" Thoughts stirred in his mind. In this peaceful world, what would she need it for? Thinking that, he replied, "If you learned it now, when would you even use it?" Du was frustrated and muttered to herself, "Stop looking down on me, I'm an S-rank hero, you know." She irritably snapped back. "At least I could use it once before I die, right? Or do you just not want to teach me?" Seo Do-jun glanced at Du. She didn't back down, meeting his gaze until he finally gave in. Fine. I guess that's all there is to you." Dong and Ju stepped in, trying to de-escalate the tension. "Let's just head through the rift." The whole team quickly acknowledged the order. "Yes." Everyone rushed toward the rift. Dong and Ju thought to herself, thanks to Seo Do-jun, no one was hurt. Next time we come near this area we can cut down our travel time even more. With that thought, she quickly squeezed through the rift. Just as she stepped through, Dong and Ju heard a voice shouting, "I'm going to kill you." She was bewildered. "Is that Japanese?" The insults kept coming. "How dare you get in our way?" Dong and Ju finally recognized the voice. At that moment, Du was being held in Seo Do-jun's arms. The one speaking was Joma Takashi, an S-rank, the master of the Empire Guild belonging to the Yakuza. Joma Takashi walked up to Seo Do-jun and continued, "I was finally having a good time with the King of Power today, and you had to go and ruin it." "If he wants to fight." Seo Do-jun was ready. He whispered quietly, "Get out of my sight before I smash your face in, do you understand? This bunch is such an eyesore, don't you think?" Listening to him converse fluently in Japanese, Du asked in surprise, "You can speak Japanese?" Seo Do-jun replied with a hint of worry, muttering to himself. In truth, it was Seo Do-jun who had been learning. Joma Takashi glared with murderous intent, thinking, "What are you spacing out for?" His lackeys quickly chimed in, echoing his hostility. "Who do you think you're talking back to, you punk? Get on your knees and apologize. Do you have any idea who we are? If you guys dare to." Seo Do-jun's icy glare cut them off mid-sentence, showing he didn't care about their threats at all. "Get lost." The air suddenly froze, the tension between the two sides thick enough to cut. Dong In-ju started thinking to herself, the Empire was a 5th-ranked guild in Japan. They were notorious for being undisciplined, thugs at heart and Yakuza affiliated. No matter how strong Seo Do-jun was, he should avoid them. Thinking this, she quickly stepped forward to mediate. "Both sides, please, stay calm." He brushed her off. "This isn't a place for a girl to interfere." Hearing that, Dong In-ju's expression hardened. "A girl, huh?" The people behind Seo Do-jun suddenly erupted in criticism. "You idiots, what do you think you're doing? How dare you insult our guild leader?" The idiots, irritated, Dong In-ju hurriedly tried to stop them. "Everyone, be quiet." Then she calmly introduced herself. "I am Dong In-ju from the Camellia Guild. It would be better to resolve this peacefully." Joma didn't even care to listen and continued. "So what? I've never heard of your guild. If you want a beating, don't worry, your turn will come soon enough." With a flick of his hand, he yanked Du away from Seo Do-jun. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop the guy's actions. Seeing Seo Do-jun approach, the guy threw a punch. "Get lost. I've got something to show you. Since I was planning to kill you anyway, just sit still and wait for death." In his head, Seo Do-jun thought, "Something to show me? Trying to piss me off? If you want to fight that bad, let's play." A devastating punch slammed straight into Joma Takashi's cheek. A single, loathing tap was enough to send him flying over 100 meters away. Seeing their leader go flying, Joma's underlings were struck with terror. Seo Do-jun reminded everyone, "Back off." He threw the first punch. "So this is just self-defense. Let's make this a one-on-one fight, clear out the small fry so things don't get messy." Joma had woken up from his daze, and he ordered everyone to step back. Muscles bulged on his arms, his face twisting into something even more savage. Du, standing by, started worrying for Seo Do-jun. She whispered to herself, "Seo Do-jun, just kill half of them." Takashi's group suddenly looked ahead in shock. Hyunwoo Jin, Dong In-ju, and Seong Sheol, all of them stared ahead with panicked expressions. Seo Do-jun jumped up and stomped straight onto Takashi's head, slamming his face into the ground as he groaned in agony. Then Seo Do-jun kicked him flying again. Takashi clutched his nose in pain, thinking, "Damn it, how is this guy so strong? Who the hell is this guy? This isn't what I heard about him." "Damn it." Seo Do-jun shot a glance at him. Takashi saw that look and couldn't help but tremble. "I'm going to die." Immediately, he turned and tried to run away. But Seo Do-jun instantly appeared right in front of him. Seo Do-jun growled, "Who sent you to mess with me, huh? I've already got a rough idea of who it is." But before he could say more, Seo Do-jun grabbed his hair, making him shake. Please, please forgive me. Seo Do-jun replied coldly. You want me to spare you? Never. He tightened his fist and slammed it straight into Takashi's face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The group from Hyun Woo-jin's side watched with wide, shocked eyes. Seo Do-jun rubbed his arm after knocking Takashi to the ground. Dong In-ju looked surprised. I guessed as much, but I didn't expect it to be such a one-sided beatdown. Seo Do-jun placed his foot on Takashi's head. Seeing this, Dong In-ju tugged at Hyun Woo-jin's sleeve and said, at this rate he's going to kill him. Do say something. Seeing Seo Do-jun stomping hard on Takashi's head, Hyun Woo-jin finally spoke up to intervene. Seo Do-jun, stop. If you keep going, he's actually going to die. Without hesitating, he replied, I'll take responsibility. But Hyun Woo-jin straight up pulled him away to question him. Take responsibility? How on earth are you going to do that? You'd be better off not doing things that require you to take responsibility later in the first place. Seo Do-jun explained, I've seen plenty of scumbags like him. It's best to just kill them outright. Dong In-ju also walked over, grabbing his hand to persuade him. Seo Do-jun, you shouldn't ruin your own future because of trash like this. Stop it. Do added, they've already learned a painful lesson. Dong In-ju hurriedly shouted, if you don't want to end up like that guy, start talking sense. Tell us you won't cause any more trouble. The three of them immediately dropped to their knees, bowing their heads, and answered in unison, yes, ma'am. But Seo Do-jun still didn't seem satisfied. He challenged them, just kneeling? Smash your heads against the ground. Hearing that, they immediately began kowtowing, obedient as puppies. Seo Do-jun asked, you, Yakuza types are supposed to chop off your fingers when you mess up, right? As soon as they heard that, every one of them started banging their heads repeatedly. Please spare us. Please have mercy. He gave them a demand. Say I am trash, and I am very sorry, and I'll let you go. The guy with black hair gritted his teeth as he spoke. I am trash, I am very sorry. Dong In-ju was speechless hearing that, while everyone else laughed in mockery. Even the big guy lying on the ground stuttered along. Trash. Seo Do-jun looked at him with satisfaction. At the bureau, a man frowned while reading the documents in his hand. He furrowed his brows looking at Dong In-ju and the others standing in front of him. He rearranged the stack of documents, thinking to himself, do I really have to believe this? An S-rank hero, but Joma Takashi was beaten to the point of being crippled, and his opponent was just one man? Takashi was the only one injured, so it was impossible to say this wasn't true, but it was still too hard to accept. The Japanese side was hoping that South Korea could cooperate to close the Santa Rift. Then he spoke up. If this report is accurate, our bureau cannot intervene. We will send this case to the South Korean and Japanese Hero Associations. You will receive the final decision from them. Dong In-ju replied, understood. He continued, and you all already reached the Santa Rift, right? Was there anything unusual there? Dong In-ju quickly replied, no, nothing strange at all. Hyun Woo-jin thought to himself, unusual what? The man heard her and answered, I understand. By the way, this Seo Do-jun guy appears the most in this report. So why isn't he here? Dong In-ju stammered. Well, Seo Do-jun quickly came up with an excuse. He said he had some business to take care of. He wondered, business? In the hospital hallway, moans echoed everywhere. Takashi groaned, his eyes filled with fear. As it turned out, he was staring at Seo Do-jun, who was standing in front of him holding a bouquet of flowers. He spoke up tone sharp. Lay still. I really did come here to visit the patient. Seo Do-jun took out an orb and placed it on Joma Takashi's forehead, then spoke. Now, tell me everything that happened. The room suddenly became strangely quiet. Takashi spoke as if he were hypnotized. Because of low-life scum like me, I caused trouble for the Korean guild. Seo Do-jun frowned at him, then turned around to walk away, leaving Takashi to keep rambling. Yakuza are trash. Yakuza are trash. Seo Do-jun stepped out of the room, his hands clenched tightly. Rumors about the clash between the Korean and Japanese heroes spread rapidly. News articles about the brawl between Seo Do-jun and Takashi popped up one after another, with headlines like, Takashi taken down with just one hit. Violence is one thing, but something even more terrifying is the pure, burning hatred, and the public support for Seo Do-jun is spreading like wildfire everywhere. The mysterious hero, Seo Do-jun, has finally spoken up. Nate Wall read the news and commented, he really wiped the floor with all the domestic headlines. It's absolutely explosive. News about the hero Seo Do-jun comes out day after day. A man in glasses spoke up. But, is it true that the Japanese Hero Association is refusing to investigate further? Nate Wong replied. I heard the victim, Takashi, said so himself. I don't really get it. That guy has always been one to make a huge scene out of everything. It just goes to show that the Japanese side is trying to hide something. The man in glasses looked confused. What do you mean by that? Nate Wang gritted his teeth and answered, I don't know, but soon enough, everything is going to revolve around hero Seo Do-jun. I have a feeling the global balance of heroes is about to be shaken to its core. Day 1. There was only 1 day left before the operations to seal the Barjado Rift began. The Korean heroes arrived early to acclimate to the area, coordinating with the international heroes who had gathered for the later wave, sharing joint operations and individual plans. A pre-deployment banquet was held to ensure success. The star of the banquet was, naturally, Seo Do-jun. At the party, Seo Do-jun was standing there talking to a group of people. Dong In-ju looked at him and thought to herself, the rumors about him crushing Takashi seem to have gone global. Everyone here is talking about it, yet he isn't bragging at all. That's truly respectable. Compared to him, don't you think we're a bit mediocre? Dong In-ju noticed Han Hyunju was silent for a long time and didn't answer. She watched him thinking, he's not even listening to me. What is he looking at that has his face looking so tense? Thinking that, she looked forward. Standing in front of them was Seo Do-jun, near a charming woman. She looked at Seo Do-jun with eyes full of admiration. She was Gloria, an S-rank hero from the United States, ranked number 1 in the world's most beautiful hero polls. Dong In-ju smacked Han Hyunju's arm, making her jump. Dong In-ju said loudly, that's enough of that moody look, why are you just sitting there? Go on, go! She stuttered. What, me? Do what? Seo Do-jun glanced toward Han Hyunju. She shyly walked toward him, blushed, not daring to look at Seo Do-jun. Seeing her adorable expression, he smiled happily. Just as Han Hyunju arrived, Seo Do-jun turned to walk away. That's interesting. See you later, Seo Do-jun. She was confused. Who's Seo Do-jun? Seo Do-jun took a sip of his drink and replied, that's me. Han Hyunju was surprised. You have an English name. Seo Do-jun explained, it's the name I used before the name Seo Do-jun. She looked at him thinking, did he live abroad when he was little? When I checked his records, there was no information about this. Why has he never mentioned this name to me? Far away, someone was silently watching Seo Do-jun. He thought to himself, that bastard Takashi, to think he couldn't even handle a piece of trash like that. In the end, I guess I'll have to handle it myself. He overheard someone warning Seo Do-jun. You have to be really careful, Seo Do-jun. He walked past the two of them, eavesdropping. I know you're strong, but the enemy doesn't always play fair. Takashi has some close allies. Before she could finish, Seo Do-jun cut her off. Forget about them. Han Hyunju stood there frozen for 5 seconds. What do you mean, forget about them? You should know who Seo Do-jun is, he said mockingly. They're just the same type as Takashi. Cowardly and weak, but they love to act tough, right? Those types aren't worth worrying about, not even a little bit. A man standing in the corner of the banquet hall heard what he said and trembled with rage. His eyes were full of killing intent, while in contrast, Seo Do-jun wore a mocking smile. The man clenched his fists and glared at Seo Do-jun, cursing under his breath, that bastard. I will kill him with my own 2 hands. At night the sky was filled with moons and stars. Dong In-ju with a thoughtful face said, this is the first time I've seen something like this. At the rift zone near Santa, Dong In-ju continued, the entrance to the rift looks so gloomy and dark. Seo Do-jun smiled and said, what's there to worry about? We have 2 S-rank heroes here. Let's hurry in and seal it. Dong In-ju agreed, that's right, what could possibly happen? Everyone, let's head in. Everyone replied in unison. Understood. Everyone was now standing in front of the rift. Noticing Seo Do-jun seemed hesitant. Gon looked at him, confused, and asked, is something wrong? He replied, don't you feel it? Gon answered, feel what? Then she turned to ask Dong In-ju, sister, do you feel anything? Dong In-ju was also puzzled, not at all. You mean you're sensing something? Seo Do-jun looked ahead, worried. He felt the concentration of mana spiritual energy had increased, and the surrounding air had become strangely silent. High above, someone was measuring the mana concentration at 23.61%. He spoke up, it won't be long before it hits 30%. You filthy insects, it would be easier if you all just died right here. Everyone now felt the pain. My body feels so heavy, it hurts, it's so suffocating, I can't breathe. Seo Do-jun thought to himself, this mana level is different. The concentration is even denser than it was in the Patisua forest. Seo Do-jun glanced at him. This is the first time I've seen him this tense. There's definitely something here. Seo Do-jun was staring straight ahead. Dong In-ju tried to reassure everyone. Everyone stay calm. This could just be a characteristic of this rift zone. Since our bodies feel heavier than usual, don't let your guard down. Han Hyunju, you watch the formation. Mr. Seo Do-jun, you too. Han Hyunju replied obediently, understood. Dong Inju continued. As long as we find the reason for the change in mana density, we'll be fine. Seo Do-jun replied, right. Our priority is to seal the rift. Everyone, stay alert, and move out. Everyone acknowledged the order with a loud, unified shout. They increased their vigilance, observing their surroundings. As Seo Do-jun entered the Santa Rift, the northern region of Barjado, the largest city in the Rift Zone, was where the Korean team was deployed. Suddenly, everyone was attacked, poisoned, and started bleeding from the mouth. The sound of things whizzing through the air echoed everywhere. In the sky, poisonous bees appeared. They relentlessly attacked Dong Inju's group. They were killer wasps, flying-type monster wasps. Seeing their comrades poisoned and falling one by one, someone in Seo Do-jun's group thought, no way, killer wasps should be monsters that even C-rank heroes could hunt. Everyone seemed helpless against the swarm's attack, each of them falling one after another to the poison. A member of the group saw this and thought, even A-rank heroes are being defeated in a one-sided slaughter. A wasp raised its sharp iron stinger and dove toward him like a bullet. He reached out to punch it, but it dodged. He exclaimed, it's so heavy. It should have burst apart by now. Seeing the wasps frantically attacking his teammates, he thought, how many people will even survive this? A blade slashed violently toward Dong Inju. The Black Flag monsters suddenly appeared, sharp weapons in their hands. Qian Song asked, this is so strange, why are these Black Flag monsters suddenly this strong? The group stepped forward, one by one, to engage the monsters. Another member of the team lunged forward to attack as well. A Black Flag monster glared at him, eyes blazing with fury, and raised its massive razor-sharp axe high. It swung the axe down with full force, but luckily, Han Hyunju rushed over and saved him from the blade. He quickly thanked her. She warned him, don't be so reckless. As the sounds of more Black Flag monsters grew closer, Han Hyunju immediately flew toward the enemy. The monster saw her and swung its axe, but suddenly, a wave of purple smoke enveloped it. Han Hyunju had already circled around it, delivering a powerful kick straight to the monster's body. It spun in pain, searching for the source of the attack, but she had already vanished. She had already vaulted over the monster's head, raising her foot high before diving down like a lightning bolt toward its skull. In pain and blind rage, the monster swung its axe blindly, but, to its surprise, it struck one of its own kind standing in the way. This only made it angrier. Meanwhile, Duo took the chance to continue the assault. She delivered a crushing kick that sent the Black Flag monster flying backward. It shrieked in pain, spitting out a mouthful of something. Seeing this, everyone thought, Seo Do-jun is terrifyingly strong. I completely forgot. As expected of an S-ranker. He's insane. The Black Flag monster wailed in agony, only to immediately eat a heavy punch from Do-jun. Do-jun had taken down a Black Flag monster in the blink of an eye. Dong Inju thought to herself, with difficulty levels like this right at the entrance, even with both of them here, clearing this dungeon won't be easy. As the monster lay unconscious on the ground, Do-jun stood watching it. Do-in walked over and asked, what are you looking at? He replied, do you see something like a black ripple anywhere? She asked back, a ripple? You have to focus hard just to see it. What is this? This is why they suddenly got so strong, Seo Do-jun thought. Why is there dark mana here? Everyone was shocked. Both Dong Inju and Han Hyunju frowned, looking confused. The air grew heavy and silent after Do-jun spoke. On a dark moonlit night in a desolate wasteland, a monster was desperately struggling against something. Naturally, someone would try to suppress its power, but the monster refused to give in. Everyone felt the situation becoming increasingly dire. We need to wipe this out as fast as possible. This chaotic battle really needs to end right here. Everyone felt the situation was more unstable than ever. Someone voiced their confusion about these bizarre events. Even the swamp monsters were growing abnormally strong. Human strength alone couldn't hold them back. If this keeps up, humanity won't be able to survive. Was that last blow strong enough to tear through combat armor? This is truly dangerous. What on earth is happening? Even someone as composed as me can't stop this. A blue-haired girl flew high into the air and unleashed her power. The monster wouldn't go down that easily. That girl was incredibly sharp though. If these swamp monsters are already this strong, the deeper levels must be even deadlier. Is there something special about this rift? A look of worry clouded her face as she pondered. It's not just here at the Baradu Rift. Could it be? Are all the rifts across the world like this? At the rift near Mayer, in a desolate remote area, a young man was racing against time. His face was etched with anxiety, beads of sweat soaking his skin. Those were A-rankers, and they lost their lives just because of some BOK monsters. The purple-haired girl turned, startled, when she heard that name. Do-jun turned and listened closely to what he said. That's right, especially the ones infected with dark mana. You absolutely have to be careful. Dark mana, the same black energy that surrounded the black wood the other day. What was it? Now that same thing was appearing on the swamp monsters. Is that what's making them so strong? The vortex kept spinning, endless and restless. Just imagine that dense energy flooding into their bodies. Han Hyeonju was trying to control everything as best she could. Is this like in a game where you cast a spell? She sighed. No way. Does mana actually exist in real life? The biggest difference between a hero and a normal person is whether or not they possess mana. The monsters were getting more vicious by the second. Do-jun really wanted to smash everything as quickly as he could. Everything was falling into chaos. Does the concept of mana not exist in this world? Then it must have been a peaceful world once. It's just a shame that peace won't last much longer. Honestly, he didn't want this to happen at all. Do-jun wanted everything to go back to how it was. But regardless, he had given it his all. Do-jun wanted to stomp everything into the ground. He would prove that this world deserved peace. He was the bravest person there was. His teammates watched him with eyes full of admiration. Han Hyeonju still had questions on her mind. To sum it up, among all types of mana, it's that specific dark energy that's making the monsters stronger, right? If I had to compare it, it's like injecting steroids into an athlete. She had one more question for him. But how does Seo Do-jun know all of this? To him, it was simple. On the contrary, it was strange that they didn't know. Leaving the swamp area, the Morning Glory Guild followed his lead, intentionally slowing their pace and moving with extreme caution because it was an incredibly dangerous zone. Everyone felt a deep sense of dread. Then, a hand signaled for everyone to stop. Found it. Seo Do-jun. It's a bait cocoon. Looking at its shape, the conclusion was obvious. Everyone, be careful. That dangerous thing is definitely right around here. But someone spoke up to disagree. Do-jun had recognized a more serious problem. The real danger lay elsewhere. It's good we found it early, but... Wait, Seo Do-jun, are you a mage? You mean the danger is these cocoons? Do-jun showed everyone just how dangerous they were. They suddenly exploded. That's right. The ones infected with dark mana control them like puppets. If we don't deal with them now, they'll surround us front and back and wipe us out in the blink of an eye. Now, all that's left is to take it down. Do-jun was still trying to show everyone the truth. It absorbed dark mana and is controlling them like puppets. If we don't deal with it immediately, we'll be surrounded and wiped out. In the blink of an eye. Now we just need to take out the source of that danger. Everyone listened intently to his words. They were all amazed by Do-jun's attitude. He was facing a situation like this for the first time, yet he wasn't rattled at all. The more they looked at him, the stranger it felt. I thought this man was just strong, but this kind of power, it's beyond human limits. Han Hyeonju gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Be honest now, have you been reincarnated and lived a second life? Seo Do-jun couldn't help but chuckle at that. A second life? I guess you could say it's something like that. How much further to the rift's core? The short-haired girl immediately replied that once they cleared this forest, they'd be halfway there. Seo Do-jun made a sudden, bold decision. I'm going to seal this place today. Even his team couldn't believe what they were hearing. Someone spoke up, concerned about their current state. If it's you, Seo Do-jun, maybe. But the rest of us couldn't handle it. They were exhausted from the battle in the swamp. Seo Do-jun looked at their weary faces and didn't want to force them into a difficult spot. All right then, get some rest. I'll take care of this and be back in a flash. With that, Seo Do-jun headed deep into the forest alone. His was made up. He was going to see it through. The others couldn't understand his intentions. How was he still brimming with such terrifying strength? Seo Do-jun ventured deep into the woods, his eyes scanning everything with sharp vigilance. He moved at high speed, constantly assessing the situation. His gaze was full of caution. This forest truly felt eerie and daunting. Suddenly, spider silk appeared before him. Seo Do-jun squinted, trying to determine if this was the target he needed to eliminate. He felt a thrill. He'd finally found it after so long. Seo Do-jun immediately drew his sword. The spider possessed a terrifying power, and in a blink, it was hovering right over his head. More and more spider threads appeared, trying to break his focus. Seo Do-jun forced himself to concentrate instantly. They were evenly matched, but he wasn't about to give up easily. Seo Do-jun stood his ground, fighting it with nothing but the sword in his hand. He was starting to feel the fatigue, but he had to keep pushing. Seo Do-jun let out a sigh of relief as he looked at his hands. Thanks to his mana cultivation technique, he was absorbing the black mana, which kept his exhaustion at bay. Seo Do-jun returned to the group, leaving everyone stunned. Hyun and the others stared in disbelief. He'd taken it down all by himself. Just hearing about it was hard to believe, and yet, he didn't look tired in the slightest. Seo Do-jun then made a request to the group. The monster's aura is gone from the forest now. Let's rest a while. They gathered to light a fire. The roasting meat smelled incredibly tempting. Seo Do-jun was focused, taking care of his own tasks. A girl approached him, timidly asking, "Hey, can I try some of that meat?" Seo Do-jun agreed without any objection. A bystander, curious, asked her, "Why the sudden interest in that?" She replied, "Maybe he's so strong because he eats that." Hearing this, another person excitedly ran over. "I'll try some too. Wonder if it really works? Just sit down and try it. What have you got to lose?" The others, busy bandaging their wounds, looked on with envy. Of course, Seo Do-jun had already guessed their intentions. The meat was just food. It had no special effects. But he didn't dislike people who had the drive to get stronger. He figured it was a small kindness to give them a treat. As they ate, they felt a change in their bodies. The girl, thinking it was working, was overjoyed. "Eating this meat really makes me feel energized." Seo Do-jun couldn't help but laugh at their reaction. It was time to discuss the next objective. "We're just a short distance from the core of the rift, but everyone is tired, so let's head back and rest, then attack tomorrow." Seo Do-jun had mentioned wanting to seal it today. "But our backpacks are already overflowing, aren't they?" Seo Do-jun thought it was a bit strange, so he turned to her and asked, "Are you agreeing with this too?" What else could she do? Saying they weren't tired would be a lie. The monsters were getting stronger because of that black mana. Seo Do-jun stared at the map, deep in thought. The original plan was to delay sealing the rift as long as possible. We needed to collect rare materials, like blue crocodile hearts or materials only found abroad. The more the better. But the appearance of black mana changed everything. Variables are never a good omen. This black mana gave him a bad feeling. He dumped all the diamonds out of his bag. "Take these and head back to the hotel first." Seo Do-jun turned abruptly after saying this, leaving them both confused. He didn't forget to reassure them, "I'll seal it and be right back." The monster was still unleashing devastating force. Seo Do-jun was doing his best to hold it back. He wouldn't let it invade again so easily. Seo Do-jun's eyes widened as if he'd discovered something alarming. He immediately braced his sword. Seo Do-jun didn't wait any longer and plunged it straight into the beast. He immediately obtained a gleaming diamond. Everyone had witnessed his skills. The short-haired girl felt anxious about his condition. "Seo Do-jun, he'll be all right, won't he?" Hyun thought it was just standard for him. "You saw it yourself. He just said goodbye and took off like a bullet. He's got plenty of energy left. He's perfectly fine." The short-haired girl teased her, noticing her expression. "Why do you look so gloomy? Worried about him?" She tried to dodge the question. "Worried? No. It's just... It feels awkward thinking he's in the same rank as us. There's no one in this world who compares to him anymore." Seo Do-jun was still fighting without a second of rest. He was close to taking the monster down. Seo Do-jun just hoped he could finish this as quickly as possible. He swiftly drove his sword into the creature's head. The monster was enraged by him. Seo Do-jun took a deep breath. The creature was provoked by his calm demeanor. Seo Do-jun continued to unleash his own power. He would incinerate it with his intense energy. The monster didn't even have a chance to counterattack before facing a painful end. Seo Do-jun was their absolute arch-nemesis. Two massive monsters, yet he took them down with ease. Seo Do-jun collected the diamonds he needed. Both girls had their luggage ready to go. Everyone shouldered their heavy packs, and they continued their journey. Seo Do-jun kept driving his sword into the monster. He wanted it to be destroyed in the most agonizing way possible. When Seo Do-jun acted, he was merciless. He would make them feel the deepest pain imaginable. Seo Do-jun even took their organs, placed them in a jar, and showed absolutely no pity. He quickly sealed the lid, packing it away neatly. The monsters were bleeding profusely. The diamonds he collected kept piling up. In no time, he would be the one with the most. Not bad, getting this much from just one. Seo Do-jun hoisted his gear onto his shoulder once more. He was heading to a new location to continue his journey. Back at the Hero Association headquarters, inside the operations room, everyone was in a state of panic. A signal had just spiked from a small region, and it seemed like a new threat had emerged there. Everyone's face was etched with worry, but a moment later, they were all celebrating. The rift is sealed. It was a danger zone. Which team was deployed there? That was the Carnation team from South Korea. But the woman beside him frowned, confused. But they just reported that they returned 10 minutes ago. They said they had only just stepped out of the rift gate. What is this? What on earth is going on? About 10 minutes ago, the two-headed monster had surged to life again. Seo Do-jun hadn't expected its power to be that intense. The beast was evolving rapidly thanks to the black mana. Its wounds were already knitting back together. He could feel that its strength was even greater than before. Seo Do-jun spotted something peculiar. Is that the core? Let's make this quick and finish it. The two-headed monster wasn't about to give up without a fight. Seo Do-jun drew his sword, while the creature prepared its own weapons, its massive fists. Seo Do-jun realized this battle was going to be tougher to win, but he wouldn't dream of giving up. His blade was already beginning to glow. The monster relentlessly threw its fists forward. Seo Do-jun sensed the immediate danger closing in. He had to find a way to end this as quickly as possible. He activated his grimoire, channeling magic through the blade of his sword. The monster shrieked in agony as the backlash hit. It felt as though thousands of knives were stabbing it from within. The monster was in too much pain to fight back. Seo Do-jun still had many interesting secrets ahead. Surprised? This is only just the beginning. He quickly drew his blade again. The monster tried to strike him from behind, but before it could even move, he drove the sword straight into its gut. The two-headed monster tried to struggle, but it was useless. Seo Do-jun chuckled. Toying with them was actually quite fun. Now it's my turn. He didn't know what he was planning next. Both monster heads were shackled by invisible flames. As they writhed in constant pain, their bodies couldn't withstand the heat. They were being sliced apart, nearing the absolute limit of the temperature. The monster hadn't expected to pay such a heavy price. It tried to retreat quickly to save its own life. The beast tried to strike from above, but its legs were sliced in two once again. It screamed in agonizing pain. Seo Do-jun's power was growing stronger by the second. He pushed his power to the limit, intent on creating a perimeter to keep the monster from getting anywhere near him. Yet, he had wiped them out in a flash. Seo Do-jun let out a sigh of relief and sheathed his sword. The core began to reveal itself, growing larger. He walked toward it without a hint of fear. Even as he neared the core, the concentration of black mana didn't fade. If it's not the core radiating this, could this magic be coming from an outside source? That means someone is behind all this. To flood a rift zone with this much black mana isn't something just anyone can do. It has to be a lord or an ancient archmage. If they are truly here, then there's no hope for life on Earth. I can't draw a clear conclusion yet. Regardless, if the mana source is external, just closing the rift won't solve the core of the problem. He told himself he had to find a way. Seo Do-jun wound up his fist and punched the core with all his might. To his surprise, cracks actually appeared, and the core shattered into tiny pieces. I still can't conclude anything for sure. I need to investigate further. Meanwhile, at the Hero Association headquarters, a man read the report, his hands trembling. Regardless of the mana's origin or the investigation details, the report sounded unbelievable. There were rifts that required the combined forces of 3 nations to seal, yet in the end only one S-rank hero survived. Meanwhile, another team from South Korea not only sealed the rift, but kept every single member alive. The reporter cleared up the confusion. We are receiving a barrage of emergency reports from other rift zones, but most report that teams have failed and retreated. I will gather all the info and send a detailed report as soon as I can. But that didn't ease the man's anxiety. Even though every rift had at least one S-rank hero in charge, they still failed miserably. And the only successful team was the one from South Korea, led by Seo Do-jun. Calling it just a South Korean team didn't seem accurate. He gripped the report, still not quite grasping it. Did we miss something? Didn't the South Korean team seal that rift? The rift was closed after they left. It's hard to believe. So who actually closed it? Where is the hero now? The reporter gave him the status update. She would arrive at headquarters to report everything soon. He couldn't wait any longer. Bring her to me now. From the moment that team left the rift, it took them about an hour to get to HQ. In that time, Seo Do-jun had finished closing the first rift and was already moving into the second. The core of this rift was underwater. He dived in immediately. All right, let's go. The man listened, still sounding a bit skeptical. You want me to believe all that? She felt that what she was saying was nothing but the truth. If it's him, it's possible. But the man remained doubtful. You mean to tell me hero Seo Do-jun sealed the rift all by himself? He sat there, lost in deep thought. This was strictly classified, but in other areas, many S-rank heroes had fallen. Han Haeonju explained everything Seo Do-jun had done for her team. If it wasn't for Mr. Seo Do-jun, I would have ended up just like them. The man lowered his head, unable to find the words. It was too hard to believe. Even though the monsters were empowered by black mana, surpassing S-rank heroes, was Seo Do-jun really above all those ranks? However, a report just came in stating that several rifts in the southern region had been sealed. Perhaps that area hadn't been touched by black mana yet, but she still had to issue a warning. Sir, don't be complacent. The danger level is completely different from before. He picked up the phone to check the situation. She asked, the color of the rift gate changed, right? Right now there's no other way to tell. So he gathered everyone, ordering them to inspect every single rift gate in the territory immediately. Move, Han Hyenju said, then turned and walked away. Her heels clicked heavily against the floor as she walked. Suddenly, Liu Yifei received a call from the chairman. He seemed to have something on his mind. Liu Yifei wanted to ask him one specific thing. What exactly is black mana? Has there been any activity in the Korean sector yet? He replied coldly. No reports as of yet. Keep a close watch on the situation. Liu Yifei couldn't help but feel that something wasn't right. Even for S-rankers, facing hordes of monsters infused with black mana was incredibly difficult. If one of them manages to absorb that power, the consequences would be catastrophic. I need to prepare everything as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Seo Do-jun was just about to reach the other side of the water. Rifts in the Lake Sea areas usually have their cores located deep underwater, but since humans can't breathe underwater, very few heroes can perform at their full potential in such an environment. However, there is a national hero here, an S-rank hero who specializes in underwater combat. Nations pay him a hefty sum to handle underwater rifts all over the world, thanks to a special ability he awakened as a hero, underwater breathing. I can feel it. The black mana in the water is much thicker. Seo Do-jun started to dive deeper once he got used to the pressure. He was determined to conquer the rift at the bottom of the lake. This is actually good. It must be the black mana. Seo Do-jun kept swimming deeper, telling himself to breathe steadily. First, he had to control his buoyancy. He calmly swam down into the miles-deep lake. Seo Do-jun had studied the rules thoroughly before coming down here. His face was full of determination. After a long time, he finally reached the bottom. Seo Do-jun immediately scanned the area with high alert. Right after that, he spotted a colossal monster behind him. It had found its target. Seo Do-jun realized exactly what it was. Looks like the black mana has made you quite lively, hasn't it? He decided to use his fists. Seo Do-jun was determined to control the situation. He wouldn't go down easily. Seo Do-jun silently observed his surroundings. Ugly-looking fish appeared as well, circling the monster aggressively. He was lost in thought, staring into the distance. Seo Do-jun had considered the worst-case scenario. He couldn't even imagine what would happen next. Anyone seeing this would surely be terrified. Ignoring the buoyancy, he moved his body freely. With both feet firmly planted as if he were on land, his punches were as fast as they would be on solid ground. Seo Do-jun was trapped in the middle of them. He needed to find a way out before doing anything else. If I take it too easy, I'll be worn out beating all of these. Seo Do-jun decided to find an escape route. He would fly into the open space. But something very dangerous was lurking ahead. With firm resolve, Seo Do-jun flew forward. A monster was opening its eyes. He couldn't identify what it was, but he sensed it was a major threat. Seo Do-jun thought he needed to end this quickly. He rushed over to see what it was. One of its eyes was glowing. This was the first time he had seen a creature like this. Its gaze felt like it was staring right at him. He couldn't believe he had stumbled upon it here, in his past life. Everyone who left behind a legendary name had one thing in common. Before they became famous, they had all hunted this very creature. How could I pass up a golden opportunity like this? But it wouldn't be easy for Seo Do-jun to capture it. The creature suddenly darted straight into the deep trench. He immediately punched downward with all his might. Seo Do-jun couldn't let this opportunity slip away. For this creature, there was no such thing as a natural predator. No matter who you are, it creates a virtual space to swallow everything whole. Seo Do-jun nearly sank into the abyss. He felt the situation becoming even more dangerous. He had to stay as calm as possible. He wanted this to end quickly, but fighting this creature was truly a challenge. It kept its eyes wide open without moving an inch, while Seo Do-jun was gritting his teeth, holding on. He was trying to think of the most practical solution. If he just killed it, that would be easy, but he wouldn't be able to capture the virtual space. He had to use pure mana to suppress it. Only then would the virtual space truly belong to him. His silhouette seemed to be sinking into a sea of fire. For some reason, the nearby fish began to decay, infected by the rays of his power. Seo Do-jun was trying to focus every bit of his energy. He felt his own strength beginning to run dry. If this keeps up, I'm going to lose. Seo Do-jun reached out as if to touch something. He fought with all his determination, channeling his mana, even drawing more black mana from the depths. Seo Do-jun decided to use both hands to break through its power. He seemed to sense something strange. Seo Do-jun couldn't give up. Was his body finally reaching its limit? Without him noticing, his reflection appeared in the eyes of the creature. Seo Do-jun felt he had nothing left to lose. All right, let's finish this. The water current grew more violent, suddenly erupting from the bottom to the surface. Both he and the creature burst out of the water. Seo Do-jun had followed the plan he'd devised perfectly. Seo Do-jun felt a wave of relief that his plan had succeeded. He finally obtained what he wanted, but a moment later he collapsed. The water was no longer as peaceful as it had been before. There was only a void left in that space. Things just kept moving on. Seo Do-jun seemed to have drifted to some mountain area. In front of him, a flock of birds stood watching. Seo Do-jun was still drowsy and not fully conscious. But suddenly, an animal approached, startling him. Then, they suddenly flew away. Seo Do-jun opened his eyes, having witnessed the scene. He remembered everything and realized he must have passed out. Seo Do-jun sat up, trying to regain his composure. He was recovering strength in his hands. My mana has increased compared to before. The fight was worth it. He seemed to recall something else. That virtual space was still deeply etched in his mind. He had to fight to claim it. That was the most important thing. He entered that circle again with his belongings. He was happy, feeling he had completed a noble task. Now there's nothing left to linger on in this rift. He sealed it up and headed to the rest station. At the Korean Hero Association, the assistant spoke up. Although there hasn't been an official announcement yet, the news about the passing of the heroes is confirmed. Nate Wang frowned, his expression filled with regret. We have lost valuable talent. The assistant continued, I heard this only happened in a few areas with special rifts. Nate Wang asked, has hero Seo Do-jun been able to seal those locations? He's actually more talented than I thought. He added, though the association's attention was already completely fixated on the incident involving Joma Takashi. I'm afraid this situation is going to cause an even bigger stir. He recalled the time in England when the hero Han Hyunju was the center of attention. Honestly, I'm thrilled that a hero from our own country is the talk of the town because of his achievements. Now, how's the situation with the rifts in our country? The assistant held some papers and replied, we haven't detected any anomalies similar to those in Brazil. I suspect this might just be an isolated, sudden incident that can be handled. Hearing this, Nate Wang warned him not to jump to conclusions, and not to let his guard down. Regarding the monitoring of those rifts for even a single moment, the assistant obeyed, understood. Nate Wang then spoke up anxiously, hey, I'm a little worried about the hero Seo Do-jun. The assistant asked, confused, what do you mean, sir? He explained that President Daniel Loper of Brazil is known for being incredibly stingy, and he'll definitely try to squeeze every last bit of value out of hero Seo Do-jun during his time in Brazil. The assistant retorted, no way. Nate Wang looked at him in surprise. What do you mean, no way? The assistant continued. I think President Daniel Loper might actually be the one getting cleaned out of all his resources by hero Seo Do-jun. After hearing that, they both went silent for a few seconds before Nate Wang suddenly burst out laughing. That actually sounds about right. Seo Do-jun isn't some pushover. Scene change. President Daniel Loper frowned, looking ahead with a tense expression, then said loudly, hey, isn't that demand a bit excessive? Seo Do-jun asked nonchalantly, excessive? Well, then I have nothing more to say, I'm leaving. The man in the gray suit saw him turning away and quickly stopped him. Wait, think about the safety of Brazil. Isn't that the responsibility of an S-class hero? Seo Do-jun challenged him. Responsibility, you say? I've already closed 2 incredibly dangerous rifts all by myself. What other responsibility do you want from me? Go tell that to the Brazilian heroes who haven't fulfilled their duties. Don't get me wrong. The safety of Brazil has nothing to do with me. On the contrary, if the rifts in Korea were to change like the ones here, would you guys be willing to send your heroes over to help? The man in the gray suit was flustered. Well. The assistant saw his hesitation and tried hard to persuade him. Hero Seo Do-jun, the situation is extremely critical right now. All rift areas within a 500-kilometer radius of Santa are inaccessible. The man in the gray suit added, exactly. The areas where the incidents occurred are already beyond saving. If something like this happens again, Brazil will face total catastrophe. Do-jun frowned as he looked at him. Dong In-ju and Han Hyunju also exchanged glances. Han Hyunju spoke up. Mr. President, if that's the case, then the answer you're looking for just got a whole lot simpler. Please accept Do-jun's request. Compared to the safety of Brazil, that request isn't excessive at all. President Daniel Loper thought silently, then made a decision. I agree. From now on, for every rift successfully closed, I will pay you $50 million. Seo Do-jun replied with satisfaction. If only you had done this sooner, wouldn't that have been better? First, for the 2 rift locations already closed, transfer the $100 million first. Han Hyunju thought to herself that if this got out, he'd definitely be criticized as being greedy. But the Brazilian Association has a lot of pride, so they wouldn't let it leak. Then she glanced at Do-jun, who was looking at the man in the gray suit with a firm expression. Do-jun smiled inwardly. He wasn't the type to care about such gossip anyway. It was a win-win for him. Dong In-ju saw her smiling and looked curious. Seo Do-jun stared ahead, then closed his eyes and thought to himself, Seo Do-jun, this money is enough to buy the safest home you've always dreamed of. I kept my promise. Are you satisfied now? Although the Brazilian government was flustered by Seo Do-jun's demands, because they had no other options, they finally had to agree. At the same time, they required Do-jun to sign a non-disclosure agreement first. So, Seo Do-jun's image wouldn't be negatively affected in the public eye. The scene shifts to a muscular man drinking alcohol, and another lying in the hospital covered in injuries. A group of people was carrying coffins onto a plane. The families were all weeping in grief. Among them were Seo Do-jun and his teammates. Do-jun hung his head sadly at the hotel. Dong In-ju asked, Are you coming with us to the next rift? Seo Do-jun just ate in silence, not answering, which made her feel a bit awkward. You don't seem very excited, do you? Suddenly, Do-jun spoke up. I'm just considering what brings more benefit. Hearing that, she wondered, benefit? He continued. While I seal one rift, your guild should move to the entrance of the next one. Dong In-ju asked, Are we going to close that rift together? Do-jun smiled and complimented her, You're smart. Suddenly someone spoke up. While we clear the rift that's already been closed together, Do-jun will go and close another one. Do-jun confirmed, Exactly, by doing that we can close up to 3 locations per day. I'll share my portion of the bonus for the rift we collaborate on. Everyone cheered excitedly at the news. Suddenly, Seo Do-jun whispered into the purple-haired girl's ear, Before I get to that rift, don't overexert yourself. Just focus on protecting the guild members. You can do it, right? Since you're S-class after all. That made her shyly reply yes. Everyone saw that and started whispering. What were those two just whispering about? Probably just encouraging each other. Look at hero Han Hyunju's face. It's all red, they must really be dating. Then everyone burst into laughter. Seo Do-jun spoke up. Let's head out once we're agreed clearly. Team leader. Scene shift. Under the clear blue sky, Do-jun walked alone in the grass, when suddenly he heard a strange noise. It turned out to be a towering monster standing in front of him. Seo Do-jun looked at it and smiled. Ah, monsters from the Cerberus line. Alright, let's see. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran quickly toward the monster and punched it hard in the face, then smiled. Hit it. Time to earn some pocket money. Sunlight shone down on the forest. In the peaceful scene, a flock of birds suddenly flew into the sky. It turned out that Do-jun had just physically assaulted the Cerberus line monster, making it reel from his punch. It looked at Do-jun with eyes full of hatred. Seeing it was still standing after his thunderous blow, he exclaimed, Truly, skin of steel and bones of iron. Let me try out my new skills and see how they fare. The monster shrieked and lunged at him. Seo Do-jun quickly dodged the attack, then kicked it square in the face. His kick shattered several of its teeth and sent fluid splattering everywhere. But this beast was tough. Even after Seo Do-jun's kick, it stood its ground as if nothing had happened. With eyes full of hatred, the monster began to emit clouds of smoke. Seo Do-jun glanced at it and conjured a spatial pocket. Just as the monster reached out to attack, it was sucked straight into the void. It let out a pained howl. Turns out, the punch it tried to land on Seo Do-jun had been warped by his space, turning back to slam into its own head. Seo Do-jun thought to himself that using this in actual combat wasn't very efficient yet. The mana consumption was absurd. Meanwhile, the rift in the southern part of the magic zone had been handled. Everyone was stunned when they heard the news. The man in the suit muttered to himself, Clearing a rift in just 8 hours? He immediately ordered his assistant to pay them off. Understood, sir, the assistant replied. He promptly transferred $50 million, then spoke with a panicked tone. But at this rate, the budget will hit $1 billion in just a few days, Mr. Chairman. The man in the suit replied sinisterly, "There's no way I'm letting him pocket all that cash." The assistant understood the implication. He turned and asked, "So, are you intending to stall the payments?" The man roared, "Are you stupid? What if Seo Do-jun decides to walk away because of it? What then?" The assistant stammered, "Do you have a better idea, sir?" The man in the suit commanded, "Call every S-rank international hunter currently at the resort. Form a special team to compete with Seo Do-jun. Offer them a $10 million bonus. Feed their greed and their pride, and push them to close the rifts before Seo Do-jun does." The assistant immediately obeyed. The man in the suit thought, "All right, let the competition begin. Between Seo Do-jun and the International Heroes Alliance, let's see which side can clear more gates." Suddenly, Kang Dong-bit received a message. He checked his phone. "Chairman Daniel Loper, S-rank? So he finally decided to go through with this, huh?" His assistant chimed in. "The rumors about the E-rank hunters dying are spreading everywhere. The situation is a mess." Kang Dong-bit replied, $10 million split between us isn't even that much. But the artifacts from the rifts will be way better, so this works out. Wait, we're all being crammed into one team? Everyone is going out at once? The assistant answered, "That's the directive from the top." Hearing that, Kang Dong-bit gritted his teeth. "If I'm stuck on a team with that annoying Seo Do-jun, I'm going to lose my mind." The assistant started reading the roster and exclaimed, "Seo Do-jun's name isn't even on the list." Kang Dong-bit was shocked. "What? Let me see that." It was true. Even Han Hyeonju and Chae Jong-in were missing from the list. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, Seo Do-jun was checking his phone to verify the transfer. Han Hyeonju asked, "Did the association pay up?" He replied coldly, "Yeah." Han Hyeonju guessed, "Maybe the reward was too high for you, so they gathered all the foreign hunters to form their own team." Seo Do-jun gave a light scoff and added, "The association isn't stupid. Why would they let me take all the prize money?" Han Hyeonju muttered, "Yeah, I guess." Seeing her reaction, he realized something was off. "Is something wrong?" Han Hyeonju smiled, exposed the truth. "You're really laid back, aren't you?" "Seo Do-jun, it's obvious the association is playing dirty behind your back." Seo Do-jun thought, "Because I already hit the quota that I initially agreed upon. Money doesn't matter much to me anymore. From here on out, there are more urgent things to take care of." Just as the association had calculated, the race between the two sides was already decided. Someone in the control room kept typing away, updating the rift status. 15. The rift in Area A35 has been closed. Credit goes to Seo Do-jun and his guild. 1710. The rift in Area C12 closed by the Heroes Alliance. 1 S-rank and 5 A-ranks have minor injuries, but 2 A-ranks are seriously wounded. Send a rescue team immediately. 2150. Rift A37 closed. The team in charge, Seo Do-jun. He handled it all alone. Seo Do-jun stared ahead with sharp eyes after taking down a monster. Days flew by just like that. Everyone in the control room looked exhausted from watching this match for so long. One man saw his coworker looking tired, so he handed him a can of coffee and teased, "You've got bags under your eyes all the way to your chin." He took it and replied, "I'm exhausted. I tried to nap earlier, but it didn't help at all." That's the situation right now. Places where rifts are covered in dark mana are being handled super fast. But on the other hand, the normal rifts are being ignored. Those spots are being monitored 247 by agents through machines and sensors. Since we don't know what kind of disaster might strike, they're always in a state of readiness. The man with glasses drank his coffee while continuing to monitor the rifts. Suddenly, a large red dot appeared on the screen, but just as suddenly, the dot vanished, meaning the rift hole had been sealed completely. The two agents monitoring it widened their eyes in surprise. A loud shout erupted from a room in the building. Seo Do-jun and the other heroes successfully closed all the gates. A joyful voice rang out. "The rift in Sector B41 has been sealed." Everyone cheered until they were in tears. Finally, it's over. Someone ran toward a room. It turned out to be the assistant of Loper. He announced happily, "Chairman, we have cleared all the rifts within a 500-kilometer radius of St. Engin." Daniel Loper let out a sigh of relief. "So we've resolved the emergency then?" He confirmed, "That's right, every rift containing dark mana has been sealed." Hearing this, Loper seemed at ease. "I see, you've all worked very hard." Seeing the assistant about to leave, he called him back. "Wait, hold on. Even though there are still a few rifts left, taking a day off won't kill anyone." The assistant didn't seem to understand and stammered. "What do you mean, sir?" Loper replied, "I'm going to throw a party to honor the efforts of the hunters and agents over this past period." At the barbecue party, with meat sizzling over charcoal, Han Hyeonju was chatting with his colleagues. A band was playing on stage. Chae Jong-in walked over and said, "Chairman, we came to say goodbye." Loper asked in surprise, "Goodbye?" Chae Jong-in smiled and replied, "Our team is preparing to head back home." He asked urgently, "Going home, why so soon?" Gloria Tai looks toward Seo Do-jun. He doesn't look at her but smiles while glancing elsewhere. Gloria Tai tries to persuade him. There are still plenty of areas with rifts that need attention. The least everyone can do is finish this campaign before heading back. Dong In-ju reiterates the agreement between the two parties. The original deal was that our team would only handle the Santareng area. We should be pulling out once that's finished. Gloria Tai hurries to stop him. "Wait a second, don't be so hasty. How about this? Could you, at the very least, have hero Seo Do-jun stay behind?" Dong In-ju feels annoyed at those words. What do you mean, at the very least? It's obvious the old man is only targeting Seo Do-jun. She turns to ask Seo Do-jun, "What do you think?" Seeing Seo Do-jun stay silent, Gloria Tai quickly speaks up. "Hey, this isn't a good place to talk. I want to have a private word with you." Watching their backs as they walk away, Dong In-ju asks Han Hyun-ju, "Do you think Seo Do-jun will stay?" Do replies anxiously. He's already made enough money, and he even scored a pile of rare materials like the elite croc essence, so he's probably going to leave. Dong In-ju teases her, "You silly girl, you just don't want to be apart from him, do you?" She shyly denies it. "That's not it at all. You're just talking nonsense." They silently observe the conversation between Gloria Tai and Seo Do-jun. Seeing Seo Do-jun turn to walk away, they continue guessing. Looks like he's decided to leave. Well, isn't that for the best? I don't know. Suddenly, they exclaim in surprise. "Oh, is that Gloria Tai?" Dong In-ju nudges Han Hyun-ju, urging her to go see what they're saying. "Hurry up." Han Hyun-ju refuses. What's the point of going over there? But Dong In-ju insists, wanting to find out if they are secretly dating. Han Hyun-ju retorts, "Secretly dating? How? In the middle of all these people?" Dong In-ju sees her being so naive and reminds her, "You're so dense. Standing in front of such a great beauty, do you think he even has the mind to notice his surroundings? If you don't want to get scooped, you better act now instead of just standing there with that blank face." Suddenly, she overhears bits of the conversation between Seo Do-jun and Gloria Tai. "Please consider it carefully, as this is a wonderful opportunity for you." Han Hyun-ju hears that and wonders, an opportunity? What did she just say? Could it be some indecent proposal like living together or something? Gloria Tai suggests, "I'll wait for your reply, just contact me whenever you're ready." Seo Do-jun doesn't refuse outright but answers, "I'll give it some more thought." Do looks at Gloria Tai and silently admires her. She really is beautiful, but he still looks quite calm. Could he be having performance issues? Wait, what kind of nonsense am I thinking about? Suddenly, Seo Do-jun asks for a favor. "Since we're here, can I ask you for a favor?" Gloria Tai agrees. "Of course you can." Do continues to eavesdrop on their conversation. Seo Do-jun asks, "The upcoming Golden Market, I'd like to drop by and check it out. Could you get me an invitation?" She thinks to herself, the Golden Market? Is that the world-renowned auction held annually in Las Vegas? Why would Seo Do-jun want to go there? Gloria Tai smiles and replies, "Of course I can. However, I have one condition. 1 week before the market opens, come to my house." Hearing Gloria Tai's request, Do is so shocked her jaw drops. In her head, images of Gloria Tai's sexy and alluring persona keep popping up. She watches the two of them, anxiously thinking, what are you planning to do? Han Hyun-ju glares at the two of them, while Gloria Tai looks at him with an expectant expression. Suddenly, she realizes there is a pair of eyes staring at her. It turns out Gloria Tai had been standing there watching them talk for a while. She speaks up, "You can take your time to answer, but since I truly hope you'll come, I'll give you this golden ticket. This is much better than a one-time invitation, isn't it?" Right after that, he checks his phone and sees he's received a VIP golden ticket. Seo Do-jun thanks her. Meanwhile, Han Hyun-ju is still confused, thinking, when did she get Seo Do-jun's phone number? Suddenly, a voice rings out. This scene is quite a sight to behold, isn't it? It turns out to be Kang Dong-bit, who walks over and mocks them. Two great beauties from Korea and the US standing right next to each other. Wow, what a pleasant sight. Seo Do-jun, you're not bad at all, hooking two flowers at once. You must feel like you have the whole world in your hands, right? Seo Do-jun glances at Kang Dong-bit, while the guy stares back with a provocative look. Han Hyun-ju feels uneasy. Looking at Kang Dong-bit, it seems like he's about to cause trouble. Suddenly, he laughs loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Kang Dong-bit pretends to be high-minded. Honestly, don't be so tense. I don't intend to do anything. I just wanted to introduce you to a friend of mine. I wonder, do you two already know each other? Seo Do-jun looks at the person approaching. Gloria Tai also looks at that person with a surprised expression. Han Hyunju is shocked and thinks to herself, Joma Takashi. The person standing in front of them is Takashi. With one arm in a cast, Han Hyunju frowns, thinking, you've already been discharged? Chairman Daniel Loper S. is also a bit panicked to see him appear here. Actually, I didn't invite Hiro Takashi precisely because I feared this might happen. Why did the two of them have to cross paths at this very moment? Seo Do-jun looks at him with expressionless eyes, while Takashi looks at him with a look of rage. Suddenly, Seo Do-jun asks, it seems your body has fully recovered, hasn't it? Takashi politely replies, thanks to you, I've had a truly memorable experience. Seo Do-jun answers, as long as you're feeling well, that's all that matters. Chairman Loper S. sees the atmosphere getting tense and asks, Hiro Takashi, it seems you have recovered quite well. I didn't invite you to this event for fear that you would be exhausted, but seeing you like this, my heart is at ease. Come. There's a very comfortable sofa over there. Please feel free to rest and chat. Kang Dongbit sees that the situation isn't going as he hoped and silently curses. Damn it, that old man. I can't let the opportunity I worked so hard to create be ruined like this. He immediately chimes in. That's right, sir, you should rest. The injury caused by Seo Do-jun must still be aching a lot, right? Oh, and I wonder if you've received an apology yet. After all, since you were beaten, you deserve an apology, isn't that right? The more he talks, the angrier Takashi gets. He looks towards Seo Do-jun. Han Hyunju and Gloria Tai also tensely look at Takashi. Seo Do-jun smiles and asks, hey Takashi, isn't trash just trash? Everyone is shocked to hear Seo Do-jun ask so directly. Han Hyunju and Gloria Tai freeze for 5 seconds, thinking, what is happening? Takashi grinds his teeth and replies in an angry tone, is that something you can say right here? But Seo Do-jun doesn't care about what he said and insists. Of course they're trash. Kang Dongbit seems unable to believe it and stammers, what did you say? Seo Do-jun continues to ask. They are pieces of garbage that provide no benefit to society, right? Definitely, that's garbage. Han Hyunju thinks to herself, I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before. Kang Dongbit rested his hand on Joma Takashi's shoulder and whispered, Takashi, what the hell are you doing right now? Takashi didn't answer but turned back to look at him with a face full of fury, making Kang Dongbit flinch. Then he held up his phone and played back the recorded conversation. A voice echoed throughout the room. Takashi, about the thing we discussed before, he needs to be taken care of quickly. What are you talking about? Did you forget? There's someone in Brazil who needs to be eliminated. Ah, I've been too busy lately. What was his name again? Seo Do-jun. The listener was completely shocked, and the voice continued to play from the recording. Taking him out in the rift should be enough, right? Talking too much just tires me out. Is there anything else to do in Brazil? Maybe go on a date with some girls? I want to try flirting with Gia for once. Or maybe Han Hyunju would be fine too. She doesn't seem to have a boyfriend yet. See you in Brazil then. Kang Dongbit looked at Takashi in utter disbelief. Do-jun thought to himself with amusement. I never expected Lin's eyes to be this effective. Kang Dongbit, you've picked the wrong opponent. From this moment on, I'm going to make you suffer so much that you'll be begging for death. Right then, hundreds of eyes were fixed on Kang Dongbit, making him sweat with embarrassment. He furrowed his brows so hard that the veins on his forehead bulged. Suddenly, Kang Dongbit burst into laughter. A voice rang out, damn it, that idiot Joma Takashi ruined everything. Joma Takashi stood directly across from Kang Dongbit. The atmosphere between them was like a fire ready to explode at any moment. The voice continued, that's right, he's already caused all sorts of trouble. Do-jun thought to himself, but if they keep rambling like this, something big is going to happen. And just as expected. Kang Dongbit raised his hand and punched Takashi hard in the face, causing him to retch. Takashi screamed in pain, taking Dongbit quickly being in for it. Chairman Daniel Loper immediately ordered, go, catch him. The bodyguards replied, yes, and chased after Kang Dongbit. Han Hyunju saw this and urged, Do-jun, hurry and catch him. Suddenly she froze, seeing Seo Do-jun still standing in place. She thought to herself, is he not going to chase him either? In that situation, if it were Do-jun he could have easily stopped him. Han Hyunju asked curiously, why didn't you stop him? But Seo Do-jun just remained silent and didn't answer. It was a night of great upheaval. The incident quickly spread across the world, and the shock that both South Korea and Japan had to endure was beyond imagination. Both governments and the Hero Association tried to dodge the public eye. Media outlets continuously exposed the past actions of Kang Dongbit and Takashi. Inside a room where furniture seemed to be getting smashed by someone, Hong Hee-ju angrily scolded. You idiots, you bastards, you cursed fools. Hong Hee-ju kept using her golf club to smash the furniture. She seemed to be taking her anger out on the household items. Manager Lee stood outside, only able to silently endure her rage. Suddenly she yelled, Manager Lee, get in here! It made him jump out of his skin. By now, the furniture in the room was shattered after Hong Hee-ju's tantrum. She lit a cigarette and asked about the current situation with Kang Dong-bit. Manager Lee immediately reported the situation, saying that Interpol and the World Hero Alliance were desperately hunting him, but there was still no information on his capture. She cursed angrily. That disgusting bastard. I hope he resists and just dies so he's out of my sight. And what about the loose ends? Have they been taken care of? Manager Lee replied, Yes, I have implemented all necessary measures. From our accounts to the communication networks that were exposed, and even the security cameras, everything has been thoroughly handled. Is there something bothering you, ma'am? Hong Hee-ju didn't answer but threw her phone at him. Manager Lee caught the phone and asked in surprise, Wait, is this your private phone? She shot back, You can't even tell? That's my personal phone. You know that number is limited to family only, so read the new message. Manager Lee looked down at the phone and saw a threatening message. Let's cooperate, partner. If you refuse, I will release the evidence. I will contact you later. He asked suspiciously, Is this from Kang Dong-bit? Why would he want to cooperate with us on such nonsense? Hong Hee-ju seemed to lose her composure and screamed, Does that even matter? Just being linked to him is enough to cause massive trouble. A bunch of incompetent, useless losers. Get out of my sight, she said, throwing a vase at him. As Manager Lee walked out, he worriedly thought to himself, If I keep getting entangled in this, I'm gonna be in danger myself. I need to find a way to save my own skin. Just as he stepped out the door, he ran into Soki Eung-choi. His death stare was fixed on Manager Lee. Soki Eung-choi was Hong Hee-ju's father-in-law, the head of the T Group. The moment Manager Lee saw him, he turned pale with fear and hurriedly spoke up, Apologies, Chairman. When Hong Hee-ju saw him, she was startled. Trembling, she tried to explain, Father, I wanted to say that. But Soki Eung-choi didn't let her finish and slapped her. Hong Hee-ju clutched her face, trembling on the floor. He angrily questioned, Do you think I'm just some washed-up old man? Hong Hee-ju asked shakily, Father, what are you talking about? Before she could even recover, Soki Eung-choi slapped her again. He interrogated her, Do you think I don't know you hired Kang Dong-bit to kill Do-jun? He is my own flesh and blood, an S-rank hero. I must bring Do-jun home. Hong Hee-ju was stunned to hear this. Soki Eung-choi continued, I've never liked that P-group bunch, always acting arrogant just because they have Jong Song-ho. Heaven is still favoring me, Soki Eung-choi. Then he flashed a sinister smile. But first, we need to see how to clean up the mess you've made. Hong Hee-ju frowned, her face covered in sweat. While the situation around Kang Dong-bit was unfolding in chaos, Do-jun's team returned to South Korea. Looking out the airplane window, Seo Do-jun thought to himself, This rift exploration mission yielded quite a profit. I gathered enough materials and the money is… Wait, Han Hyun-ju suddenly leaned over and asked him, I'm very curious about something. Can you answer me? Do-jun looked at her and asked back, What is it? Han Hyun-ju continued, It's about Kang Dong-bit. You intentionally let him escape, didn't you? Do-jun smiled and playfully replied, That's the only way we can move to the next step. In Seoul, South Korea, Yoon was happily enjoying a hamburger. Do-jun smiled and asked the little girl, Is it good? The little girl replied contentedly, It's delicious. He looked at her eating with a happy expression, but his eyes seemed to be hiding something deep inside. Seo Do-jun recalled what happened before. After returning home and reuniting with his family, Seo Do-jun was devastated to see how much his grandmother's health had visibly declined. Worried, he rushed over to ask why she refused to go to the hospital and why she hadn't called him. Seo Yoon-bi said softly, Big brother, don't scold grandma. She said that money was earned by risking your life, so it shouldn't be wasted. Seo Do-jun reached out to his grandmother's side, then spoke up, Going to the hospital when you're sick isn't a waste of money. He whispered into her ear, I've earned a lot of money working abroad, so don't worry. Just go to the hospital. Anything you need to do, anything you want to buy, don't hold back anymore. Just live comfortably. Hearing this, his grandmother was moved to tears. Seo Do-jun immediately checked her into the best hospital in South Korea, and visiting her every day to eat hamburgers together became a daily routine for him and Yoon-bi. The two siblings happily ate their hamburgers together,